The story begins in an old house in the suburbs of a city, and inside, a man and a woman were pleading for just one more month. But a guy in front of them holding a clothes iron says that if you borrow money from someone, you'd better pay it back, even if it means selling an organ or two. And with this crazy look on his face, he says that maybe they need to feel a little pain to understand how he feels when he loses money. And the woman right behind him is using her phone. That guy notices, snatches the phone from her hand, and asks what she's doing and if she's calling the police. But he told them not to do that. Only he looks at the phone and realizes she's texting her son, telling him not to come over. And he gives this twisted little smirk and asks why she didn't say so sooner. Maybe he should have a chat with her son too. But the mother and father just beg him not to mess with their boy. But that guy orders them to be tied up so they don't make any noise, saying they wouldn't want their son to get scared. And then, to their surprise, they hear a knock on the door, and outside is the kid, their son. And before opening the door, he senses something is wrong. As soon as he opens it, his mother, crying, quietly tells him not to come in. But as soon as he opens the door and enters the house, all those guys are hiding. He starts taking off his shoes and says he's home. And just as he takes a few steps, a guy hiding on the side lunges to hit him with a baseball bat and smacks him right in the head. His mother starts to scream and cry. But to the guy's surprise, even with the bat hitting his head, the kid grabbed his shoulder and suddenly punched him in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. This greatly surprises the parents and the villain, and he, looking at his accomplice's completely deformed face, wonders what the hell that was. And he glares at the boy, asking who he is. The boy, furious, just glares at all of them, and the gang leader orders them to kill him now. Two of them rush him with bats, but he manages to dodge one and punches the other in the stomach, breaking his rib. And after one punch, he throws an even stronger one, breaking his rib further. The guy screams in pain, but another one comes from above to kick him. However, he grabs his leg and kicks his supporting leg, breaking it. And right from behind, a guy comes to hit him with a chair and smashes it right over his head. But he doesn't feel any pain and just glares at him with pure hatred, which completely surprises the blonde guy, who gets thrown against the wall, while their boss can't understand what the hell is going on. And he asks what is happening. And he, with a knife in hand, faces the parents, saying he wants to see how the kid fares when his daddy is about to die. But as soon as he looks forward with that stupid smirk, that clothes iron is right in front of him, and the kid shoves the iron in his face, sending him flying into another door behind him, which shocks his parents. And after his head is smashed through that door, the guy starts screaming, asking what he did to his neck and telling them to call the hospital. And in the middle of that scene, with all the guys defeated, the kid is exhausted. He faces his parents, unties them, and says that if they didn't want him to fight, they shouldn't have been poor in the first place. And right after he says that, he collapses unconscious on the floor, and his mother starts screaming his name. Now, in a gigantic hospital, all those guys are in the emergency room, and at the reception desk, a guy on the phone is asking what all this chaos is. The girl next to him says that apparently, a kid took down 10 thugs who were assaulting his parents. He's just a high school student, which really surprises the guy with glasses. Meanwhile, on a gurney, the gang leader orders them to find the kid and kill him right now. And his accomplice tells him not to worry, because the boy was hospitalized there too. They just sent Big Bear after him, so that kid is as good as dead. As the guy with glasses overhears this, he wonders who Big Bear is, and so he goes to the girl and asks what room he's in. She says that at the moment he's in room 202, and then that guy goes running through the hospital, thinking that the Big Bear from this region is one of the candidates to be his main fighter. And if he's lucky, he might get to see a worthy candidate. He gets to the door and thinks that he feels a little bad, because this unlucky kid got caught in the middle of all this. And so, he looks inside and sees the gigantic Big Bear staring at the boy. And the brute says he can't believe they called him here just to beat up a kid. He's nothing special, but a job's a job. And anyway, he's a pretty interesting brat. And the boy, despite seeing him, doesn't seem the least bit scared. He pulls the IV needle out of his hand, ready for combat. But first, of course, please like this video, share this video a lot to help me out, and join our members community to get access to exclusive videos every week. And so, that's about it. Now let's get back to the story. And he, ready to attack, says he wants to show him what fear looks like. But to the guy's surprise, the kid already lunges forward to punch him in the face. Meanwhile, the guy with glasses, watching through the window, notices that he's pretty fast, but Big Bear smacks him on the head, sending him to the floor. The kid starts spitting blood, while the guy outside says he didn't stand a chance. And the brute says he doesn't care how crazy he is. If he comes at him like that, he's gonna get hit, and being a weak brat with balls won't get him anywhere. But to his surprise, he realizes the boy is getting up. This is astonishing. Meanwhile, the kid says that if he hit as hard as he talks, he might be a little more frightening, and that his punches are nothing. This pisses Big Bear right off, who comes at him saying, "That's right, keep talking and entertain me while I kill you." While the guy outside wonders if he's really being serious, if he's going to kill that kid, he thinks he has to stop him. But to both of their surprise, the boy dodges Big Bear's punch and lands a powerful kick to his face, completely shocking the guy outside. And the brute falls to the floor, while the other guy thinks that no one has ever been able to defeat Big Bear before. But he notices the brute puts a hand down to support himself, so he hasn't been totally defeated. If he was defeated like that, he wouldn't have one of the strongest physiques in the country. And so, Big Bear asks if he really thought a kick from a high schooler could take him down that easily. But without waiting another second, the kid punches him in the face while the other guy watches from outside, thinking this is impossible. And all he sees is the kid beating the hell out of Big Bear. But that brute starts to laugh and grabs the boy's body, saying he can't believe he's going to have to use his finishing move on a high school punk. And the guy behind the door thinks, so that's Big Bear's signature move? The Bone Crusher. And he really needs to stop him now. And the brute, laughing, says this is what he deserves. But just then, that guy throws the door open, telling him to stop, but the brute doesn't listen and uses his move on the kid, which completely shocks the guy. But to both of their surprise, the brute realizes something is wrong, and he can't believe it. He used all his strength, but to his surprise, the kid puts his hands on his shoulder and he asks how he's moving and why his bones are still intact. And to his shock, the kid slams him into the ground, cracking the floor and struggling to get free, while Big Bear asks why he can't crush him. But then the kid headbutts him, while he wonders if his head is made of iron. And just like that, he gets another headbutt and his face gets deformed. And after a third headbutt, the guy with glasses watching tells him to stop now, because he's already unconscious and needs to calm down. And if he makes a bigger mess, it's going to be hard for him to clean all this up. He gets on the phone and says he has a patient in room 202. Head injury after a hit and run, and he calls for someone to attend to him there, while the kid asks who he is and why he's on his side. But that guy says no, and anyway, he'd actually like to be on his side if possible. And the kid asks what kind of crap he's talking about, and just then several guys enter the room and are startled by the scene. And the guy in front says that the patient is confirmed, they'll take care of him. And the guy asks him if it would be possible to keep Big Bear unconscious. And that guy says yes, they'll start now. And the kid watches the scene, wondering what that is. He goes up to the guy and asks who they are. And that guy takes out a card and says that if he works for his boss, he'll be able to give him whatever he wants. And the kid takes the card and wonders what it is. And the guy in front of him says all he has to do is fight for him. But the boy throws the card away and tells him to get out of there, saying he's not interested in fighting for money. This is a load of crap. But that guy thinks his mind will change soon enough. The boy goes to the bathroom and looking in the mirror, wonders why his life is so crappy, but he really wants to keep the promise he made to his mother to never become a bully. To his surprise, his father appears in the bathroom and asks what he's doing there and where he's trying to go in this condition. And the kid glares at his father and asks whose fault he thinks it is that he's like this. You said you were the boxing champion, and you said there were countless teams after you. So why are we drowning in debt, and why haven't you done anything until now? Is it really that humiliating for a former champion to open a small boxing gym in the neighborhood? I don't know why you were kicked off the national team, but is your honor more important than your poor wife? His father says nothing, turns around, and tells him to stay in bed and not leave the hospital, while he thinks that he really hates him. But to his surprise, he feels water on his body and his head starts to hurt. He wonders if maybe he didn't get enough sleep, and this was probably because of him. And he hates his father. He can't stand seeing him get hurt just to survive. And he can't stand seeing him kneeling in front of the parents of the bullies who always pick fights with him. And he doesn't want to depend on him one bit, because he doesn't want to see him thinking he's done his part as a father. But this really sucks. He's trapped in this hell, and as a teenager, he takes a job on a fishing boat to earn a little money and change his life, let alone cover day-to-day expenses. And to make things worse, those bastard bullies put him in an even deeper hole, destroying what little he had to make some money. But as much as he hates his father, he can't leave because of his mother, and his life is a bottomless pit of despair. But after these dreams, he finally wakes up in a hospital bed and wonders if he really passed out again. But why does it seem like he's in a different wing? He asks how long he was out for, but on his phone, he gets a message from his father saying that he thinks it's time to tell him everything. They're going to meet tonight, while the kid wonders what he's hiding and if maybe it's about his mother. And he starts calling her and asks if she's okay. And she calls him son and tells him not to come home because those gangsters are still waiting for them. He's completely shocked, asking what she means, but his mother tells him to stay at the hospital and that she moved him to a different room under a fake name. He should be safe, but he asks where she's going to stay. And she says she's at the Selfish Motel near the police station and tells him not to worry about her because she needs to get ready now. And she asks him to please not leave the hospital and to stay safe. And after he hangs up, he wonders what kind of crap this is. If he hadn't fought back, this wouldn't have happened, and he needs to find his mother now. But just as he's leaving the room, he gets a call from his father, and as soon as he answers, an unknown voice asks if he is Mr. Kang's son, and our boy asks who it is. The call says this is an emergency, and Mr. Kang fell from a building and is unconscious, which shocks the boy deeply. And we see the scene. His father's body is completely destroyed, and now back at the hospital, he watches his father, completely out cold. And in the conversation he had with the doctor said the surgery is complicated and will cost 100 million won, and he'll also need a few years of rehab after the surgery, and it won't be cheap. And the kid, completely stunned, starts to cry, and he wonders what the hell he's going to do with his life. Crying in desperation, he wondered what he was going to do and how on earth he could get that money. But then, he gets an idea and remembers that card he threw in the trash, so he decides to go back there to get it, heading straight for the room he was in before, 202. Opening the door, he sees the trash can, but there's nothing left inside. He starts shaking in despair, saying it's all his fault and begging for forgiveness for being so useless, saying he doesn't deserve to live. But to his surprise, that guy behind him asks if he's looking for this and if he's had a change of heart. The desperate kid asks how much he can make if he works with him. The guy says he can earn up to 100 billion won, and if he gets popular, he won't need anyone in the tournament to get rich. And he asks the kid what he thinks. The kid stares at him, completely shocked, not knowing what to say. After he says that, they head to an office and, sitting face to face, he tells the kid to read it carefully and then sign. The kid asks, "What's the combat ward?" The guy explains that it's a secret fighting tournament where fighters use special drugs provided by the hospital to gain monstrous physical abilities. And the kid asks, "What do you mean? Drugs? He doesn't use that stuff." But the guy opens his briefcase, shows him everything, and says these aren't your ordinary drugs. Depending on the type, they can turn an old man on his deathbed into Mike Tyson. But of course, using performance enhancers isn't mandatory. The worried kid asks who he is, and he says his name is Min-Sok King. He's a talent scout working for a VIP who is participating in the combat ward. And the boy asks, "A talent scout? What do you mean?" But he just says yes. And the important thing now is whether he's going to take the drugs or not. So far, not a single person has ever won without using them. But the kid says he's not interested, while Min-Sok assumes he'll have more to say when they get to the arena. The kid thinks to himself that this guy really isn't listening. Min-Sok says he'll start by explaining how they'll work together. When you enter the tournament, you'll be able to choose a sponsor if you reach the top 20, and you will choose my VIP as your sponsor. You'll start working together from there, until you win the tournament. The kid says, "Right, I get it, but I need some money up front." But the guy says no, that's impossible, and that he'll be paid through the tournament. The kid, furious, asks if he's seriously messing with him. Then why would I work with you? But Min-Sok tells him to calm down and asks if he needs the money for his father's surgery and a safe place to stay. The kid asks how he knows that, and Min-Sok says they will provide accommodations and cover the costs of his father's surgery and treatment while he's fighting for his boss. They'll also protect him from the loan sharks. The kid asks if he can really trust him, but just then, he gets a call. It's his mom. As soon as he answers, he asks what's wrong, and she tells him that some guys paid for his father's surgery. She asks what's going on and says there are also several bodyguards who claim they're there because of him. He doesn't know what to explain and just stares at Min-Sok, who tells him the house is already taken care of, so he doesn't need to worry about a thing. As you can see, we don't have many options, just like you. Our boy tells his mom over the phone that he hired those bodyguards and that he's on his way, so she should just do what they ask. But she asks what he means, and he just says he'll call her back later. After he hangs up, he faces Min-Sok and asks what's so valuable that the prize is 10 billion. Min-Sok says that the 10 billion is just the base prize and, depending on how much they bet on him, he could win even more. And there have been champions who've won over 15 billion. The kid says that's impossible, but Min-Sok says, "Oh yes, it's quite possible, and it might not be enough, considering the risks the fighters have to take," which leaves the kid completely confused. Min-Sok continues, saying that most participants either end up crippled or die during the tournament. In the last competition, the percentage of participants who walked away without serious injuries was only 10%. The kid thinks to himself that it doesn't make any sense. How is a tournament like this kept secret when so many people are dying? And Min-Sok says that's exactly why. The tournament is kept secret because they're all dead. This shocks the kid. Min-Sok says that when he signs on the dotted line, the first thing they'll do is create an alibi. The kid asks, "What do you mean, an alibi?" And he explains that the hospital organizes this tournament precisely because it's easy to fake someone's cause of death. To create an alibi, you need to be caught on camera making a purchase with a credit card, anything that gives away your location. And then they can invent a cause from there. Everything from a disappearance to death by falling, disease, or a drug overdose. The kid then asks what would happen if he reported this to the police, and Minsok says that's not a problem. It's pretty easy to make someone look like a crazy drug addict. Do you really think anyone would believe a little teenager with zero evidence? He says he thinks it would be a problem for him later, considering he'll be declared dead before he even gets the chance to report them. Minsok says that's the advantage of having a hospital organize the tournaments. He says the decision is his and asks if he's willing to sign this contract. He's sure the kid needs some time to think about it, but to his surprise, the kid tells him to keep his word. Minsok, smiling, just watches the kid sign the contract. But to the kid's surprise, a nurse appears behind him and, with a syringe, injects something right into his neck. He asks, "What are you guys doing?" But to his horror, his vision blurs and he starts to fall asleep. Minsok tells him not to worry, as they're just sedating him to take him to the arena. Just remember, we will take care of your family while you're participating in the tournament. And he hopes the kid wins and solves all his problems. After a while, he starts to wake up, wondering where he is and if he actually died. But as soon as he opens his eyes, he wonders who these guys are and where they're taking him. He's terrified when he sees a very strange hallway, and he asks them where he is. And the guy tells him to keep quiet because he's about to find out, but then he stares him down and welcomes him to hell. And now, we're at the HS Company building. The second son of the Ryu Sung group, director Yoon Cha, says he understands that he took down Big Bear, but asks why he would recruit a kid as his main fighter. And Misuk says yes, but his brother, the vice chairman, might end up mocking them for it. And so, the irritated director asks why he did it. And Misuk stares him down and says that his brother is obsessed with the combat wing, and if they want him to take their bet, they need to look weak. The weaker they look, the better. And the director asks if he really thinks this kid is the key to defeating his brother, and Misuk says he examined his body after he survived Big Bear's bone breaker. And what he discovered was extraordinary, and the director asks what it was, and now we cut back to Sunu waking up with a shoe in front of his face. He asks who this guy is, but those extras in white in the background tell the guy to back off. He says it was just a joke and tells him to relax, while a drone observes them, stating that it has been confirmed the player is conscious. And Sunu asks what that thing is and where the hell he is, and the drone says that they will now proceed with the first round of random matchups. And it explains that the first round will serve as a qualifier for them to determine which of the 200 fighters is fit to enter the main arena. Sunu sees a box next to him, and inside it is that drug. And the drone says that each player will receive a random drug designed to enhance one of their physical abilities. And now they will open the betting table for the VIPs watching, and it requests that they please proceed with administering the drug. Meanwhile, Sunu thinks that he has already broken his promise to stay out of trouble and graduate, but he needs to at least keep his promise to his mother not to use drugs. And just like that, he hears screams, and when he looks over, that guy has injected the drug into his body. And he starts feeling strange symptoms and begins to laugh, saying that this is a strength drug, which greatly shocks Sunu, who asks what his problem is. But to his surprise, that guy immediately goes for a kick to his face, but the kid manages to dodge. He asks what the hell this is and if he's really a monster. And he's completely different from before. When he was just a skinny guy, he wonders if the drug really enhanced his muscles or something like that. And the drone calls that guy Han and says that he has successfully strengthened his power, and he says he knew it. It seems luck is on his side, but it's a shame. He can't get out of this place now. And he'd love to go teach a lesson to everyone who called him a stick. He stares down Sunu and says that now he has to kill a kid. But to his surprise, our boy lunges in to punch him. He gets startled and then takes a few steps back. And Han calls him a brat. He asks if he's really trying to mess with him and if he thinks he's better than him. Meanwhile, Sunu thinks that, just as he imagined, his reaction time is still the same. And if he closes the distance, he has a chance to hit him. But to his surprise, that guy is suddenly right on top of him, ready to punch him, landing a blow to his head. As the kid thinks that he isn't reacting fast enough to this monster's attacks either, he puts a hand on the ground and tries to kick him, but the guy, who is faster than him, punches him in the back. And as Sunu spits blood, that guy grabs him by the feet and says that, unlike him, he doesn't even need to pay attention to his moves to fight. He can just overpower him with his strength as he slams him against the ground. And Sunu, beaten down, just sees the guy towering over him, saying he's a really fun guy and that he wants to see how many bones he can break. And with a great leap, he says he's stronger than him now and he's going to finish them all, as he smashes Sunu's arm. And right above the kid, he says that if you're going to destroy someone, the rib cage is always the way to go. And after he stomps on the kid's chest, the scene cuts back to Misuk's conversation with the director, with him saying that what he discovered was extraordinary and that he's 10 times stronger than a common human being. And the director asks, "What do you mean?" And Misuk, smiling, says that in terms of bone density, he isn't human, and he's definitely out of this world. And back in the present, Sunu reacts by grabbing Han's leg, This surprises the guy, and the kid quickly goes to try and kick him, but he manages to dodge and tries to grab his leg again. But Sunu dodges and takes a few steps back, while he, worried, wonders how he survived that, and he didn't even use the drug. This can't be. He could only have survived because I didn't use enough force. But on the other hand, the kid thinks that this monster has definitely gotten slower, and it must be because his stamina wasn't enhanced. And if he can land a clean hit, he'll have a chance. He should use fast punches instead of more powerful ones. And with that, he goes after Han. But Han, angry, says that he really came back for another beating and tries to grab him, but Sunu dodges and punches him in the face. And then Han tries to grab him low, but Sunu jumps and punches him in the face again. And he starts landing several consecutive punches to his face. And as the guy is falling, our boy thinks that now is the decisive moment. But to his shock, Han was just faking it and grabbed both of his arms, saying he's got him. And he didn't even realize that he was being hit on purpose. Sunu asks if that's so, and if he really thought he would let himself get caught. And Han asks, "What do you mean?" And our boy asks if he knows why kangaroos immobilize their opponent's hands before they strike. And Han asks, "What do you mean?" Just as Sunu leaps and lands a solid kick right in his face, which deforms his mouth, and he falls to the ground, badly beaten, thinking that he can't get up. And he wonders why his body won't listen to him and how there's no way he could lose to a guy who didn't even use the drug. But to his surprise, he ends up next to Sunu's box and sees another drug. And he says, of course, one dose wasn't enough to unlock all his talent. So he grabs another drug, and our boy thinks that he's trying to take the drug he refused and that he has to stop him now. But then Han jabs it into his neck, while the drone announces that the player has successfully obtained a stamina enhancement. And just like that, he rushes the kid, headbutting him in the stomach and then grabbing him by the arms and legs, asking who says he's just some tough guy. And with that, he throws him to the ground and Sunu starts spitting up blood again as the drone stares at him. But Han tells the drone to get out of there, because he's not done yet, and there's something he has to do. He's always at the back of the line for this, so he chokes the kid and says this is what it feels like. He knows that stubborn rats like him must be exterminated for their own good, while our boy, on the verge of death, thinks of his father. And just like that, the area grows quiet, with both of them collapsed on the floor, and the drone observes them, stating that with the player's death, the game has come to an end. Watching the scene, the director asks, "What do you mean, player's death? What the hell is going on?" And Muck says it was because of an overdose. And the survival rate after taking 2 drugs at once is less than 0.5%. And he had already succeeded in taking the power drug, so he also took the stamina booster, and his death was inevitable. And the director says the opponent took his own life and he has to admit, this kid is lucky. And Misuk says it would be unwise to say the victory was by mere luck, given the unusual nature of his body. And the director says that even so, it can only mean he has denser bones, and he should know there are even stronger monsters in this tournament. And yet, with the current drugs, they can enhance muscles, organs, hormones, practically anything. And Misuk says, except for one thing, the strongest bones can't be obtained with drugs, and there must be a reason behind that. And the director says he thinks he wants to see how useful he'll be when he reaches the main stage. And he asks him what the kid's next schedule will be. And Misuk says he has already passed the drug test round, so he'll receive treatment for any urgent injuries. And then he will fight against all the monsters who have gained powers, God knows which ones. And now, in the treatment room, our boy wonders what's happening, if he's really dead, and if it was because of him. He was just trying to take him out and almost died, but he thinks, no, I have to get real. I'm the only one who can save my family. And, filled with rage, he glares at the drone, and the drone says that all the winners from the previous rounds are ready, and it asks that he please proceed to the lobby. And that guy in the white coat says that, from now on, this guide will tell him everything he needs to know. So he should follow the instructions it gives him and everything will be fine. And all the guides are equipped with lethal weapons, so he shouldn't try any funny business. And Sunu follows the drone, and leaving the room, he wonders what this place is and where the hell they've stuck him. This is some kind of underground tunnel, so they really don't want them to escape. But he thinks, damn it, I wanted to at least call my mom. But he figures his parents must be okay, since they agreed they'd ensure their safety while he's here. He has to survive, no matter what, but this wasn't the fight he was expecting. Besides that, he thought he was the only scary monster. But here, even the neighborhood bully was super strong, and he wonders how many more monsters there are. So the drone says the player has arrived, and the lobby will now be opened. And as soon as the gate opens, Sunu walks in. He asks what the hell this is, but he sees several other drones, and the main drone says the players have entered the lobby, and they will begin the game with a total of 124 participants. And the explanation will begin shortly, and it asks that they please gather around the screen. And our boy is in the middle of a bunch of completely monstrous brutes. And he keeps wondering, what the hell is this? They're completely different from the guy he met in the first round. He has to stay out of the spotlight until the official match begins to avoid getting hurt for no reason. But right next to him, a guy calls him Kid. He asks how he got here and if he wants to play with Daddy. And our boy thinks he stands out way too much in this uniform. And as he's walking, some guys say they heard that Kid only got here after his opponent took 2 drugs and died, and he didn't take any drugs himself. And he's still in a school uniform, and it looks like some big shots wanted to see something tragic happen. And the other one says he was getting bored, and this kid could be his entertainment. But right behind him, he tells him to wait, because it looks like someone's already going for him. And as Sunu is walking, someone calls out to him saying, "I asked if you wanted me to play with you." And our boy thinks, this sucks. And right behind him, that guy puts a hand on his head and says he's really leaving him no choice but to kill him. Sunu thinks, right, to survive these savages, I have to take it to the next level. And as that guy moves to attack him, Sunu also gets ready to punch him. And just as the two were ready to fight, someone stops them. And the big guy asks what he's doing, and this guy with glasses says he should stop right there. As the brute grabs his hand and asks with a smirk who he is, the guy says he's just a kid and then lets his hand go. And this giant says he's just a halfling with an enhanced arm, and if he really thinks he can take him on, and asks if he wants to do this for that useless kid. And our boy thinks he needs to ignore them. He can't risk getting hurt now, and the two are already poised to face off. Sunu now thinks, damn it, I can't take this anymore. And when he was about to jump into the fight, a shot was fired. And when he looks, that drone shot the guy in the head and says that the meeting will begin shortly, and those who attack others outside the established time will be executed immediately by a swarm of armed drones right in front of them. And so Sunu wonders how they can just kill someone like that out of nowhere, and if it's really possible to get out of here alive. And just then, the big screen shows a person saying that they are all welcome, and that they may have noticed. But the drug test round was a non-elimination event as long as they survived. However, from now on, they will be eliminated as soon as they lose. Elimination means they'll be physically unable to fight. And despite the risks, everyone gathered there for the 10 billion won prize. While everyone starts to celebrate, deep down, the boy thinks that with this money, his family could live a good life. And that guy on the big screen says that, unfortunately, only one person can receive this prize. But they shouldn't worry, because if they survive after reaching the top 16, they can receive 5% of the money bet by the VIPs. And each player will have a personal broadcast channel and a guide who will lead them and act as their camera for the stream. Sen doesn't understand what these drones are. The guy on the screen says that the VIPs will watch the channels of the players they believe will win and will place bets. So, to sum it up, the more attention he gets, the more money he'll make. So, they need to attract several VIPs to their channels to earn a fortune. They will provide a 5-person dorm where they will stay together until the end of the game. They should feel free to choose their roommates, and any questions will be answered by the guides. And now he asks them to please enter their rooms. Meanwhile, those two guys from before say they need to find the big shots. If they want the VIP's attention, they don't want to share a room with the kid who won't bring in anything. While our angry boy thinks that this really sucks and it won't be easy to find a room. But to his surprise, that muscular old guy tells him not to worry and that he'll protect him until the tournament starts. Our boy just sees his hand trembling, but when he looks up, a blonde guy passes by him and he tries to recognize him, but thinks it can't be. And this old guy says it looks like there's a room over there they can enter without any competition. He then asks if he's really going to share a room when everyone is avoiding him and even got hurt because of him. He doesn't know what his deal is, but it's going to be dangerous depending on the room he chooses. That guy asks if he's not coming, and Sen says he's on his way. Meanwhile, the two brutes from before say this is a disaster, and they'll surely end up at the bottom of the rankings. One of them says that's why he chose a room with popular players, because it would be too dangerous to share a room with them. But this way, they can get a little screen time on their stream. And another guy says he agrees and bets that those meatheads will attract the VIPs like flies. And now, in another room, there are 3 huge ripped guys. That blonde guy from before walks through the door and then closes it. He goes up to the guy in the center, says this seat looks good, and asks if he can move over a bit, but that guy stands up and says he closed the door before the cameras even came in and asks if he's really asking to be killed. But to his surprise, that blonde guy attacks him right in the neck with just 2 fingers. And after a single strike, he falls to the ground unconscious with his neck caved in. Then, he asks if anyone else wants to greet him, and the 2 of them, trembling with fear, say no. He says that's good and that they should stay quiet, adding that there's someone else he needs to greet. This blonde guy is Msuran, 19 years old. Now, back in the city, inside the car, Msuk says a source claims the vice chairman will be working with the previous champion, Uma Choi. And the director says that sucks and that no one else will be able to work with him. Meanwhile, the only option he has is a high school student. Msuk says that if Seun doesn't reach the top 16, he'll have another chance at doping. And with his physical structure, he'll be able to extract the maximum possible from the enhancement, and his bones are already 10 times stronger than the others. So, if he uses the drug, he'll be the most powerful of all time. The director says he needs to keep him on his side until then, but Imsuk replies that the other VIPs might end up interested in him. But Imsuk says he doesn't think that will be a problem. The 5 people sharing the room with Seun had the lowest number of views in the last round, which greatly surprises the director. And now, in their room, that old guy says it looks like they'll have trouble getting views, since everyone will be flocking around the championship contenders. But what they have there is a fighter who's being looked down on for being the only woman in the tournament. Her name is Amanda Groshi, 23 years old, a capoeira and jiu-jitsu fighter. And the other is the fighter with the smallest physique in the tournament, Minon King, 25 years old, a boxer. And last but not least, Men, 28 years old, who is a complete psycho. And just like that, 5 drones enter the room, and the old guy says the guides are there to film and that they need to get attention if they want to make any money from the bets. So, the old man extends his arm, takes a big leap, plants his hand on the floor, and starts doing one-handed push-ups. Our boy says he doesn't think that's going to work, while looking at that girl getting up. Then, she extends one finger, digs it into the floor, lifts herself up on it, and starts supporting herself on a single finger. And soon wonders how she can lift her body with just one finger. And so, the 2 of them start doing push-ups, and the guy next to them says that showing off like this is for idiots. And just like that, he runs at a monstrous speed and then quickly returns, which really scares our boy. He wonders how the other guy can be so fast, but then he looks to the side and sees that complete psycho trying to lick the old man's elbow. He just stares at the scene, not understanding a thing, and thinks that this is both incredible and ridiculous at the same time. With that, their room door is closed and the television above shows their matches. They all see their opponents, and our boy's opponent is going to be this guy with an X mark on his head. And now, back at the building, the director asks if this Kai guy is strong. Imsuk says that since he was a Lethwei fighter, he's never lost a single fight. The director asks, "What is this Lethwei?" And Imsuk explains that it's a Burmese combat sport similar to Muay Thai, but it has some differences that make it even more brutal and dangerous. The director asks if it's dangerous enough, given that it's one of the few sports that allow the use of elbows and knees. And Imsuk says there's still more allowed in Lethwei because they don't even use gloves and they allow headbutts. And a blow to the head with the forehead, one of the strongest bones in the human body, can cause fatal injuries. That's why most combat sports prohibit it. However, the most dangerous part of Lethwei is something else. The director asks what it is, and Misuk says that what's really dangerous is how the fighters can strike the back of their opponents' heads. And almost every combat sport prohibits that, since it can cause paralysis or even death. And he's probably the participant with the most combat experience among the others in the combat ward, since he continued to fight even after his career ended, when he was recruited by a gang. The director asks what he means, and he says he thinks the guy wasn't satisfied just fighting in the ring. And he challenged several famous street fighters until the gang noticed him. The director asks if he thinks Seono can handle a guy like that. And Misuk says that's what he'd like to know too. And so far, Seono has only faced people like Big Bear and the Lone Sharks who don't have any martial arts skills. But this Kai, the Lethwei fighter, is completely different. And now, back in the combat ward's dormitory, everyone is sleeping in the pods. And when our boy wakes up, the pod opens and he wonders how long he was asleep. But he notices that his body feels lighter. And it's not just that it feels lighter, it's something he can't quite understand, but he thinks this is it. It's not the first time this has happened. And when he fought Big Bear, he woke up like this too, and it's like he's gotten stronger, and that kid behind him tells him not to be surprised. And muscles pushed to their limit aren't just damaged, they're destined to recover stronger than before. And you've probably never pushed your strength to the limit until now. Our boy thinks, that's right, he was at his limit when he fought Big Bear. And Val says that even so, he recovered insanely fast, and asks if he received a recovery enhancement drug. But Seono cuts him off and says that, more importantly, he's wanted to ask something since yesterday, why he tried to help him, even at the risk of getting hurt. The guy says the thing is, he reminds him a lot of his son, and if he had been a better father, he probably wouldn't have had to take out loans from loan sharks. So our boy asks why he entered the tournament, and the guy says, yes, it's because he needs to pay off his debt first, so his family can go back to normal. But when he saw him standing there all alone, he was reminded of his son, who he'd neglected for so long. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Seono just tells him to stop wasting his time on him, and if he wants to be a good father, then he should get out of here and be a real one. And it's pointless if he just ends up dying in here. This really surprises the guy, who, staring at Seono, grabs him by the neck and says he's talking like it's the end of the world, when all he did was help him, and it was no big deal. But just then, the 2 of them notice Menon complaining loudly and asking why he isn't going to fight in the main arena. and he says they're a bunch of idiots and that he's the fighter who can touch his elbow with his tongue. And the old man says he heard the fights with a lot of spectators happen in the main arena, and the others will be held in the same place as the previous round. And speaking of which, their group has the fewest spectators. The fact that they're all fighting in the main arena, except Menon, means their opponents are some of the strongest and most popular fighters. And Siono says that in that case, this is the best thing for them, and the old man asks what he's talking about. And our boy says this is their chance to draw attention to their dorm, and the man glares at him and asks if he's crazy. At that moment, Menon walks up to him and says, "It's not just spectators in the main arena." Our boy is startled, and Menon says there will be 16 VIPs in person. They're some of the most powerful people in the world. And our boy thinks, so does that mean that Talent Scout will be there too? He really wants to know how his mother is doing. And now, elsewhere at night, the director and Misuk are inside a warehouse, and the director asks why he told them to come here and what this disgusting place is. And Misuk says that no one knows the location of the combat ward, except for the organizers. And so they probably wanted to meet them in a place where they wouldn't be seen. But he realized that, at some point, someone besides them started watching Siono's channel. And the director asks, "What do you mean? What if someone is investigating us?" But to his surprise, someone from above tells him he's misunderstood. And this girl is the youngest daughter of the Rawson group, 19-year-old Se Gong Cha. And she says she's watching because she found Seono interesting. And the director says it wasn't long ago that she was kicked out of the company and asks what she's doing following him around like a sewer rat. And Misuk says his younger sister must be really interested in what he's doing. But the director says she's not his sister, she's a mistress's daughter. And the girl walks up to him and says he was a little harsh. And she didn't even go to school just so she could help her two brothers at the company, but it seems she's at least found something interesting thanks to him. So she thinks she'll have to thank her brother. But the director says he doesn't know what she's up to now, but she'd better get lost. But just then, a car enters the warehouse and a drone appears, saying it will escort them to the main arena. And after they got in the car, they were taken straight to the location. Someone tells them they can take off their blindfolds, and after the girl takes hers off, she sees a gigantic window and asks what this place is. And that's when she realizes she's in an underground arena, and the guard beside her says, "This is below the main arena." And she's currently in one of the 16 VIP rooms. The girl says that she's finally here, in her brother's playground. And now in the director's room, he says it's bigger than he expected. And Misuk says that when this match ends, the fight for room 10, which is Seono's, will begin. But, to the director's surprise, he sees a lot of wreckage down below. And when he looks, that blonde kid from before has easily defeated a brute. Worried, he asks who that monster is, and Misuk says that's Suran. And it seems another person Siono's age is here. And the director asks if he's really another student, and Misuk says he dropped out of school, so technically no. But it's strange that two monsters have come from the same school. And the director asks, "What do you mean?" And Misuk says that this kid, Mzuran, is from the same school as Siono, and the blonde kid stares down at the guy lying on the floor. And the drone behind him announces that with Suran's victory, the fight between room 9 and room 20 has concluded, and the match between room 10 and room 3 will now begin. The participants must enter the arena, and as they walk through the door, they are stunned to see the gigantic arena. The old man says this is on a completely different scale from the first round. And the drone says that everyone, except for player Min King, must wait for their turn. That kid is down there waiting for his fight. The drone tells the players that since their matches are over, they must leave the arena now. And so, the blonde guy walks past the kid, while the old man thinks that he hopes Minho doesn't get nervous. But to his surprise, something is thrown at him, and he wonders where that rock came from. He glares at Minho and asks if he really saw that. He pretended to fix his hair and, at the same time, threw a rock at him. This guy is truly impressive, and most people wouldn't notice it at that speed. And so, the blonde guy passes by him and says that the high schooler in his group is pretty arrogant, but Minsu says he doesn't think so. The blonde guy asks what he means, calling him an idiot. Minsu says that's impossible, glaring at the blonde guy, while Minho takes a few steps back. The old man asks what happened and what Minho is doing, but Amanda says it was nothing, and that he's sensitive enough to notice even the slightest change. So their killing intent must be obvious to him. After that guy turns around again and goes through the door. Minho wonders what that was and if it was just his imagination. But he's sure he saw that scene in his head. He wonders if this is really the best he can do and how he's going to get revenge being this weak. But to his surprise, a guy right behind him asks who he's staring at, and Minho sees a gigantic brute. In one of the rooms is the hotel president, Sungwoon. He says he recruited him for his skills, but he thought those skills of his were from a sport with no attacking techniques. And the long-haired guy behind him says that it doesn't matter how good the opponent is at striking. But all of that becomes useless once a wrestler manages to pin him down. When he grabs his prey, there are several techniques to use. like throws, locks, and holds. The opponent won't be able to handle all that, and that's exactly why so many wrestlers excel in mixed martial arts. In fact, wrestling is the most essential skill when training in mixed martial arts. A person can defend against fists, but stopping a full-body rush is another story, especially if it's a wrestler charging, and that's even more true when there's such a huge size difference, with this giant staring down Minho. The drone announces that both competitors are ready and that the match between Min King and Park will now begin. The kid gets into his stance. Park, smiling, asks if he's some rookie boxer. He looks like one of those weaklings who's never fought bare knuckle, and he almost feels sorry for him. But to his surprise, Minho punches him right in the face. His eye is injured and starts to bleed, and he screams, wondering what the hell that was, while Minho asks who he's calling weak. Park is completely shocked by that, but thinks he needs to concentrate and focus on him with at least one eye. He sees Minho lunging at him and thinks, damn it, he can't keep up with his movements. He was attacking from his blind spot. He's too fast. Just then, he takes another punch to the face, right on his injured eye, and then a punch straight to his nose. At that moment, he tries to grab him, but Minho manages to dodge and continues to strike him on various parts of his body. Meanwhile, Park thinks, damn it, I'm losing vision in my other eye too. He can only see Minho as a complete blur. From up in the arena, the old man wonders if Minho is going to finish him like this, but the girl says no. Park has started blocking his hits and is down there, blocking Minho's punches. He starts trying to grab him from various directions without even being able to see properly. Minho, startled, wonders what the hell that is. He was attacking, but he ended up hearing something. Park wonders what's happening to him. It was when he started to lose vision in his other eye that the hairs on his body stood on end. So, this is the feeling. He thinks, right, I'll close my eyes completely. Minho wonders what he's doing and how he's going to fight with his eyes closed. He thinks he's practically won now. But to his surprise, even with his eyes closed, Park manages to defend his blow, which greatly surprises that VIP and Minho's roommates. Minho thinks that if he gets caught now, he'll definitely die. He needs to go left, takes a step, but Park manages to block him, spin his body, throwing him up and slamming him down on the ground. The old man says that was a suplex and that he got stronger when he lost his eyesight. That VIP starts laughing at the scene, while the long-haired guy behind him says it seems the loss of vision activated the effects of the sensory enhancement drug. Minho is completely defeated, and Park, smiling, says that he should thank him, because without his help, he wouldn't have discovered his power. But to his surprise, Minho lands another punch on his eye and manages to hit him. Now he's lost both eyes. That VIP asks what the hell he's doing. How did he lose both his eyes? Seeing that scene, the old man is happy, saying he can't believe Minho survived that move. He doesn't know how he did it, but if he keeps this up, he can win. The long-haired guy behind the VIP says that fortunately, he won't have a chance to defeat him since he's unconscious. The VIP asks, what do you mean? Didn't you see him throw that punch? Minho's arm is still raised. Amanda says he needs to wake up fast before Park finds him. And so, Park gets up and, without his sight, tries to look for the kid somehow. Park says, damn it, I can't see anything. But he tries to use his sensory vision and manages to see something on the ground. He wonders what all this is. He can smell everything, from the floor to the smallest grain of sand. He can hear his opponent breathing. He can feel the air pressure change as he moves and can even feel what's behind him. He, very excited, says this is truly insane. He starts laughing, saying he was disappointed when he didn't get the strength drug, but this one is even better, and he's getting stronger by the minute. And he says that, yeah, as a thank you gift, he's going to end your life right now, already charging toward Minho. He takes a huge leap, and inside Minho's head, he thinks that no, his body can't react. He remembers his brother, completely defeated and dead in front of him, as he thinks he'll find them no matter what. And a guy came up to him saying that if he wanted to find his brother's killer, he should go there, giving him the card for the combat arena. And then he sees Pai leaping right in front of him. And just as he was about to finish him, Minho wonders, why is everything moving so slow? But then he thinks, no, it's not slow. Asterisk, I'm times the one who's become super fast. And with that, Pai finished his attack, but Minho managed to snap out of it and get away, which really surprises the three of them. Pai wonders when he got over there, and Minho says that while he was busy bragging about his senses, he had plenty of time to rest and is now good as new. And Pai thinks that he's not lying, he's even faster than before. And the kid says that now he wants to see how long he can last, and he's going to start at level 1. Pai thinks he's coming, but to his surprise, he's faster than he can even perceive. But even so, Pai managed to block, and the boy thinks that he deflected his punch. He wonders if it was a coincidence, but after that, he deflected another punch, and he thinks, all right, I'm taking this seriously now. And he tried to punch him in the face, but Pai managed to dodge and tried to grab him again. but Minho takes a few steps back and wonders how he's keeping up with his speed, while Pai thinks that he can feel everything, from his heartbeat to his every move. And now there's no way he can lose. He has no blind spots. And Minho thinks that this means he has no chance if he doesn't go all out. He needs to risk going straight for him at max speed, and he charges Pai at high speed, thinking he'll use his final blow, the right straight. But in that moment, he notices something. And it was Pai attacking him with a punch to the face. And after Minho hits the ground, Pai wonders why he fell in the middle of his own attack, while the kid gets up again and wonders what's happening and if he's okay. He thought his neck had been broken, and he wonders if maybe he's hallucinating, but Pai says, "If I'd finished that blow, I would have broken your neck in two, but I guess tripping saved your life." This kid is really lucky. Meanwhile, the old man says that this is crap. Minho's speed isn't working against him, and it seems like he can somehow sense the attack before it comes. But then he notices something strange and sees Minho in 3 different positions. He wonders what that is. Suddenly, he stopped using the drug's power and is relying only on his footwork, and he wonders if he's too tired to use his super speed, but he sees those movements, doesn't understand what it is, and asks what he's going to do at normal speed. He sees Minho ready to attack him, but he tells him to stop, saying that he'll die if he keeps this up. But to everyone's surprise, Minho landed a solid punch on Pai, deforming his face, and after that he ducked, dodging Pai's blow. Then he starts circling him from various positions, and Pai can't figure out where he is, but Minho is getting more tired than before. The old man wonders why he's doing that and how he's going to land a hit using all his energy on these feints. But to his surprise, he lands another solid punch, and he's completely shocked, wondering what that is. And Minho keeps hitting him from several different positions while Pai can't block him. And he wonders why the punches using feints are working, and the girl says that he's only landing the hits because of the feints. He subconsciously stopped using feints because he thought his opponent had lost his sight, but that just made him predictable. And so the old man asks if he's tricking the opponent as if he can see, and she says it's more than that. Minho is tricking all of Pai's senses. With his new power, it's easy for Pai to anticipate the path of an attack, but he has only just awakened this power. Therefore, when he's faced with advanced feinting skills like Minho's, his mind starts to get distracted. So, Minho is creating chaos to confuse Pai, because he can understand how many moves Pai can anticipate in such a short time. And this kid, Minho, might be stronger than they imagined, as he dodges another attack and then lands another solid hit on Pai. And his VIP up there asks, "What the hell is this? And how can he bet on the loser when he can't even beat a kid?" But the long-haired guy says no and tells him to look at his face, asking if it looks like he's going to lose. Meanwhile, Pai says he's finally got him. He managed to grab him and starts shouting that victory is his. And after grabbing him, he spins and smashes Minho's head into the ground, which shocks his roommates and the long-haired VIP, and he sees the image of the boy's body dispersing. He says, "Now I'm sure I got him." But to his surprise, Minho is right in front of him, just staring. And our boy asks why he suddenly did a backdrop, and the girl says it's because Minho attacked his brain. And he asks, "What do you mean?" And she says that Minho is attacking Pai's head multiple times, and with each blow, Pai's brain was rattling. If he continued to be attacked non-stop like that, even a person with heightened senses wouldn't be able to maintain focus. And that's how Minho caused a failure in Pai's senses, enough to make him think he grabbed someone for real when he hadn't. And our boy thinks, that's amazing. Maybe he's stronger than me. And Minho keeps staring at Pai, while the brute thinks this is so unfair, wondering how his senses are better than his own. And after that moment, he collapses to the ground, unconscious, and so the drone flies over to him and announces that Pai is unable to continue the battle. Therefore, the winner of the match is Minho King. And the old man starts to celebrate, while that VIP up there says that this is bullshit. And after M wins, he's completely wiped out and thinks about his brother saying he'd taken the first step. Now, in another VIP room, that girl says this isn't a fight between humans, and it makes sense her brother is so obsessed with this tournament. But the security guard beside her says it's not just about the matches, and that this place is capable of sponsoring everything the rich desire. Not just wealth and power, but it also allows them to commit murder without a trace, and use substances that are undetectable in any test. And this place is a paradise for the rich, who have nowhere else to find pleasure. And that's why the VIPs put their pride and risk on the line here. And she says she can understand why her second brother is beating her older brother, and the security guard says yes. He's sure the director carefully chose his fighter, since his talent scout is someone well known in this place. He was going to say yes, that's why they're making their move, but they'll have to see how good he really is in the next match. Now, in another room, a guy is watching the broadcast of that fight, and a doctor behind him calls him Ward Director, saying that the 16 VIPs are present, and this masked man has also arrived. He thinks they'll have good results this year and asks how the research is going. The doctor says they managed to confirm the manifestation of the second stage of sensory enhancement and found that the temporary side effect was reduced by almost 20%. However, the regenerative effect they're looking for has not yet appeared among the participants. And the masked man says that's a failure. But the doctor says it isn't. The maximum effect of the drugs should start appearing by now, and then their efforts should bear fruit soon. And besides that, they've discovered a new effect of the drugs. And after careful examination, they believe they may have discovered some clues about the regenerative ability. And the masked man asks if he's talking about the skin hardening effect. He says right, then asks when he can expect to see this power in action. And the doctor says soon, because the next fighter in the main arena is Kai. Now our boy is stretching for his fight, and the old man says that if it gets too hard, he can give up. But the boy says that's not going to happen, and it shouldn't. The old man asks why he's not the least bit scared and seems so relaxed. This isn't to say he's not afraid, but the old man, quite surprised, says he's one of the weird ones. The drone flies up to him and says that player Seon Kang must enter the arena. He walks through the door and wonders since when he stopped being afraid. When he was young, he'd been in several accidents that people couldn't even imagine. And even in accidents that seemed fatal, he always got up just fine. Initially, he would cry from the shock, but after a few years, no matter the danger, he wasn't shaken. And the bullies would mess with him because of his attitude. But it didn't matter how hard they tried. He wouldn't even flinch. And in the end, they were the ones who got scared of him. But the only thing he fears now is his family's safety. An opponent like Kai, gigantic, right in front of him, and the two face each other in the middle of the arena. That director says it's finally starting. He asks his assistant which drug Kai used, and Minok says he took the skin-hardening drug, which has never been seen before. The director asks what that is, and if it's going to help him in the fight. Minok says it doesn't just help. His last opponent had his skin and muscles torn, and the director asks how skin hardening caused that. He says that his skin can't be injured by ordinary human strength, but he was so strong that when the opponent cut him slightly, not only did his skin tear, but even his muscles were ripped to shreds. And several of the regular VIPs are interested in betting on him. And the director asks, so, what will they bet on? Kai is a professional Lethwei fighter with the power of skin hardening. He asks if it's really the right decision to bet on Seon Woo or not. Minok says that, just as he predicted, everyone is betting on Kai, and, on the contrary, there haven't been any bets on Seon Woo. Then, to his surprise, someone bet on the kid, and they ask who it is. Someone just bet 100 million won on him, and the director, pissed off, asks who it was. Now in his sister's room, her security guard asks if she's sure about this, and she says you can't expect a reward without taking some risks. And besides, she trusts her intuition, and she won't be able to catch up to her brothers if she doesn't try to risk things. So she wants to see if he'll really give her a good return, or if he'll simply be too high a risk for her to bear. Now back in the arena, the drone flies up to them and says the fight will begin now. And our boy gets into his stance and thinks that he has to win no matter what, while Kai just stares him down without making a move. Seon Woo wonders if he's really not going to get ready for the fight, and he asks him what he's doing and if he's not going to fight. Kai says he's a warrior, not a thug who beats up kids. And our boy gets really pissed. Then Kai walks up to him and says that a blow with 10% of his strength is what he's going to give him now. He tells him not to get up, calling him a kid, and with that, he kicks him in the stomach, sending Seon Woo flying. Seeing that scene, the director gets very worried, and our boy, lying on the ground, is in a lot of pain. Meanwhile, the director says that he's suffering so much after a single blow, and the result of this match is obvious. That old man in the stands says this sucks and that he needs to get out of there now. But to his surprise, Minok, standing behind him, says he's not screaming in pain. He's sure that Seon Woo realized Kai didn't want to attack him, he just wanted to scare Seon Woo. And the old man asks if he's saying Kai is trying to help Seon Woo, but Minok says no. He just doesn't want to fight because it would be shameful. And the old man asks what he means, and he says that he thinks it'll be bad for his reputation if he fights seriously against a high schooler. So basically, he's telling Seon Woo to accept his defeat. Kai walks over to him and asks, "Are you serious? You were supposed to pretend to pass out, not just lie there screaming in pain. You can scream all you want. It won't make any difference. I'll give you another chance." But Seon Woo starts mocking Kai, asking if he's really trying to win a debate, which greatly surprises Kai. He says, "All right then, I guess I didn't hit you hard enough. I'm going to give you a real taste of my strength, so you'd better do your part from now on," as he lunges at him with a kick to his face. But our boy quickly blocks his strike, which greatly surprises the girl, the director, and his roommates. And our boy jumps up as Kai screams that he told him not to get up. He spins and tries to land an elbow on our boy, but he manages to dodge as Kai wonders how the hell he turned his head so far. And just like that, from right above him, our boy slaps him on the head, which greatly surprises the director. And the girl is overjoyed watching the fight, and Kai, irritated, says that he told him he'd give him another chance. Meanwhile, our boy says he can keep talking about chances, but asks if it isn't ironic coming from a guy who just kneeled to a high schooler. This really shocks Kai, who says that if he's spineless enough to kneel in front of him, he doesn't even deserve to get a punch from him. And Kai says that if he can't even pretend to save his own skin, then he guesses he has no choice. He's going to give him a little help and make him try. And our boy wonders what he's doing and how he can't move. Kai says he's only going to use 50% of his strength. And our boy thinks, this sucks, as he gets a headbutt from Kai and falls to the ground. But Kai, startled, wonders, what the hell is this? And what is this pain? Did I really use too much force? But to his surprise, our boy pushes himself off the floor and tries to kick him in the face, but Kai dodges. He takes a big leap back as Kai thinks that he didn't even feel his headbutt. Is that even possible? And our boy gets to his feet again and thinks, damn it, his vision is blurry. But to his surprise, he already sees Kai right in front of him, punching him in the chest and tearing his pectoral muscle. And the old man said that Kai's fist only grazed him, but Seonu's shirt ripped as if it had been shredded. And Min says that he's not done yet. And then Kai came in with a low kick and kneed our boy right in the stomach, making him spit blood. And from above, he's ready to land an elbow on the back of his neck. And the old man starts screaming, telling him to stop, or he's going to kill him. But not caring at all, he smashes Seonu's face into the ground, breaking the floor. And just like that, Kai stares down at our boy with his face buried in the floor. And the old man starts shouting that he went too far. But Min says that this is almost unbelievable. The old man asks what he means, and Min asks what Seonu's body is made of, and Kai stares at him and doesn't understand what the problem is with this kid. And he remembers that before his elbow touched him, Seonu headbutted the floor, and he realizes it must have been intentional, but then thinks, no, he probably wasn't thinking straight from being so scared, but even so, why does he think he has a head made of iron? And to his surprise, Seonu starts getting up and he's completely shocked, not understanding what the hell this is and how he can do it without using any drugs. And Seonu stands up and faces Kai, and the old man, with wide eyes, wonders, what the hell is this? And Min says that this means Seonu isn't some helpless kid who needs protection. He doesn't know why, but something about him gives him the creeps. And Seonu stood up again, and Kai calls him a brat, telling him not to act tough. He says that if he had just pretended, he would have let him go in peace, and doesn't understand why he keeps this up. And Seonu says he's full of shit. Seonu tells him to shut up and says he wants to see if he's really that strong or if he's all talk. And Kai thinks that if he wants to give up, he'll have to show him that his attacks are useless. And Seonu says, all right, and with his chest wide open, tells him to bring it on, saying he won't even defend himself. Seonu thinks that it's actually good for him that they underestimate him, but he doesn't understand why this pisses him off so much. Meanwhile, Kai thinks that he put everything on the line to become the greatest fighter of all, and he defeated every fighter he met in the ring. But that wasn't enough, because he believed that to become a true warrior, he had to survive life or death situations. And so he went after the most dangerous thugs and assassins that existed, joined one of the rival gangs, and worked his way up to become the greatest warrior. And so there's no reason for him to take a kid like this so seriously, and he tells him to go ahead and try to hit him, because he won't feel a thing. And Seonu lands a huge punch on Kai's stomach, which surprises his companions. But to everyone's surprise, Kai didn't move a single muscle, and he says, I told you, that doesn't even tickle. I'm no opponent for a kid like you. But to his surprise, he finally feels something, and Seonu says, then you're getting another one, landing a huge punch on him. And so Kai finally feels that blow, and then Seonu tries to kick him in the head. But Kai manages to block it, asking, how dare you? Seonu thinks he needs to dodge, but once again Kai tears through his chest. Worried, he thought he had dodged it, so he backs away and the two face each other again. And Kai asks how many chances he wants him to give him. But Seonu starts laughing in his face, and Kai, annoyed, asks if he really just laughed. And Seonu says he's already told him before, and just like that, he rips off his shirt, revealing his totally shredded body. His roommates don't understand what those muscles are, and Seonu, confident, asks him, didn't I say I wouldn't defend myself? Kai says, fine, I admit it, you're not just some kid they brought here to put on a show, but I hope you don't forget. You forced me to do this. And he starts to charge up some kind of attack, and our boy starts to get even more excited. And yes, Kai says he will now fight with 100% of his power. And just like that, Kai starts to clench his fist, activating 100% of his strength. And at this, our boy gives a little smile, and that old man up there wonders why the hell Seonu is smiling and if he's gone crazy. But the girl says no, he looks much more excited now. And the old man asks what she means, and how is he not afraid of that monster attacking him with 100% of his power? And the girl says that Seonu is probably excited because a strong opponent like Kai has finally acknowledged him. But the old man asks how he could think of that with his life on the line, but she tells him that she thinks the same way, and that her opponents never started a fight seriously. They always underestimated her because she was a woman, but after a while, they would start to go all out. That made her so excited that her heart felt like it was going to explode. But he tells her to calm down and laugh. And what if he's really feeling something like this now? But this isn't the time for that. But the kid in the back says he knows that feeling too. When everyone looks down on you for being a small, weak child. And the only thing that makes him feel alive is seeing their faces when they recognize him as a true opponent, which leaves him speechless. And so he says that they're basically saying he has the heart of a fighter. With a very excited Seonu down below getting ready for the fight, a very annoyed Kai prepares to charge him. Seonu says he'll go first, and at that moment he goes to punch Kai, but Kai blocks with his arm. The old man up above says that made a hell of a noise, and even Kai must be surprised by that strength. But Seonu, down below, realizes his skin is as hard as concrete, and so Kai says he's going to return the favor, punching him in the arm. But unlike Seonu's blow, his punch shatters the ground, making our boy spit blood. The old man says that's insane, and you can feel the floor shake from up here. Kai is on another level. With Seonu on the ground, Kai tries to kick him, but by the time he realizes it, Seonu has dodged his attack and is already on his feet again. The old man, surprised, asks how he dodged it. Meanwhile, the kid in the back says no, he didn't dodge it completely, it just grazed his back. Seonu is exhausted, but he wonders what this strange feeling is. Could he be feeling fear because of him, of this monster in front of him? And Seonu stares Kai down. Kai asks why he won't admit that he'll never beat him, but Seonu tells him to shut his mouth, because he's not the only monster here, and anything Kai can do, he can do even better. He immediately lunges at him with his elbow, but Kai manages to dodge, and Seonu thinks, damn it. And Kai, delighted, says that now it's his turn for a headbutt. But Seonu yells again, saying that anything he does, he can do better. And with great momentum, he blocks Kai's headbutt with his own. But Kai's head is harder than his. He's injured by the impact and falls to the ground. Kai says this fight is already over, and his attacks have no skill. He's just blindly coming at him with brute force. But Seonu, once again, cracks a little smile, and Kai asks why he's smiling, and if he doesn't intend to give up this fight. In that case, he'll finish this for him. But to Kai's surprise, steam starts rising from our boy's body. They ask what the hell that is, and the old man up above doesn't understand what that steam is, wondering if it's his blood evaporating. And just like that, Seonu remembers that he never liked to fight, since he felt like a monster being dragged into these fights by everyone. But he wonders, is this place affecting him? He can't stop smiling, and he can't control the urge to fight this guy with Kai in front of him, ready to kick him. But in that moment, Seonu feels something different in his body and leaps up, dodging the blow. He grabs Kai's head and gives him another headbutt, which surprises many of the brutes watching. And with a spin while still in the air, he throws Kai against the wall. Kai thinks it's as if he's not even human and wonders how he got so fast. But, once again, Seonu's fist is right in his face, punching him into the wall. And so Kai says he's finally got him. But, to his surprise, Seonu pulls him in close, punches him in the stomach, and prepares for an even stronger punch, slamming it into Kai's stomach and making him scream in pain. But even so, he doesn't fall. He wonders what kind of drug he took and if he really doesn't get tired. Kai goes after him once more, manages to block the attack and tries to kick him. But Seonu dodges, gets behind him, and punches him in the face. And Kai wonders, what the hell is this? But before he knows it, another fist hits his face, sending him flying, which surprises everyone up above. And with Kai on the ground bleeding, Valis asks if Kai actually died, but the girl says that's not his blood, it's the blood on Seonu's fists. Meanwhile, our hero thinks it feels like he's intoxicated. He doesn't understand what this is. It's as if his whole body is being torn apart. And Kai gets up one more time. The girl up above doesn't understand how this Kai guy keeps getting up, but her bodyguard says that his skin hardening ability acts like armor. His skin is already tough, so it's causing damage to Seonu's fists. And she asks if that means there's no chance he can win. But Kai, down below, thinks that he's never felt so exhausted, and this kind of pain feels like it has pushed him to his limit. He can barely keep his eyes open and wants to end this by breaking his legs. So, he tries to kick him, but Seonu manages to block it with his foot at the last second. Kai doesn't understand how he can be so fast. When he gets hit with another punch, he manages to defend, and Seonu thinks that every time he blocks, he's the one who gets hurt more. And Kai, excited for the opportunity to punch him, sees Seonu trading blows with him. Meanwhile, the boy wonders if his attacks are even working, but he can't feel his hand anymore. And on the other hand, Kai thinks that he's taking his attacks head on, but he doesn't understand this sensation in his body. He doesn't know why, but it seems like his punches are getting weaker, so he can't drag this out any longer. He can see an opening in his guard and is going to hit him with the move he perfected for over a decade. And he lands a low sweep on Seonu, who spits blood. And Kai, once again, says he's going to finish off his legs. And at that moment, trying to block the blow, Seonu kicks back. The old man upstairs is completely shocked, realizing he's meeting the impact with his shin. But Kai is stronger and tears his skin. The old man says this isn't good, his leg is broken. Seonu falls to the ground and realizes his knee is badly injured and his muscles have been torn. He can't move. Kai approaches him and starts yelling that it's over, but the old man up above just yells, "No!" But, to Kai's shock, as soon as he takes a step forward, his own leg is completely shattered. He starts screaming in pain, wondering what the hell this is and how it happened. But then again, when he puts his arm on the ground, his arm breaks. He doesn't understand what's happening and wonders if he's dreaming. And he thinks about how they told him no drug existed that could make bones stronger. But Seonu had sacrificed his own muscles on purpose just to get to his bones. And they're asking who this guy is with his arm and leg all twisted up. The old man up there and the boy are really shocked. The girl is suspicious. And the president and his assistant are left gawking. But the girl in the VIP room is really excited. And our boy is still standing. The president up there asks what's going on. And the assistant says that Kay managed to keep fighting without getting hurt because of the skin-strengthening drug. This led to more damage piling up. His skin was still intact, but his bones kept taking damage. And basically, he was fighting bare-handed against a hammer, but he was too doped up to feel any pain. And since his skin was still intact, it gave him a false sense of confidence. And by this point, Kai's arms and legs are probably riddled with fractures. The drone gets closer to him and starts filming him, announcing that Kai is unable to continue. And because of that, the winner of the match is Seol Kang. With that, our boy starts celebrating, screaming his head off, and the old man up there can't believe it and wonders if he's some kind of zombie and how he didn't pass out. The boy behind him says that guy must be hiding something. And sure enough, Seol collapses on the ground, exhausted, and thinks of his mother, wanting her to hang on just a little longer, because he'll be there soon. Now in the filming room, that masked guy asks if they're sure this kid didn't use any drugs, and the doctor says yes, that's what the records show. And he'll be examined again after the first round. Then they'll confirm it. But the masked guy says first they need to find out who he is through his relatives. And now, at the hospital where his father is admitted and his mother is with him, someone enters the room and she says that visiting hours aren't over yet. But to her shock, there are gigantic bodyguards right behind her, and she asks who they are. And now, back at the combat arena, Seun is being carried away on a stretcher while the president up there says that he defeated Kai. They ask if he'll really be able to fight the next rounds with those injuries, and the assistant says he'll get a medical evaluation. They can postpone their decision until they get the results. But more importantly, during the medical evaluation, he plans to secretly run a drug test on him. And the president asks, "What do you mean?" And he says that if he can pass the drug test, he'll become one of the top contenders to win. And the president asks if he can really do that kind of test secretly, and if it isn't against the rules if a player refuses. But the assistant says it's just a test to see if his body can handle doping, and so even if that's the case, there won't be any noticeable changes. That's why he'll do it secretly. But the president asks, and what if he fails? And the assistant says that if he fails, he'd be useless to them anyway. And so, if he fails, they'll proceed with Plan B. And now in Seon's recovery room. Our boy is inside a recovery pod, but right next to him, there's a guy holding a syringe, and he's opening the pod with Seun inside to do the drug test. Now, back to the arena, with that assistant saying that if he plays his cards right, he can make it to the top 16 with just one more win. And the president says, "So you mean if he wins one more fight, he enters the top 31 and then goes to the top 16 depending on how much money is bet on him?" And the assistant says that's exactly right, while the president asks if he thinks people won't bet on him after he's been injured. And the assistant asks if he didn't see him in person. He's already won 2 rounds without even using the drug. That's never happened before, or at least, it wasn't supposed to. And he goes on to say that the fact he made it to the top 62 without any drugs will attract the attention of several VIPs, and if he wins just one more time, they'll bet a lot of money on him. And the president, annoyed, says that's still useless, and that he won't win the tournament if he doesn't use any drugs. And he asks if it isn't time for them to choose a safer option. But the assistant says, "Well, I'm sure you, sir, have already realized that he needs to use the drug if he wants to live and save his family." But the president says that if he has a drug-tolerant body and depending on the result of the next round, they'll cast him aside. And the assistant replies that he's already arranged to cut the payment for the hospital security in case he fails. And the president says that's good. And even if that happens, he won't be around to hear the news about his parents. And the assistant continues, saying that in some cases, an agent will come to deliver the test results. And then the president says that must be one of the perks of being a secretary sent by the combat wing, and that he can perform these drug tests behind everyone's back. And the assistant, seriously, says that's not true. He's also putting his own life on the line. And the president, confused, asks, "Why the hell are you risking your life like this?" And it's definitely not for me. And the other man continues, saying that for him, his goal is to find the strongest human in the world in this combat wing. And for that goal, He can risk everything, be it his own life or others, no matter what. And the president, smiling, says he has a lot of passion and he likes that about him. And at that moment, to the surprise of both of them, someone enters the room saying it's time to go. So the assistant asks what the test results are, and the masked man says it was surprising. He had no reaction. And the assistant says, so the drug didn't work on him. And the other man says, yes, that's exactly it. And the president starts shouting that he's already talked about this and they need to get rid of all the evidence related to him and start cutting off his parents' support. But he, very seriously, says that it's actually easier to get rid of him while our boy is still sleeping in that strange pod. And now in the reception area of the combat wing, that blonde boy says that since they've called all 62 winners, the results must have already been decided. And that old man next to him says he must still be recovering, so he hasn't come back yet. And the capoeira girl says that maybe that's for the best. After all, they said they'll start when all the players have recovered, and this could be a good time for him to get some rest. And the blonde guy watches her and wonders how in the world she can stretch so much. And she stares at him and says that Mr. No looked tired. And the blonde boy says that usually, the fights here leave some injuries, like what happened with Seo and him, but those two came out without a scratch, and they're really strong. And the kid says this arm is one of a kind. No one would have guessed he had such an incredible right arm, and he says he also had no idea his arm would change so much. And the kid said that with Amanda, her opponent just kept yapping about how he wouldn't use his arm since he was facing a woman, but in the end, he got knocked out with a single punch. And to be honest, she beat him so fast that he still hasn't even processed what she did. And he asks if she can tell him how she did that, but she replies by asking why she would tell him. He could end up being her opponent in the future, which really surprises the kid. But he was startled right then by that psycho showing up, asking why he left him out when he was the first one to win. And just then, someone appears on the big screen, congratulating everyone for reaching the top 62, and says that if they defeat one more opponent, they'll have a chance to go straight to the top 16. Those who win this round, reaching the top 31, will be ranked by the money bet on them, and the top 16 will be decided based on that. And if they survive the round of 16, they'll receive 5% of the bets as prize money. And so everyone starts celebrating, overjoyed by the money they could possibly win. And this mysterious guy continues, saying that if they want people to bet on them, they'll have to risk their lives in this next round and show the VIPs just how strong they can be. They shouldn't worry about getting hurt. After all, this place is one of the best hospitals in the world, and he says that he will now reveal the matchups for the next round. And now in another location, at the Rosin Group, that chairman asks if they can secure other candidates to bet on besides Sunu. And the assistant says, of course, this fighter seems like a candidate, right? And the chairman asks who it is, and the assistant says it's Sunu's opponent. And now the scene cuts back to the fighting arena. In the recovery room, Sunu's pod finally opens and our boy wakes up, calling for his mom. But he thinks that it wasn't a dream, and he's sure of what he heard someone unknown saying they want to get rid of his parents if he doesn't react to the drugs. And he's really unlucky, although he wouldn't have seen it anyway. But to his surprise, our boy saw everything and thinks he needs to get out of there as fast as possible and save his parents. And now the scene cuts to the director's office, with the director asking what Sunu's medical evaluation was, and the doctor behind him says there was something special. And the director asks, what do you mean, special? And he answers that he has something they can enhance with their drugs, which is his bone density. It's 10 times higher than the average. And the director says that's incredible, and the doctor says that's not all. And the director asks what else there is, and he, looking at the data, says his recovery speed is way too fast, and it's actually like he's regenerating, which really surprises the director. And the doctor says he might give them some clues about the regeneration drug they're developing. And the director says, so there really is something about him. And he asks if Sunu's relatives are safe. But then the doctor says he's very sorry. And the director asks, what do you mean? What happened? And the doctor said that when they arrived, someone had already taken them. And now in Sunu's recovery room, our boy is getting really nervous. If he doesn't go now, they'll get his parents. But this is bullshit. There's no way out and no way to escape. And he needs to get out of this room as fast as possible, find the duct, and climb out of this place. But at that moment, when he opens the door, someone appears in front of him, leaving him completely shocked. It's that girl from before, saying it's good to see him up close and that her name is Seong Gyeon. And our boy angrily tells her to get out of his way now. But she tells him that if it's about his parents, he doesn't need to worry. And he asks what she means by that, and she says she's taking care of them. Our boy doesn't understand what she's talking about. And now the scene cuts again to the office of the second son of the Rosin Group's chairman, Tae, as he asks his assistant if someone took Sunu's parents. He says yes, they vanished without a trace, and the fighting arena must have done something. And the chairman asks, what do you mean, the fighting arena? And he says yes, they've always been quick to get rid of anything that could be a problem. And the chairman says that in the end, they didn't even have to get their hands dirty, and he was wondering if they should get involved directly, but it seems luck is on his side. And now that it's been taken care of, he asks if he has already contacted his next fighter. And the assistant just tells him not to worry, because in the fighting arena, the VIPs can call the fighters to their rooms whenever they want and can go anywhere, except for a few restricted areas. And the chairman asks if he wants him to go to those beasts. And the assistant says that's exactly right. And in the past, many VIPs even paid to see them up close. But it's not a good idea to just wander around as if the fighting arena were a park, since security is only guaranteed in the VIP room. And now back in Sunu's room, our boy very nervously asks, "How are my parents? Are they okay?" But the girl tells him to shut his mouth right now and keep his voice down if he wants to save his parents, because escaping from here won't solve anything. And he pulls her hand off him and asks what she means by that. She says very seriously that, as he already knows, his former contractor, Jan, is trying to get rid of any evidence that links you to him. Getting rid of his parents is the first step, and on top of that, loan sharks are also looking for them, which makes Sunu really nervous. And the girl continues, saying she came here without a guide so she could talk to him privately, so he better listen to her. She also wants to keep his parents safe, but he, very annoyed, asks why. And what does she want from him? She says her name is Seong Gion, and she only needs one thing, which is him, surprising our boy. And he, pissed off, asks what the hell she's talking about. And she says she's one of the 16 VIPs, so she needs a reliable fighter to bet on, and he asks if she's really a VIP. And she says she may be young, but until recently, she was one of the owners of the Rosin Group, and it would be easier for him to understand if she said she's the half-sister of his former contractor, which surprises our boy. She says confidently that even though he got her kicked out of the Rosin Group with his schemes, she was planning on leaving anyway. Besides, her own businesses are doing well, so she couldn't care less. But still, she doesn't want her brothers to destroy their father's company. She just can't let that happen on her watch. Confused, Seun asks what any of this has to do with her parents. She says that, to put it bluntly, she and her brothers were always spying on each other. She's been keeping an especially close eye on him, her second brother, since he's not very careful. And when she saw him working so hard to recruit you, she went to your parents to find out more about you and realized you were even more amazing than she'd imagined. So she couldn't let her brother have you all to himself, because your genes are extraordinary. This leaves Seun completely stunned. Seun quickly asks, "What do you mean, my genes? What are you talking about?" She says what matters right now is that a lot of people are looking for his parents. Seun, getting nervous, asks that if running away won't work, then what does she want him to do? She tells him she's certain of one thing. There's only one way to save you and your parents, and it's the only way. He quickly asks what it is and tells her to just say it already. She just says that he needs to win, no matter what. She's planning to make a deal that takes out both of her brothers by betting on the winner of the combat wing. This leaves Seun completely surprised, not quite getting what she's aiming for. She explains that if everything goes according to plan, her second brother won't be a threat anymore, because he'll be rotting in prison. As for the loan sharks, they can be dealt with using money. And that'll be easy for her, since she has plenty of it. And our boy Seun asks how he's supposed to trust her, meeting in a secret place like this, and where she gets all this confidence from. She tells him there's a rule in the combat wing. Anyone who doesn't keep their word is erased from existence by the authorities there, and that's the ultimate rule. A very nervous Seun says, "So you're willing to risk your life, betting on me?" He asks if she's crazy, but she says she's not the only one who needs this partnership. Once the top 16 are decided, anyone who isn't chosen by a VIP is immediately disqualified. So Seun asks how he's supposed to know his parents are safe. How can he trust her? She says they aren't allowed to bring cell phones or any other electronic devices in here, so there's nothing she can show him. So, Seun asks, "Then how can I trust you if I can't see anything or contact anyone?" And so she asks, "Would you trust someone who shared secrets with your parents?" Our boy Seun, stunned, asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" She adds, "Especially someone who knows about your parents' past and how you got those incredible genes." Seun starts yelling, asking what the hell this girl is talking about and demanding she tell him right now. But to the surprise of them both, the automatic door slides open and a drone appears. She moves closer to him and tells him not to forget. She'll protect his parents with her life, so he doesn't have to run away. She says it's time to go. As she turns, she tells him not to worry about anything else and just to secure his victory with her, and no one else. After she leaves, our boy is left completely confused. The scene then cuts to the combat dorm, room 10, where the old man is saying that his bounty has gone up quite a bit. But Seun is in last place. The blonde kid says it's probably because he was sent to the recovery room after the match. No matter how well he fights, people aren't going to bet on an injured fighter. But to everyone's surprise, the door to their room opens, First, the drone enters, announcing that player Seun has returned to room 10, as our boy walks through the door with a very serious expression. The old man gets all excited, saying he's finally back. He says he looks better than he imagined and must have gotten some good rest wherever he was. But then he notices something's different about Seun and asks why he looks like that. And our boy, trembling with pure rage, just demands that he tell him. How did he manage to win without even getting hurt? The old man's expression turns serious, but he doesn't answer. He just stares at our boy. Seun, shaking with anger, says he has to make it to the top 16 or his family will die. No matter what, he pleads, please, just say something. I'll do anything you tell me to. So, he finally asks the old man for help, which leaves the old man shocked, seeing how much Seun has changed. Our boy says that he knows he's asking for a lot. But to his surprise, Amanda, who's beside him, says he needs a finishing move. Seun asks, a finishing move? What do you mean? She explains that it's hard to control a fight if you don't have a finishing move, especially in the combat wing where you're up against all kinds of monsters. By the way, she asks him what his specialty is. This catches our boy off guard. He doesn't really know what to say because he has no idea what his specialty is. But then the old man crouches down and asks, how about a calf kick, using that strong shin of yours? There aren't many people who can control their legs with your kind of precision and agility. It's really impressive. During your fight with Kai, I was watching closely. You blocked a low sweep from an experienced fighter with your shin. That means you either have a lot of confidence in that shin bone or maybe in every bone in your body. He says that these days, the calf kick is becoming more and more refined. Some fighters can take down their opponents with just a single one. Then he asks Seun if he can show him his calf kick. Seun gets into his stance and throws a calf kick. It's apparently so strong that it even surprises the old man, who notes the explosive sound it made. He says the kid is truly talented. But as they're talking, they hear a siren. The old man wonders what that noise is, and then the whole combat wing begins to shake. Everyone around starts wondering where the sound came from. Meanwhile, in one of the completely sealed-off rooms, someone is training their moves, so hard they even crack the floor. With just a single blow, he managed to shake the entire foundation of the facility. And this is Ryo Istika, ranked 15th, Seo's next opponent, who, by the way, is a Kudo fighter, a Japanese martial art. And now the scene cuts to room number 10. With everyone still gathered, the old man says that if he takes down his opponent with a calf kick, his chances of winning will increase drastically without even needing a proper fight. And if he makes it to the next round without getting hurt, his prize money will go up again. But just as Seo is planning his next move, that weirdo appears right behind him, saying, that's not it. He got it all wrong. And Seo, all nervous, asks what's wrong and where he came from. And this strange guy goes on, saying that they all already know Seo's decisive move isn't the calf kick, and they should know it. And V, in the back, asks what he means, and tells him to just spit it out. And this freak says his decisive move is his headbutt. He blocked the Loei champion's head with only his own head, and on top of that, he did it multiple times. And the fact that he kept fighting even after injuring his head just proves that his head is the strongest one in this entire place. And he starts trying to lick a bit of his head with that crazy look on his face, while Seo tries to push him away, and V in the back tells him to calm down, asking if he doesn't know that headbutts hurt the one giving them just as much as the one receiving them. That would be almost suicide, and even more unfeasible when he's fighting against monsters like the ones in the combat ward. So it can't be a viable strategy, and he could end up dying from brain damage in less than 2 rounds. And just as he said, it's complete suicide. But the long-haired guy says it's funny he'd say something like that. To begin with, all of them put their lives on the line when they signed up for this competition, and they should have understood that, which surprises everyone again to hear him speak that way. And this psychopath says that hesitating for fear of dying in a fight against top-ranked players from the combat ward, it's just obvious what's going to happen. It's certain death. And the old man gets really nervous at the sight of this freak, but he continues, saying that he doesn't think they should be worried about Seo right now. And V asks, what do you mean? And with that strange smile, he says he's talking about his next opponent. That guy is very strange and perverse. And the next fight is the 9th-ranked Misu Han against the Park Old Man, ranked 22. And now, in the restricted area of the combat ward, that director starts looking over the players' reports and says that this drug is pretty damn scary. And this kid won, and it was a wonderful thing to bring him here, with 3 players' bodies floating in a tank. And the director says he must be proud of his son, speaking to the doctor. And the doctor, with his head down, thanks him and bows, saying that this was only possible thanks to him. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that yes, this was the right choice. He had no other choice. There was a time when he didn't know about the combat ward, and back then, his son, who suffered from a rare disease that consumed all his muscles, nearly died right in front of him. His son collapsed, telling his father he couldn't get up and just begged for help, and the old man remembers that he couldn't do anything for him and felt terrible. And he was just a doctor who collected his salary at the end of the month. And well, just when he thought it was all over, he received a message from the hospital director, whom he had never met before. And he could never have imagined that he would summon him to the crematorium run by the hospital. And when he went through a secret door, he saw a completely insane world. And in the building he was called to, there was a list of the most famous and renowned people in the world. And he wasn't interested in why all these people were involved in these activities. And the moment he saw the results of the tests they were conducting, he couldn't stop crying, thinking that maybe his son would make it. And at that moment, the director appears, asking what he thought and what he thinks about joining this experiment with his son. And he remembers that back then he almost said yes, without a second thought, but he couldn't let those freaks use his son as a lab rat. So he started to run away and rush to his son, but when he got there, he saw something unimaginable. Because, as far as he knew, his son had said he was going to school and felt fine, but that's when he realized he'd been blind to how his son was truly living all this time. And his son just begged him to please kill him now, because he couldn't stand living anymore. And the old man, completely devastated, saw that there was nothing he could do about it, so he finally joined the combat ward, as he wonders if there really was another path for them, one that wouldn't have turned him into the monster he is today. And finally, the day of the fight approaches, and that drone asks him to please enter the arena. As soon as the door opens, he takes a step forward, appearing before the arena. As he enters, he faces an old man who says it's finally begun, and the old man, believe it or not, is a Krav Maga master. Meanwhile, Han is a master of Kali Arnis, a Filipino martial art that focuses on training first with sticks, blades, and knives, and then on high-level hand-to-hand combat. And the drone in front of the two announces that they will now begin the fight between Han and Suk Park, and they are to begin now. With both of them rushing at each other, Han quickly jams his two fingers right into the old man's shoulder, from which blood starts to spurt. And the old man wonders how the hell he did that. His right arm is injured, and that's really bad. Everyone watching the fight is very surprised by this development. The blonde kid says that this guy's knife fighting skills are incredible, but in a bare-handed fight, not even Insuk could have predicted this. But to Han's surprise, his fingers are stuck deep in the old man's shoulder, and he realizes this is bad. He's trapping his fingers with his muscles, making it impossible for him to pull them out, and Suk calls him a child and asks if he doesn't think he got a little too close. He raises his right arm and opens his palm, leaving Han completely surprised, and simply attacks him with his palm. But still, in the end, Han manages to break free and dodge the attack, as the old man slams his hand into the ground. But the gust of wind terrifies Han, and he's thrown backward. As the old man destroyed part of the arena, the kid, with his fingers covered in blood, wonders what the hell is wrong with this old man, and how on earth he did that. And Insuk, confidently, says that using knife-fighting techniques in a bare-handed fight is impressive. So he's going to repay your favor with some knife-fighting techniques, which are his specialty. And that chairman asks about this Insuk Park and who this guy is that's facing Minsu, the number 9 ranker, with such ease, and he asks if he was considering Minsu one of his options. But who the hell is that Insuk? And the assistant says he's a mercenary who fights mainly using Krav Maga. And the director asks, what do you mean, Krav Maga? Is that all he's got? And the assistant says that as violence against Jews increased in the mid-20th century, this martial art style was created by a Jewish soldier to protect civilians. It's a martial art focused on real combat that mixes practical techniques from various martial arts around the world, and it's also known for being especially efficient in close-quarters combat. This director asks if, since it was created for protection, that must mean its strikes are weak. In that case, he's useless to them. But the assistant says he's not so sure about that, and the director asks, what do you mean? He replies, saying that if the method of protection is to eliminate the threat, then it'd be a different story. And Insuk stared him down in the middle of the arena. He immediately charges at Han. As Minsu says he's too slow, he quickly manages to dodge. With an arrogant smirk, he says the old man is way too slow and shouldn't dare fight him like this, landing a blow right on Insuk's temple. Quickly, Insuk tries to counterattack, but the kid takes a few steps back and the old man lunges at him again, certain he'll catch him no matter what. And the boy, confidently, asks if he thinks he can keep up. But with that clumsy body and a huge arm, it's useless to drag yourself over here. But just then, the old man crouches down and says, here I go. He digs his hands into the arena floor and charges at him like an absolute monster, sending him flying towards the wall. But at the last second, Minsu managed to dodge, getting only a cut on his face. He dodges all of his attacks, saying he already told him he's useless. And Insuk thinks, damn it. He got to his side, and Minsu quickly lands 2 blows on the old man's ribs, and the old man once again tries to counterattack. But Minsu says he managed to stop him from hitting his vital points with that slow body, but he wants to see. how much longer he can last. He starts attacking him at several different points with his strange techniques, while the old man thinks he can't keep up. At this rate, he could end up defeated. The kid passes by him once more, landing a critical hit, which greatly surprises the three in the stands, who are shocked by the fight. And the blonde kid says he has that kind of strength for a number 9 ranker and wonders if it's really impossible to beat him as he stares at an Insuk completely covered in blood, severely weakened, his body trembling. And Minsu Han says that he's really tough. Seeing the old man on guard, he asks why he's clenching his fists and if he's given up on his knife fighting techniques. Meanwhile, the old man realizes his body is badly injured and opens his guard as Minsu Han looks like a demon. He says that now that he's opened his guard, he's already given up, and he asks if he's planning to grab him when he gets close, but asks if he really thinks that's going to work. He charges at him, yelling for him to die, and strikes his stomach, and the old man feels that power and realizes that was a very strong attack. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't the kid who hit him, it was Insuk himself who punched his own stomach. And the blonde kid up there doesn't understand what the hell he just did. And why did he punch his own stomach? Amanda, beside him, says he wasn't just punching himself, but tried to hit his opponent's fingers in the middle of the attack. And to everyone's surprise, he managed to hit them, breaking 2 of his fingers, leaving Minsu Han utterly shocked, as this was something he had never imagined. And after he breaks his fingers, Minsu Han says he's a crazy old bastard. But to his surprise, Insuk is already right on top of him, ready to strike, while he mentally thinks, damn it, I'm going to get hit. And the next second, he takes a punch to the stomach and is thrown against the wall, making a huge crack, and he starts screaming in pain and spitting up blood, while Insuk thinks that he hasn't defeated him yet and needs to hit him with another, stronger blow. But his right arm has taken a lot of damage. This is going to be very difficult, and this is his only chance. So he says he's going one more time and gathers all the power in his fist. But to the old man's surprise, he feels something strange in his body and starts to collapse in the middle of the arena. As Seono notices, he tells him to hang in there, or else he's going to fall. The old man thinks, damn it, I've lost too much blood. I can't even lift my arm. He starts closing his eyes and apologizing to his son, but he wonders why he's thinking about that. It's not over yet. He tells himself to get a grip and, upon opening his eyes again, that kid, Minsu Han, is right in front of him, ready to attack. And to the old man's surprise, this smiling psycho says that he's actually right-handed and simply hits him with another blow right in his chest, making Insuk spit up a lot of blood, and Seono up there starts screaming for the old man. But to everyone's surprise, the old man had put his hand in front of his chest, but the kid's hand still went through, and the smiling psycho congratulates him on his desperate attempt to stop him by sacrificing the palm of his hand. But he says that unfortunately his fingers are too long and just shoves them in even deeper. And Insuk's eyes go wide in the last moments of his life, and he simply falls to his knees on the ground as Seono realizes this is really bad and starts calling out for Insuk. And Minsu Han turns to our boy and starts shouting his name, calling him Seono Kang, which makes our boy become very desperate. And Minsu Han starts telling him to take a good look. This old geezer died because of you. And he simply pulls his fingers out. Seeing that scene, our boy goes into shock and starts remembering the past, when that old man tried to help him and taught him a few things. And when he told him that if he had spent time with his own son like this, maybe things would have been different. While our boy thinks that maybe things would have been different for him, too, if his own father had been that close to him. But the old man told him to relax, because his father would never leave him behind, and he was going to be fine, saying how he wouldn't die and leave his own son all alone. But then Insuk just collapses to the ground, unconscious, while the boy glares at him, his body completely battered. And so, the drone announces that the match is over and the winner is Minsu Han. With that, the blonde kid stomps on Insuk's head and says this place is fun. Seeing that, our boy flies into a rage and leaps from the platform towards the arena, and Mura, watching him, says, of course he'd react like this. And so, the 2 drones turn to face our boy. Meanwhile, the kid up there thinks, the guides didn't shoot at him, so they won't shoot unless they actually fight. And our boy glares at Minsu Han and tells him to get his foot off him now and cut it out. But Minsu Han just grinds his foot down even harder and tells him to come over and make him, if he can. As our boy, even more pissed off, gets into his stance, the drone quickly takes aim at him and our boy screams, I said get your foot off him now. Meanwhile, he lunges at him with that psycho look on his face again. And the other boy quickly jumped onto the platform, thinking he has to stop them now. But someone is faster and grabs Seon No, telling him to stay out of it. But that smiling guy says he should at least live long enough to use the skill he taught him. Seon No tells him to let go of him now. And just then, that other guy comes from behind and sweep kicks Seon No, knocking him to the ground and pinning his feet. With the 2 of them holding him down, that crazy smiling guy tells him to take a little nap now, while our boy starts to pass out, thinking, damn it. And he remembers when In-suk told him that if something were to happen to him, he asked him to please take care of his son. He says his son would want him to be his friend, just to make sure he doesn't go down the wrong path. And our boy would tell him that he thought that was obvious. And In-suk would ask, what do you mean? And Seun No would say that there's still a lot he wants to learn from him. So it makes sense for him to be friends with his son, but he needs to learn more from him first. This really surprised In-suk, and he starts teasing him, saying he's got some nerve. And after he finally passes out, they all stop holding him, since he's already lost consciousness. And Min Soo-han starts staring at our boy and says, what a great view. But Amanda steps forward and says he's already gotten the attention he wanted. So she tells him to leave now. And the boy asks, what do you mean? Amanda glares at him, asking what he's going to do and if he wants even more attention than this. And Min-soo asks if she wants to die too. And Amanda says that sure, if he picks a fight with her, he'll get shot by the guide. That would be great for her. But she glares at him furiously and asks if maybe she could just beat him to death herself, too. And he gives a little smirk and says her time will come and he'll end up killing her anyway. And he turns around, starts to leave, and walks past the platform. Meanwhile, Amanda goes over to In-suk, touches his neck, and realizes he's not dead yet. And she calls for the paramedics to come help her. Staring at his hand, he says that his right hand saved his life, and he used it to move the blow just slightly away from his heart, so he's not dead yet. And watching from above, that director says that Min-soo is a freak and asks how on earth he can use his fingers as weapons. And the assistant says it's because of the drug's effect, which is unique to him, and most muscle enhancement drugs only increase muscle size. But for Min-soo, the tendons, ligaments, and everything around his bones have been drastically enhanced. That could be far more useful in combat than Seon No's strengthened bones. And the director asks if they shouldn't recruit him then. But the assistant says that Min-soo is a fighter managed directly by the chairman, so it's not easy to get in contact with him. And he says, damn it, and the assistant tells him not to worry, as there are still several participants to choose from, including those in the next match. The director asks, what do you mean, next match? Are you talking about that capoeira fighter? And he says yes, he was thinking of her. But the director asks, what do you mean capoeira? That's not even a fighting style. It's more of a dance. But the assistant says that capoeira may be a dance, but it wasn't created for entertainment. And when Portugal colonized Brazil, several African slaves were brought over to work and to escape the oppression and harsh conditions. They created a martial art disguised as a dance to deceive the guards who watched them. Of course, at least that's what the story says. And the assistant continues, saying that it's a martial art marked by suffering and pain, not by joy. And in fact, after Brazil gained its independence, capoeira ended up being used in various criminal activities to the point that the government banned it for a time, around 1937. So it's not just an efficient martial art, but a very dangerous one too. And in the ring, Amanda Croach is already in position. And the guide drone, following her, approaches and says that the fighters for the next round have arrived. And so Amanda looks to the side and sees someone else, Elgo, a master of mixed martial arts. And the drone says they will now begin the duel between Amanda Croach and Wilk Sug. And so Amanda gets into her stance, eyeing her opponent, and wonders if he's underestimating her, because he doesn't seem worried at all. So she makes the first move, and at that moment, she tries to kick him. But looking at his face, it seems another psycho has entered the arena. Back to the director, he says, all right, enough about Amanda Croach and capoeira. Tell me about this guy, Wilk Sug. He's 10th in the betting ranks and must be incredible too. And the assistant says that he used to compete in MMA, but he wasn't very successful. But after using the drug, he gained dynamic vision, and he was nicknamed the 10-second knockout artist among the VIPs. And the money bet on him has been increasing rapidly ever since. And the director asks, what do you mean, 10-second knockout artist? What kind of nickname is that? And his assistant explains that he's won all his fights with a single knockout, and none of them have lasted more than 10 seconds. And the director says, then that's incredible. And the assistant says he managed to get a lot of people to bet on him by finishing his fights without a single scratch. And he managed to get even more attention because of the 10-second streak. And the director says, so, if he can keep his title this round, and the assistant finishes, he'll attract a massive amount of money and climb to the top ranks, at least. The fight begins, and at 7 seconds, Amanda throws a kick at him, and still at the 7-second mark, that psychopath gives a little smirk, and says that even a high-level fighter was lured in by his unprepared stance. She attacks without hesitation, but he can see it with his dynamic vision, and at 8 seconds, he thinks he can block it even though he's off guard, and tries to counter at 9 seconds. But to his surprise, he doesn't understand what's happening or why he's looking at the floor. Only at the 10-second mark is his face slammed into the arena floor, and Amanda, on top of him, grinds his face into the ground. As he's thinking that she ultimately defeated him in 10 seconds, Amanda simply takes her foot off him, and he has been defeated. And the drone above her starts to announce that the winner of the round is Amanda Grott. She stares him down and says, "There are some techniques out there that, no matter how hard you try, your senses will never be able to keep up with." Watching that fight, the director is completely shocked, wondering what the hell just happened. Miluk says the problem was that he thought he needed to block the kick and immediately went into an attack position. The director asks, "Isn't that how they fight? You block and then you counter." But the assistant says that's what Riku Su thought, and that normally, a kick strong enough to knock out an opponent requires all the body's energy to be compressed on one side, and it explodes the moment it's released towards the target. And so, if the first attack fails, the attacker won't have enough time to gather that energy again. In other words, their next attack won't be as strong or as fast as the enemy's counterattack, especially when both of your feet are off the ground. And so you have a lever to compress and store all your energy. And the director asks, "So, wasn't that the situation Amanda Grott was in? Both of her feet were in the air and her first strike missed?" And Maluk explains that yes, that's exactly right. And that's why Riku tried to attack her immediately, but that was his mistake. There was one thing he overlooked about Amanda Grott, and the director, very curious, asks what it was. And he explains that in capoeira, they use their arms and hands as levers, and Amanda Grott was given a strength drug to significantly improve her muscle density instead of her muscle mass. This made her attacks much faster and more powerful, without the slowness that excess muscle brings, giving her complete freedom for her techniques. And now Amanda can attack with great force and speed in any situation, so we still can't tell what she might be capable of. And the director, smiling, says that it seems there are still some good fighters left, but Maluk says it'll be very difficult to get a match with her now. And the director asks why, and he says it's because she defeated the knockout artist in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, she'll probably inherit that title, and all the VIP's money that was bet on that guy will go directly to her now. And the director asks if he can't handle a little competition, but Maluk tells him not to be hasty. There are still several interesting fighters left, and the director asks if the next fighter is also from room 10. And Miluk says that yes, that's right, and this match will be very interesting since the fighter will be forced to give it his all. And with that, it cuts to room 10, with that blonde kid saying that he's finally awake, and our boy wakes up with a start, asking what happened. He asks why he's there, and quickly remembers what happened, and asks about Yosuk. But to their surprise, Amanda enters the room and says that he's still alive, believe it or not, and she saw him breathing when she went over to his body. And so, Minho calms down a little, because he isn't dead yet. And with that, Amanda goes over to Minho and tells him that his fight is next. And she asks if he shouldn't be getting ready, and Minho says he knows. He gets very serious, thinking that this opponent might be the reason he's here. Remembering when a man handed him a card, saying that he'll make sure he meets the one who killed his brother. And Minho said he doesn't even know his name, so how could he know who it is? But the mysterious guy says that what he does know is that he entered the combat wing and was a former boxer, which really surprises Minho, hearing him say he'll give more details later. But one thing's for sure, there aren't many ex-boxers in the combat wing, and your next opponent is Ao No Choi, ranked 16th. And now back in the VIP room, the director asks what the ones in the top 5 must be like if the participants in the lower rankings are already monsters like this. And Maluk says that number 5 in the rankings is Lev, a Russian bodyguard who was once part of the KGB, and says that he would kill any threat that got near his clients. And so, when he was working as a bodyguard, he was being investigated for excessive use of force after killing 8 assailants who were targeting his client. And his boss at the time cut ties with him on the spot after seeing his madness. But a guy showed up who hired him as a personal bodyguard and even gave him a new identity, and it was this man who changed his life and brought him here. And this man is none other than Mikkel Lee, the head of the military company Pawn. And the director, annoyed, says that without connections like that, people are worthless. But Miluk says that with the stamina drug he received, his movements have no limits, so it's no surprise he's among the top 5 best. As for the 4th-ranked fighter, he's with Chairman Sang Suran, the head of the country's largest construction company, Aran Construction. He is Gin Go, a master of combat taekwondo. He grew up respecting his father, a traditional taekwondo master, but for some reason, he followed a different path, learning the combat style. The director asks, "What do you mean, taekwondo? Isn't that an art used only in sports?" But Miluk says that a while ago, they made a documentary about capoeira with several martial arts masters. So they did a test to measure the force and speed of each martial arts kicks, and most of them scored between 408 and 680 kilograms of force, but the capoeira kick hit 862 kilograms, leaving everyone speechless. But the last martial art tested was, in fact, taekwondo. And from what he heard, the kick's measurement was no less than 1,043 kilograms. The director's jaw drops, asking if he's serious, and Miluk says that Yin Go is special. He's an expert in combat taekwondo, and with his elasticity enhancement, no one in the entire world could match his power. And in third place is a guy invited by Chairman Isugo, the head of the pharmaceutical company CT Bio. His name is Ryan. He's a total juicer who's done everything to get stronger, including all sorts of experiments and drugs. The guy was even crazy enough to embed a steel plate into his own bones. And with the drugs messing with his brain, he's become a mentally unstable fighter. Then, in second place, you've got a wanted criminal, Taran M., who's a professional killer. He was hired by Donggu Park, the chairman of the biggest private loan company, Fine Life. The director says he can't believe an idiot like Donggu managed to hire the number 2 guy. Misuk says he already knows a lot about this fighter, but one thing's for sure. He's a psychopath who's here to get off on the thrill of killing without getting arrested. And his fighting style is different, completely overwhelming. Most of his opponents died before they even knew what hit them. The director, getting pissed, says, "This is bullshit. They're all monsters." But Misuk says the Times, Real Times Abomination is the current number 1, who's also the former champion. And the director asks, "You mean the number 1? But just then, interrupting them, someone smashes the door down. The director, terrified, asks who he is. This smiling guy just says, "My bad, can't seem to control my own strength." And this guy, he's number 1. They call him C, a Gurkha mercenary. The director hits the floor, terrified, screaming for the guards. 2 drones appear in front of C, taking aim. Right after, someone else walks through the doorway, calling the director an idiot. The director recognizes him. It's his brother, the eldest son of the group, Razan, the executive director. He asks his little brother, "Did you really think you could win just by showing up here?" He tells him to start packing his bags and get lost. "You brought some student here for a bet, risking your own position. You really are a complete idiot." This left the director furious, unable to say a word. And his brother adds that he knows what happens when you break a door certified by the combat wing, and that he better not come asking for help when he gets kicked out of the company. So, have fun with the little boy you brought along. After they leave, the director is absolutely livid, muttering, "Damn it all." He screams at Misuk, "What are you just standing there for? Find someone who can beat that guy. Now!" Misuk says the odds are high, but not a sure thing. The director asks, "What's that supposed to mean?" Misuk explains that the effects of the drugs can be unpredictable. So, after the second doping round for the top 16, a few fighters might end up becoming the new favorites. It might take a little while, but that's the kind of fighter I'm looking for. The director, annoyed, asks, "Do you have anyone in mind?" Misuk says he actually has 5 people in mind. The first is Ryu Hisuka, who's up against his No. The others are Amanda Croach and the judo master Gang Jun. And the last 2 are the participants in the next round. The 2 boxing underdogs, Minyan King and Onu Choi. And finally, Minho confronts the boxer and asks, "By any chance, do you know a guy named Minyan King?" Onu Choi replies, "How could I not?" which sends a shock through Minho, making him boil with rage. He's finally found his brother's killer. Pissed as hell, he says, "So you times do times know my brother," while thinking, "I threw everything away just to find you." Just then, something glows on the kid's chest, probably his heart rate spiking. He just vanishes from sight, appears right in front of the boxer, and slams a punch into his face with unnatural speed. He calls him a bastard and keeps wailing on him, making the boxer spit up blood. Then, quick as a flash, he lands a right hook square on the villain's jaw. He goes flying across the platform. He slams back first into the wall. Minho walks up to him, demanding, "Why did you do it?" The boxer says, "That's enough." Minho asks, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Just then, the boxer's chest glows too, and he says, "I needed to take a few hits for my drug to kick in." He gets up quickly and says, "I was just wondering if there were different levels to the speed drug." He stops right in front of the kid, and when the kid throws a punch, the guy vanishes from sight and reappears right beside him, instantly punching him in the face. But then Minho vanishes too, reappearing at his side. But the boxer is even faster than Minho, which makes the kid start to worry. He thinks, "I can't find his weak spot, no matter how fast I move." Onu says, "Looks like my theory was right," appearing right in front of Minho. He touches his face and says, "You threw a punch at top speed," then calls him a shitty little brat and smacks him in the face again. Reeling from the pain, Minho thinks, "No, it can't end like this." But the blow sends him flying to the other side of the arena, where he collapses on the ground. Onu walks over to him and says, "There's the risk of having to take a beating, but the effects of my drug are incredible." But to Onu's surprise, the kid is still moving. He walks over and tells him, "Stop moving, now. The ref won't be able to call the match if you keep twitching." He threatens, "I'll have to kill you then." Minho thinks of his brother, remembering something he used to say, "When everything seems lost, take one last breath, That will be your final chance. And Minho remembers that last breath. Something activates in his heart, and his drug has a surprising effect. Just before Onu can land a finishing kick, he vanishes from sight, reappearing beside him at incredible speed to build up more momentum. Onu says, "Damn it, he's getting faster after taking a beating." In an instant, the kid is right in front of him, shocking Onu, who thinks, "I have to dodge at top speed." He spins around at his maximum speed, but the kid feints and appears right in front of him again, completely surprising Onu. He tries to twist away, but he's already falling. Thinking, "Shit," in absolute terror, he realizes he's not going to be able to dodge, and he asks why he killed his brother, calling him a bastard. This completely surprises Ono, who doesn't understand what he's talking about, but he quickly gets punched right in the face and thrown across the arena. This surprises everyone, leaving the director in shock, and even the hospital director realizes this is the second transformation. And with Ono on the ground spitting blood, Minho stands right above him, ready to finish him off. He says he's going to ask one last time why he killed his brother, and Ono says that it was true then. Mong was murdered, and Minho asks what he means, what he's talking about, and if he wasn't the one who killed him. Minho stops his attack and asks if he didn't kill him, and if he really knows his brother. And Ono says, how could a boxer not know the champion with the most title defenses in history? So Minho asks, who would do that? And Ono says there are some addicts who only target boxing champions. Minho is surprised by this and starts screaming, asking who it is. He tells him to spit it out before he passes out. Just then, the drone focuses on Minho and announces that Ono is unable to continue. So the match ends with Minion King's victory, and the bets are soaring. And looking at a tablet, that doctor says this Minho guy is incredible, and the hospital director says he went through the second transformation without any additional drugs. Meanwhile, the doctor says it seems the results of his experiments are starting to show. Even though he's not on the same level as the first transcendent who surpassed everything 20 years ago, some fighters are reaching 80% of the transformation. And the director says that after the first transcendent disappeared, they've been testing his DNA. Based on that, it's not surprising that surpassing him is difficult. And if he hadn't disappeared, it would have been incredible. He still wonders where the hell he went. And now the scene cuts back to our boy's room, where he's practicing his calf kicks, thinking that he needs to be a little stronger. But that smiling guy next to him asks why he doesn't stop to rest for a bit, and he asks if he's trying to bring the place down, given all the cracks in the middle of the room, and even on his pod. And this smiling guy says that if he keeps this up, he's going to pass out before the match even starts. And our boy thinks that if he wants to get as strong as those monsters, he has to find a way. And so, he remembers Yusuk telling him that muscles pushed to their limit aren't just damaged, they're fated to regenerate stronger than before. And the most important thing for muscles is sleep. And if he could split his day in half, alternating between training to his limit and sleeping deeply twice a day, he would grow twice as strong as people who train for the same amount of time. Although that would require an absurd recovery ability, just like his. But our boy thinks, no, twice isn't enough. He needs to be stronger than everyone else. He sits down in his pod, and the guy in front of him asks if he's going to sleep already. Our boy then takes off his ankle weights, dropping them on the floor. That weight cracks the floor itself, and the smiling psycho says he told him to prepare to die, not to kill himself. He simply lies down in his pod, ready to sleep, while thinking that this is the third time. And just like he said, he's going to trust his recovery speed. And as soon as he closes the pod, the guy beside him notes that he's now training 3 times a day. He wonders if he really expects to recover with just 3 little naps, but if he pulls it off, things are definitely going to get even more interesting. At that moment, the drone calls for Menon, asking him to please enter the main arena, and Menon says, of course, hoping it'll at least be fun this time. He walks through the door. But in another room, Gangjo, ranked 15th, is doing his training, levitating in the air with his hands stuck to the wall. Back with the VIPs, the director asks if Gang isn't one of the top 5 candidates he mentioned. And Muck says yes. He gained an absurd grip strength from his enhancement, and his grip can crush even muscle and bone. So any participant caught by him loses immediately. But the worst part is his judo that uses that grip strength. Even participants who received enhancement drugs have had their bones shattered to pieces the instant they're thrown to the ground. This guy is a monster, and the director asks if his opponent isn't that Minho who's ranked 45th, and that he's probably not worth it, but he wants to see the fight anyway. But Muck says they have no information on him. The director asks what he means, and the assistant says it seems he was chosen directly by the combat wing. They have no information on his past or the martial art he practices. They know absolutely nothing. And he also hasn't watched any of his matches. But one strange thing about him is that the effect of his drug still hasn't been discovered. And so, the psycho enters the arena, and right in front of him, Gang appears. With both of them in position, the drone flies over and announces the start of the fight between Gangjo and Menon. And Gang says there's no need to drag this out. he'll end this in a single blow. But to his surprise, Menon is suddenly right in his face saying, "All right," and in a flash, he's behind him, saying, "You're wide open." But to Menon's surprise, Gang manages to dodge his attack and grabs his arm, saying he's going for an ippon. As soon as he grabs Menon, he tries to throw him to the ground, and Menon, smiling, says that he was really fast. Gang then slams Menon's body into the ground, scoring the ippon, making Menon scream in pain and wonder what the hell just happened. With the fight right in front of him, the director says that he was thrown to the ground. That was incredible. Meanwhile, Muck says he knew he was good, but he didn't think he'd be that fast. That was insane. The drone flies over to the two of them and says the match is over, with Gangjo unable to continue, and Gang just starts drooling as the drone announces that the winner is Menon. The director, breaking out in a cold sweat, wonders what the hell happened and why Gang lost. Even Muck is shocked by the scene, saying he doesn't know. This has never happened before, and he has absolutely no idea what went down. And so the boy, pinned to the floor, starts to stick his tongue out, thinking that Sunwoo must be awake by now. And he's going to see if he toasted him just right or if he accidentally burned him. And now, back to room 10. That capsule finally opens and our boy starts waking up. As soon as he wakes up, he checks his fists, saying he feels different and wonders if maybe it worked. But he thinks that whether it worked or not, he has to keep going. He wonders if his mom is okay, if he can trust that woman, and that he needs to talk to that bastard, the talent scout. And Sunwoo stares at the drone approaching him, which says he's been summoned. The talent scout summoned him, which left Sunwoo completely shocked. He went towards the room and Misuk told him he could take off the blindfold now. Misuk says it's good to see him again, but Sunwoo immediately grabs him in a rage and says he's a damn bastard. Misuk tells him to wait and calm down because he won't gain anything if he dies there. But Sunwoo says that now he has nothing left to lose, so he'd better answer, and tells him to say right now if he knows where his parents are. And Misuk says that of course he does. Sunwoo asks, "What do you mean?" And Misuk says he's taking care of them as they speak. But our boy tells him not to lie, because he saw that guy in the control room say he was going to get rid of his parents. But Misuk said the VIP did ask him to do that, but he told him that if his parents disappeared, he would continue to take care of them. And our boy asked, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And Misuk says that regardless of whether he can use the drugs or not, he's already bet everything on him, and the VIP will have no choice but to trust him. But Sunwoo says it was different with that woman. But Misuk interrupts him, asking if he really thinks that what he saw in the recovery room was said by one of his employees. This greatly surprised our boy, who didn't understand a thing. Sunwoo says he heard about his parents dying as soon as he woke up, and then a woman named Seong Gyeon visited him at the same time. And does he really think that's all a coincidence? And what if she said she'd take care of his parents? He says that fine. He should know she's lying. He was even kicked out of the company by his own father to protect his two children. But our boy asks if he thinks he's an idiot and how he can believe that, because that woman knew a lot about his parents. And Misuk asks if she was able to prove it right then and there. And our boy says no, since they're not allowed to bring anything in there. But Misuk asks, "Then what's that?" And he shows him his wrist. Sunwoo asks what he's doing, but then he notices something. It's writing, his mother's handwriting. And Misuk says she even wrote the date. So now he knows who his parents are with, and our boy says there's no way to forge her handwriting. And Misuk says the choice is his, to believe him or not, but first, he's going to say what he's planning to get his boss interested in him again. He exaggerated his report on his opponent's skills to get him interested in him. So, if he defeats him, Director Cha will have no reason to choose another fighter. And once that happens, all you need to do is win with them, and all your problems will be solved. And our boy quickly asks, "Who's my next opponent?" And down in the arena, that guy named Rio has finally entered. And our boy remembers what Misuk told him not to forget. Seun isn't interested in winning the championship, she just wants to ruin her brother's plans. In other words, she has no other reason to protect his parents. And if he chooses to work with her, from the top 16 onwards, she won't protect his parents anymore either. And our boy thinks, damn it, these bastards. I don't know who I can trust. And regardless of who's telling the truth, he doesn't have time to think about it now, because it won't matter if he doesn't beat this guy who looks like a character straight out of Street Fighter. And up in the VIP room, Director Cha says that if Sunwoo gets eliminated in this round, it'll be wonderful just to see the look on Seon's face. And from the other corner, that girl watches her brother, saying she wants to see who'll be smiling at the end of this fight. And Rio gets into his stance, and our boy does too, thinking that from his position, he's probably an attacker type, and maybe a calf kick will work well on him. And besides, he's feeling good today, and so he tries to kick him, but Rio lifts his leg. Our boy thinks if he's going to kick him, he'll dodge and counterattack. But to Sunwoo's surprise, that Rio guy grabs him right by the neck and throws him to the ground, making our boy spit up a lot of blood. And Rio quickly tries to punch him against the arena floor, but Sunwoo manages to get out of there fast. and that director Cha thought his specialty was striking and didn't know he had wrestling skills. And Misuk says there are no limits to Master Ryo's attacks, and the director asked, "What do you mean?" And Misuk says that in Kudo they practice all kinds of techniques, such as throws and wrestling locks, as well as kicks and punches. And on top of that, they even use headbutts and groin strikes. And their practice involves any attack that causes damage to the body. So facing Ryo in close quarters combat will be absolute hell. And so Ryo faces our boy and wonders, who is this guy? And why isn't he the least bit scared? As he quickly sees our boy charging at him, throwing a punch at his head, but he manages to dodge and immediately punches him in the stomach, making our hero spit up a lot of blood and fall to the ground. And that director says that it finally looks like he's finished off that kid. And so Ryo stares at him again and gets very serious, thinking, the bastard is smiling. So he moves forward, wanting to see if he'll keep it up. But to Ryo's surprise, our boy lunges at him, trying to grab him. And Ryo asks if he really thought that would work and that now he can use more striking techniques. But to his surprise, our boy bites his leg, and Ryo wonders what this lunatic is doing and quickly knees him in the stomach. He asks if he's a fucking animal, but to Ryo's surprise, our boy opens his mouth and tries to bite him again. But Ryo manages to kick him away. But Sunwoo managed to dodge at the last second, and Ryo thinks, this piece of shit almost fell for my little game. His kick was too weak because he couldn't get into the right position. He says, damn it, and wonders if he's some kind of idiot model of a beast. But the kid starts laughing while the director wonders, what the hell is this? He remembers that he'd forgotten for a moment, but in reality, Seun is the one who isn't bound by any rules and quickly lunges at Ryo, who screams for him to stay back. But to his surprise, our boy lowers his head. Meanwhile, that guy wonders if he really didn't try to bite him and went straight for his leg. And so he tells him to get down again, ready to punch him. But by the time he realizes it, there's a leg right in front of him kicking him in the head, leaving the director completely shocked, wondering if that's really a capoeira technique. And this scene flashes back to the past, with him asking Amanda if maybe he could use his capoeira techniques directly on her. And she stares at him very seriously and says it seems like he thinks he's indestructible. She asks if by any chance he's underestimating her capoeira, and she quickly crouches and kicks him in the face, knocking him to the ground. And seeing him on the ground, she asks if he's discovered some kind of absurd talent that lets him copy any ability that hits him, while the boy just smiles at her. Back in the present, he hits Ryo with a kick, dazing him, but Ryo manages to grab his leg and tries to kick his head while he's upside down. And the excited director says that's it, and tells him to kick him right in the face. But to everyone's surprise, our boy throws himself upward, dodging Ryo's blow. While Ryo wonders if he can really move like that, our boy kicks him in the face, smashing it in and sending him flying to the ground. At the last moment, he manages to catch himself. Seun also catches himself and thinks that his body is moving just the way he wants it to. One more kick to the calf and it's over for him. But Ryo stares at him, very surprised, makes a strange movement, and says that his wild and unpredictable movements are really something else. He didn't expect this, but from now on, he'll see him as a beast and will hunt him with everything he's got, quickly appearing right in front of him. Meanwhile, our boy, worried, thinks that he suddenly got ridiculously faster and wonders if his drug wasn't for strength. Seun prepares for the attack, realizes he's going to throw a punch, and is sure he can dodge and counterattack afterward. But to our boy's surprise, he gets headbutted and is completely shocked, wondering how he didn't predict that. And then he takes a punch to the stomach and thinks he needs to pull himself together, or else he'll lose. And so Ryo gets very serious and tells him to say goodbye to his ribs, landing several punches in the same spot, and our boy falls to the ground spitting blood. Ryo thinks that now is the time to end it, and kicks him right in the pit of his stomach. Looking at his face, the director up above wonders if he's already passed out and gets very excited, saying that it's over for Seun. He says it's the end, but the girl in her room remains excited, just staring at the fight. Our boy, smiling, grabs Ryo's foot, and Ryo asks if he really woke up again, but says it makes no difference, because he's going to lose again. And he quickly headbutts him one more time. But, to his surprise, this time it was Ryo who got the worst of it. Ryo wonders if he's practiced headbutting too. Our boy quickly appears by his side, and Ryo thinks you can't even call him a beast anymore. This thing is more like a monster, but he's sure he hit him square on. So, this is probably some kind of surge from the drug's side effects. With our boy right behind him, Ryo thinks he just needs to block and then land his final attack. At that moment, our boy goes to kick his calf, but Ryo is faster, grabs his leg and says he's got him. But at that moment, our boy pulls his leg away, and Ryo only manages to rip his pants. And Ryo thinks that he couldn't see a thing, because our boy is already right by his side trying to land another kick. And Ryo says if he can't dodge now, he'll just have to block it head on, and put strength into his leg trying to defend himself. But to his surprise, his leg is broken, and he starts screaming in pain, while the director up above says this is bullshit. His leg broke. He wonders how the kid can still move so much. And Rio, very seriously, says he's sorry, but his little show is over. He punches our boy in the stomach, who breaks into a huge grin and dashes for Rio's other leg and breaks it. And just like that, Rio falls to the ground with both legs broken, while our boy spits blood and collapses to the ground too. And now, with both of them down on the ground, the drone flies over them and announces that Rio Itika is unable to continue. Therefore, the winner of the match is Seun Kang. With our boy panting heavily on the ground, the director up above starts screaming, "God damn it, how could this happen?" Meanwhile, his sister, in another room, says that's why she likes him. And staring at our hero fallen on the ground, the director starts shouting that Seon is unconscious too, which means they are both unable to fight. But the assistant thinks that's not the case. And the director asks, "What do you mean?" The assistant says Seon is just sleeping. In another room, the girl's bodyguard says that now is not the time for him to be sleeping, but the girl says that, just as she imagined, people aren't betting on him. And the bodyguard says that no one would bet on a fighter who passes out during a match. And now that the top 31 has been confirmed, the top 16 will be based on the amount of bets placed on them. But Seon is in last place and, besides, if they announce the top 16 before he wakes up, he might not even get the chance to choose a VIP to back him. He thinks she should look for another fighter instead of him, and the girl asks how much money she has available at the moment. And the bodyguard, confused, asks what she's planning. The problem is the people who aren't betting on him, so the only thing she needs to do is put him at the top with her own money. But the bodyguard gets even more confused and asks if she really has that much money to just throw away like that. But she just tells him to wait, because she's just getting started. And so, a drone begins to announce that there will soon be a meeting about the next round, and all 31 players who won must attend. And at that moment, all the fighters enter the arena, followed by their drones, while the blonde boy notices Seon sleeping on the floor. He's hesitant, wondering if he should wake him up before the meeting starts. But just then, on the big screen, the arena director begins to speak, welcoming the winners of the last round, as well as the 16 VIPs who will be joining them today. And as mentioned before, the top 16 for the next round will be decided based on the amount of bets placed on each player. So he asks the VIPs to please place their bets on the players they believe will bring them the most profit and gives them 30 seconds to make their final bets. And then the girl asks what the betting difference is between Seo Yoon and the top 16th spot. The guard says it's no less than 2 billion won and it will probably change in the last 10 seconds. And without a second thought, the girl tells him to bet everything on Seo Yoon now, which makes him very worried. And he tells her that's 4 billion, and it'll all be wasted if he doesn't make the top 16. He tells her to ditch Seo Yoon and go for another fighter. But she says it's fine and just tells him to bet it all. But he's still very hesitant and asks why she's doing all this, and she gets irritated and starts to shout. She just tells him to do what she said, now. And so, at the last second, he bets everything while saying, "This is insane." He transferred all the money just as she ordered, and she used so much of her money just to provoke her brothers. So, why does she want to risk everything now? And then she asks what his current rank is, and he says the ranks were hidden at the start of the countdown, and she says that means they'll have to wait for the announcement. And after a few minutes, the arena director begins to say they will now announce the ranks, starting with the top 5. And in the number 1 spot is Khan, the Gurkha mercenary. Second is Ryan. Third is John Gogo. Fourth is Lef. And fifth is Tyrim. And back there, that guy starts getting really pissed off, staring at the screen and seeing that the second place fighter, Ryan, is a boxer. And he gets really nervous, thinking that there's still a boxer in this game. And the director continues, saying they'll proceed with the next 5. Sixth is Luan, 7th is Amanda, 8th is Yongo, 9th is Quinto, and 10th is Python. And the kid thinks, so Amanda is 7th, and he wonders what he's going to do if he doesn't make it. And the director continues with 5 more. 11th is Miguel, 12th is Bishop, 13th is Songbion, 14th is C, and 15th is Ricardo. And so, up in the VIP room, the assistant starts to say there's only 1 spot left. And the girl starts looking down below and stares at our boy, passed out on the ground, sleeping. And the director continues, saying last but not least, the 16th place fighter with a total bet of 4.6 billion won, a former street fighter, the great Sol Go, the Shock. And the assistant gets really nervous about this. And then the director says that with this, they have closed the top 16 based on prize money, while Seo Yoon is sleeping on the ground. And the assistant starts to say, damn it, this is so bad. All that's left is the company building, the firm's account, and the stocks. And he says she used all the available money and asks why she suddenly made such an impulsive decision. But the girl looks very serious and continues to stare at the arena. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, her brother starts laughing and says the look on Seon-gu's face right now must be priceless. She spent 4 billion won and still got eliminated. But the assistant says it's not over yet, and the director asks, what do you mean? What are you talking about? While the girl gives a little smile waiting for the director's announcement, he begins to say that they will now begin the selection of extra participants, which really shocks her brother, who says the top 16 has already been decided and he can't do that. But the director continues, saying that to make things even more exciting for the 16 VIPs and for the top 16 selection event, they will add 4 more names to the list. And all the fighters outside start to cheer. The director goes on to say that the 4 will be selected through fights between the 15 remaining participants who will face each other. In life or death duels until only 4 are left victorious, and all the fighters start to stare at each other while our boy remains asleep. The director says that the participants already in the top 16 should head to the stands, and the blonde guy starts to leave while seeing our boy still asleep, and thinks that he needs to wake up if he doesn't want to die right now. But just then, his drone appears and says that any physical contact between participants before the match is strictly forbidden, so it asks him to please step away, and the kid just thinks, damn it. He's out cold. Right after the match, and there's no way he'll wake up in time, but he has no choice. The rest is up to his luck. And once again, Seoyun remains asleep. And after the others leave, the arena simply opens up, leaving only the central circle, and the participants ask, what the hell is this? And what is happening here? And the director begins to announce that at the bottom of the pit, surrounding the arena, are metal spikes embedded with electric currents, so they'd better watch where they step during the fights. And over in the corner, right next to the spikes, our boy is still sleeping. And the assistant starts to say that they're about to start the fight, but Seoyun will be killed instantly. And over in the other VIP room, the brother starts to say that this is the perfect time to finish off that insignificant pest and slap his little sister in the face. And so the arena director says that now, for the 15 eliminated, the life or death duel must begin. So they immediately charge at each other, fighting for their lives, and a lot of blood is spilled. And up in the VIP room, the assistant starts to say that no one is attacking Seoyun. And in a situation as chaotic as this, no one has time to focus on Seoyun, who is passed out on the ground. The girl starts to say, let's see how long that lasts, because that boy needs to wake up now. And at that moment, one of the participants is kicked out, falling onto the spikes, getting pierced and also electrocuted. And another one of them falls, so that's 2 eliminated. But while one of them is fighting, he notices our boy lying on the ground and gets very excited, saying there's a lazy bum sleeping on the ground and this is great for him, and it's time for him to go now. He gets ready to kick him. While up in the VIP room, Seon-gu just screams, no, he can't do that. But just then, Seo-yoon's friend appears to defend him, punching the guy in the face, and Mion is really pissed that he has to help this idiot. While Seon-gu herself is quite surprised by this, Mion starts yelling for Seo-yoon to wake up now if he doesn't want to die, and he'd better wake up this instant, or else they'll both die. And right after he yells that, 3 guys jump him. He's thinking this is bullshit. How the hell is he supposed to block 3 people at this shitty speed? But he quickly takes down 2 of them with a couple of powerful punches. It's only when they get past him that he realizes Seo is screwed. That guy gets super hyped to take Seo down, telling him to enjoy the fall, calling him an idiot. But the next second, he gets hit with a flying kick from that psycho. That's when the maniac says the prince always saves the sleeping princess. Even Minho asks what the hell Minho is doing here, and after Minho kicks the guy, he's obviously taken out. Meanwhile, the guy who got punched says they're pieces of shit. He wants to see how they're gonna stop his max speed, already digging his feet in and rushing at Minho to take him down. That's when he zips by at an insane speed, right in front of Minho's eyes. But obviously, Minho is way faster and appears right above him, ready to punch. The spiky-haired guy yells, "What the hell is with that insane speed?" just as he gets a massive punch that smashes his face into the ground. But that other guy from before is already on Minho's back and starts choking him, saying, "Gotcha. Anyone faster than me has to die." Minho is gasping for air as he's being choked. But just then, the guy gets an elbow to the ear, obviously from that psycho Minho, who glares at him like a total maniac. And at that moment, 7 participants have been eliminated, and 8 remain. After being saved, the kid is gasping for air while Minho laughs and says, "It's not nap time yet," as he helps him to his feet. And Minho says, "No, I'm not sleeping. I have insomnia." But Minho says it looks like they're not going to make this easy on them. And Minho asks, "What do you mean, them?" As 4 guys approach ready to fight, the short one in front says, "Looks like you guys are fighting as a team." The blonde guy says they should be the only team left alive, and the other teams obviously have to die, because the 4 of them will be the last ones standing. One of them starts to say, "It's 4 of us and 3 of you, but actually, no. If we ignore the guy on the ground, it's 4 against 2. The masked guy gets all hyped up, saying this deathmatch just got a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, the other brute says they'll get rid of the easiest one first. The 4 of them start closing in on the 2, ready to finish them off. But Minho instantly rushes the first one at high speed, crushing him with a punch as his back smashes into the guy behind him. But the blonde guy gets past the others and grabs Minho by the neck, trying to choke him again, as Minho starts coughing up blood. But Minho quickly lands a kick to his face, saving Minho. But that brute down below grabs Minho right away, holding him tight, and says, "With you in my grasp, you don't stand a chance." Minho quickly moves to save him, trying to land a punch, but immediately gets a flying kick to the back and coughs up blood again. Meanwhile, the short guy gets past everyone and charges forward to shove Seo into the metal spikes. Minho starts screaming, "No, you can't do it!" And Minho, at the very last second, manages to stretch out his arm and yank the maniac's pants, making his attack miss by a hair, grazing just past Seo's head. Minho thinks, thank God. If he hadn't managed that, Seo would be dead right now. But to everyone's shock, the floor suddenly shatters, and that edge of the arena becomes a crater that starts to fall, obviously taking our boy down with it. And so, Ginyo, up in the VIP room, starts screaming, "No, this can't be happening!" while Minho yells for Seo to wake up right now and remember his mother and his promise. But at that moment, everyone hears the sound of someone making contact with those spikes. Ginyo is terrified, and Minho is just as scared. And that fighter says, "It's 4 against 2 now. We're gonna kill you and take your spots." But Minho, still smiling, asks, "Who said there are only 2 of us left?" As Minho asks what he's talking about, right below them, near the spikes, our boy is standing on a huge piece of rock. The assistant goes wild, saying that chunk of concrete just saved his life. He really is one lucky kid. That short guy quickly pins Minho, trying to choke him, while telling the others, "Each of you grab one," and the other 2 get the guy climbing up. While they keep Minho and Minho pinned, down below our boy finally snaps out of it and makes a huge leap, trying to get back to the arena. After Seo jumps, he's immediately faced with 2 fighters ready to block him. Meanwhile, the one holding Minho orders the other 2, "Finish that bastard off and knock him back down." The moment our boy lands on the platform, one of them rushes to grab him, yelling, "Gotcha!" He asks, "How's it feel to be caught?" While the blonde guy laughs and says they were going to take them down one by one. But, to everyone's shock, Seo grabs the masked guy's arm, and they ask, "What the hell is this?" The blonde guy gets pissed and lunges at him, yelling, "Die!" But Seo quickly grabs the masked guy's head and smashes it into the blonde's. They both fall unconscious, and once again, the scoreboard announces that 2 participants have been eliminated, and now only 6 remain. Minho gets all fired up, saying, "It was starting to get boring, but now it's time to finish this." The guy asks, "What are you talking about? What do you mean, boring?" At that moment, using just a single leg, Minho launches himself upwards, and the guy gets terrified, wondering how the hell he did that. He starts screaming for help and calling for backup as Minho comes down on the platform like a cannonball, crushing him. And obviously, another participant is eliminated. Just then, Seo gets in front of Minho, while the other guy tells him to wait now, saying they can talk. He quickly lets Minho go, but to his surprise, waiting right behind him was that psycho, Minho, who just tells him to get lost, unless he wants to be the next one eliminated. After the guy runs off, Minho asks Minho, "What the hell are you doing? This is a death match. You should have taken him out." But Miso says that a certain old man ended up putting on a little show for him, and that really affected his popularity, showing his broken arm. And at that moment, Seun gets furious and immediately goes after Miso, telling him to shut up, calling him a piece of shit. But quickly, with his broken arm, Miso blocks the attack and asks if he thinks he can win just because he's injured. And obviously not. But Seun gets really angry and tells him to shut his mouth, calling him a piece of shit. But as the 2 fight, the drones announce that the game is over and tell them to please step away from each other, as he wonders what the hell this is and where that scumbag went. But when he looked to the side, Miso had passed everyone and defeated that guy with the fancy hair. And at that moment, only 4 participants were left. And the director begins to announce that with this, the 4 winners have been decided, being Moonan, Minhyo King, Menon, and Seun Kang. And the assistant gets very excited about this, saying that this was great and they still have a chance. And the arena director begins to speak. And at this moment, they have a list of 20 participants for the selection events. And before they begin, they will give the 16 VIPs a chance to meet with their participant of choice. And the drones begin to announce them, signaling that each one will meet with their VIP. And the drone goes to Seun and says that he has 2 meetings, one in room 16 and another in the recovery room. And Seun wonders, "What do you mean 2?" as the drone asks which one he will choose. While Seun still wonders if he really has to choose something like this. And with his choice made, he went to the recovery room, as analysts help him recover. And the assistant right next to him asks how he knew it was him, but our boy says he didn't. He just chose the option that would help him recover faster, and so an assistant says that he can only buy him 3 hours. And after that, the VIP selection event will begin, but he has his full support to recover for the next 3 hours, and Miss Songyun and he both need him. But what really matters is who is taking care of his relatives, while our boy thinks about his father and asks him to hang in there just a little longer, because he's almost there. And now in the VIP room, the assistant says there are only a few minutes left. So he asks why they can't meet with Seun. But the drone says that Seun Kang gave his 3-hour meeting to someone else, which shocks the assistant, making him really pissed off. But at that moment, the director starts to announce that they will now begin the top 16 selection event, and the real show is about to begin. And now, back in the VIP room, the assistant asks why they can't even talk while he heads to the arena. And the drone says that meetings outside the reserved time are prohibited. And he says this sucks, and asks why the talent scout told him to come and why he didn't come to meet him. But right in front of him, Song-yoon picks up a star tiara and gets very excited about it, while the assistant wonders where that came from and why she's so happy. And so Song-yoon says that this is her lucky tiara, leaving her assistant completely lost. And now back at the arena, the director congratulates them on being classified for the top 20 selection event, and everyone is lined up, respectively, in their positions. And at the end are Amanda, Minho, Menon, and Seun. And the director begins to explain that players have the priority to choose a partner to compete with until the end. However, if the VIP refuses the player will have to wait until the next round of selections. And after the 16 teams are formed, the 4 remaining players will be eliminated immediately. And Menon starts saying that low-ranked players like them need to choose the weaker VIPs. And Miso asks, "What do you mean?" And Menon explains that the more powerful the VIP, the more fighters will go to them. And if you get rejected, you won't have much of a chance in the second round. And Miso asks, "What do you mean? And why wouldn't they have a chance in the second round?" And Menon laughs. As always, he says it's quite simple. VIPs hate the idea of picking up other people's trash. And Miso says that's right. So why would the fighters all go for the same VIP? And he asks if it makes any difference who they go with until the end if the money is the same. But Menon laughs and says that, unlike him, most people have their lives on the line when choosing a VIP, right? They not only have a chance to enter high society, but they also get someone powerful backing them with much more than money. And on top of that, they'll want someone who can cover up all the crimes they've committed and will commit in the future. And Miso asks, "What the hell is this?" And so, at a minimum, they have to choose 4 different VIPs. And Miso says he had a meeting with the investment company called GDF, so he thinks he'll talk to them. And Amanda says she chooses the RAN Group. And Menon asks, "The RAN Group? What do you mean?" That's the second largest company after Rochim. And he asks if being in 8th place is that amazing. So since she chose them, he'll choose the least popular VIP. Next is Song-yoon from Daikon Foods, surprising Seun. And Menon, smiling, asks who he's going to choose, while he looks very serious. And over in the VIP room, the director says, "Damn it, and who would have thought that Seun would manage to survive?" But his assistant says that when he scanned his body in the recovery room, it showed an absurd recovery and a remarkable increase in muscle density in just 2 hours. And if it's a drug enhancement, maybe he's not as strong as the other ranked players. But as the games progress, maybe he'll become as strong as those who took the drug in the first round. And he's far beyond being an outlier, so he himself doesn't know how strong he might become from now on, because he's a wild card and, of all the other fighters, he is definitely the most unpredictable. But the director gets really angry, not caring about any of it, and says that either way, he can't let Song-yoon get him, but the assistant says he won't choose her, because he saw his mother's message. And at that moment, the director tells the players to please stand in front of their chosen VIPs, and each of them heads towards their VIP, getting into position. And the son of the Roshim Group, Executive Director K, got the first place fighter, K. And from the Fine Life Group, CEO Do Gyum Park got the second place fighter, Ryan. And staring at Ryan, Miso gets really pissed off and realizes that he's the only boxer left. And he won't have to wait long, because I'm gonna wipe that smile right off his face. And Minho says, "How nice, the first 2 are gone, and they need to go too." And he tells Seonu to choose his. So he heads toward 2 different VIPs, Director Incheon of the Roshin Group and Seong Guiyeon of D.com Entertainment. But he walks towards the director, while the assistant next to him gets angry, because he's not going to choose them. The director starts laughing, telling him to come over, and that he'll finally get to see the look on Seong Guiyeon's defeated face. And as soon as he steps in front of the director, he gets very serious and lets out a sigh, while saying that his mother makes disgusting soup. Then he just tells them to go to hell, flipping them both off, which makes them furious. And Guiyeon is overjoyed, saying that he recognized her then. And our boy's choice was D.com Entertainment with Seong Guiyeon, joining Seonu Kang, the 20th ranked street fighter. At that moment, the scene flashes back to the past, with Seong Guiyeon talking to an old woman and asking what that was. While this woman, who is Seonu's mother, says that it's a memento of theirs. And then someone asks if a tough guy like him would really have a trinket like that, which is a headband and is actually really cute. Meanwhile, his mother goes on to say that on his 6th birthday, they went to an amusement park for the first and last time, and she asks him, "What do you mean, the last time?" And his mother says that they were always on the run from loan sharks. So they were too scared to just wander around and had to be careful with everything, so they always avoided anything that would draw attention. But her little Seonu chose the brightest, most eye-catching headband and insisted they wear it together, and she couldn't say no to her dear son, knowing that this might be their last visit to the park. And back then, they weren't just running from loan sharks. Her health was also getting worse and worse. And she got so nervous wearing it that she ended up letting go of his hand in the crowd, and when she realized what had happened, she panicked immediately. However, her son found her. Because of that headband, that's how he recognized her. He always kept it with him, and even now, that headband must put him at ease. And back in the present, our boy faces Seong and notices the headband on her head, and he just stares at that headband, remembering his mother. And at that moment, the two are linked, and the choice is complete. Minho gets a little annoyed and says that he had chosen her first, but he'll be the bigger man and leave him alone. And he faces Minho and says he bets he has someone in mind too. And Minho gets very serious and thinks that yes, he's almost there. And he remembers what that mysterious guy told him, that he would tell him a bit about the VIP he should meet. He's the arch enemy of In Go, the president of CT Bio, a pharmaceutical company that hired Ryan, the guy he plans to get revenge on. If there's anyone willing to help him, it must be him, because by defeating Ryan, he'll give him anything he wants, whether he wins the tournament or not. But Minho is a bit confused and asks why he would go that far. And that guy says that his daughter became a victim of an extremely addictive painkiller made by CT Bio and is suffering from addiction. And so, this guy arranged a meeting for Minho with this president. And the man with the mustache says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I think we'll be great partners." And Kang was linked with GDF, the country's largest investment firm, and its CEO, Jason. And in another VIP room, an assistant tells his boss that it's just as expected. It seems the #1 fighter, Kang, has joined director In-kyeon of the Roshin Group. And that little brat is a bastard. Just look at him smiling like that. And that kid is part of the second largest corporation in the country, the Daehan Group. And he's Mr. Jong Aeon. And an assistant asks him if he really wants to choose that female fighter. He might have seemed a bit weird in his approach, but the long-haired guy says that's nonsense, and that he just expressed his admiration for her and her master-level capoeira. And she was linked to the CEO of the Daehan Group. And so, Minho, over in the corner, says that he's the only one left. But well, since he's not very popular, he needs to choose a VIP that the others won't pick or even look at. But it won't be good for someone like him to choose one that's already taken. And that one over there looks good, the one from Sky on TV, Say Wong. And so he steps on his platform and says that's just how it is. Who would be interested in a TV executive next to the CEOs of giant companies? But as soon as he steps on the platform, he starts laughing and says it's brilliant. But to his surprise, there are two brutes right behind him. While they ask what he's doing there, it turns out he's going to have to draw attention after all. And Minho simply jumps off the platform and goes upside down as he strikes this pose in front of his VIP. And Minho wonders if he really thinks this could work. But to his shock, that TV VIP gets very emotional, saying that this is wonderful. He asks if his name is Minho and says he really liked him. But the assistant next to him tells his master that now is not the time to be looking for new comedians. But the director asks who cares about that and says that he's already decided. He's going with this Minho. And so, Minho and the TV king, Se Wang, were linked. And that man on the other side stares at Seonu and tells him not to forget that he was the one who let him have that woman, while Seonu asks what he's talking about. And now in the director's room, he just watches everyone looking so happy. And everything is going exactly the way Seong wants. But his assistant tells him not to worry, because none of this matters. After all, he was just waiting for Seong to pair up with a really weak fighter to throw Seonu away. And the director says, "So you're saying the fighter we got is that strong?" But then he tells the assistant to forget it, because he's more curious about how he got him to join them. And the assistant says he only had to say one thing, that they would finish Seonu together. And obviously, he's talking about that psychopath who was already staring down our boy, making Seonu very nervous. And his assistant says that with that, they finally managed to convince Minsu, and all he had to do was use Seonu as bait. And the director then asks if he contacted Seonu. His assistant says he didn't originally plan to, but while looking through Minsu's files, he found Seonu's name and realized Minsu was after him, so it was just a welcome opportunity. He just happened to discover Minsu's potential beforehand, from everyone else. But the ward director himself brought him in, so it was impossible for him to get a meeting with him unless he personally picked you. And it turned out they had the key to him all along, and he asks the director if that isn't incredible. And the director gets really nervous and says that yes, it really is. And the assistant confidently tells him to just wait and see, because he's going to become as strong as the top 5 fighters. And after that, the director announces that all the VIPs have been selected, and the 4 participants without VIPs have been immediately eliminated. And now, the remaining 16 will participate in the round of 16. After announcing the VIP and fighter pairings, the director says that all players must now wait with their respective VIPs for the round of 16 matches. And the assistant tells Song that it looks like they're finally going to meet Seo after everything they've been through. And he's feeling a bit awkward now, just imagining being in a room with that quiet, serious guy. And just then, our boy opens the door and stares them both down. He walks straight towards the girl, who says that it looks like he's finally recovered and his body is at 100%. But to everyone's surprise, our boy grabs her and asks, but she cuts him off and asks if he wants to thank her. He says yes, and that he's very sorry, but asks if she could. But she cuts him off again and tells him not to worry, since they're safe in one of her private properties. And besides, he doesn't need to thank her, because she's just investing in a strong fighter capable of winning the tournament for her. And at that moment, the assistant gets really nervous about this and asks if he could please let her go. And our boy realizes what a stupid thing he just did and apologizes to her. He just got excited when he saw his mother's tiara. But just then, a beep sounds, and the ward director says they're about to announce the next matches. The matchups are Lef, ranked 4th, against MK, the 14th. Next up is Ryan, ranked 2nd, against Michael, ranked 10th. After that, it's Taran Ma, ranked 5th, against the 7th-ranked Amanda Croach. Right after that, Menon, ranked 15th, against Yongo, the 8th, and then Khan, ranked 1st, against the 12th, Ricardo. Following that, Minson, ranked 17th, against Python, the 9th, and then K, the 11th, against Lone, the 6th, and finally, Gingo, ranked 3rd, against Se Kang, ranked 16th. And seeing the matchups, the assistant gets really worried and says that he's already up against number 3. This match is going to be extremely difficult, but the girl says that if they want to win, they have to carefully manage Seong's recovery and injuries. But facing someone like Gingo is going to be really tough, since every single one of his hits has an insane amount of power. But the assistant, who's really nervous, asks Seong why he's so calm and isn't saying anything. And this girl says, just look how confident he must be right now. That's exactly why I invested in him. And at that moment, the ward director begins to announce that the match orders are random. And the first match will be the number 1 ranked Can against the 12th, and both will be using the strength drug. The assistant says that they're finally going to see the Gurkha mercenary fight, and for him to win, the two of them will eventually have to face each other. So he'd better pay close attention and not miss a single detail. And Gion asks about the Gurkha mercenary, wondering if he's really as terrifying as they say. And the assistant says that his mercenary group is known as the best of the best. Among the top 3 mercenary groups in the world, born and raised in the highest mountains, their cardiovascular endurance is way above average. On top of that, their stamina is incredible from constantly running through rough terrain, and they're so renowned they've become one of Nepal's biggest exports and a major tourist attraction. And Seo Gion says that, so he was already stronger than the others even before the drug. And with it, he's now become a true monster. But the assistant tells her to look at his face, and even after seeing a monster, he looks completely calm, as if his victory is already guaranteed. And Gion gets really excited and says, of course, because he is her fighter, while he doesn't respond. And the assistant says that anyway, even among the Gurkha mercenaries, that guy is really famous, on top of being the former champion. And at that moment, that brute enters the arena against the 12th-ranked Ricardo, a jiu-jitsu master. His VIP is Sean from the Ona Corporation, and this skinny guy starts saying that people have probably already written his Ricardo off. And the long-haired guy says that, however, he's about to surprise everyone. And Can has taken a lot of damage on his climb to the number 1 spot. He's not in his prime anymore. Ricardo, on the other hand, is fresh as a daisy, since all of his opponents lost their arms and legs fighting him head-on. And just then, the ward director announces that before the match begins, they'll have the second round of doping. And seeing the drug right in front of him, Ricardo gets really excited, saying that now he wants to see just how strong he'll get after taking this drug. And without a second thought, he injects the drug into himself, and his body begins to react. For a moment, his body becomes unstable, and he starts screaming in rage, but a second later, he stabilizes. And the drone announces that Ricardo has successfully administered the drug, a speed drug. And Ricardo gets a happy look on his face, saying that so, besides being super strong, he's now ultra-fast and completely invincible. He charges at Can at high speed, while Can, looking thrilled, yells for him to bring it on, because he loves a good fight. And so, the instant Can throws a punch, that kid is faster and appears right at his side, grabbing his arm in a jujitsu hold. And his VIPs start getting excited, yelling for him to get him. Meanwhile, Ricardo gets even more hyped, saying that his rank doesn't matter. And now that I've got you, you're totally screwed. He forces his arm to the breaking point, that gigantic arm. Meanwhile, his VIP is ecstatic about it. And euphoric, he shouts that he destroyed Can's arm and that he's won. He defeated the Rossum group and he is the grand winner. But to Ricardo's surprise, Can's body is twisted, but he still hasn't fallen, and they wonder why he hasn't passed out and what the hell kind of man he is. And at that moment, as he lifts his head to face him, he doesn't understand why his arm is recovering and why it's going back to normal, even though he's squeezing it with all his might. That's not possible, but the smiling Can lifts his arm with Ricardo trapped on it. He wonders what the hell this is, and he's getting pissed, so he needs to get away and calm down. But to his surprise, at that moment, Can quickly grabs him by the neck. Preventing him from escaping, he pins his legs with his other arm. He starts choking Ricardo while forcefully slamming him into the ground, causing his head to be crushed against the platform in a huge explosion. And Sunu and his VIP get really nervous watching this scene, while Minho himself wonders what the hell this is and how he can be so powerful. And even Amanda gets nervous seeing that. And that smiling psycho only gets more excited, and even a confident and arrogant Insuk is surprised by it. At that moment, the entire arena falls silent, staring at the scene. But Sean breaks the silence and asks how he took so many hits and how he can still do something like that. But Khan then says that he wasn't actually taking a beating. He was just ignoring insignificant ants so he could strike back with full force. And that is the strength of Can, the monster in first place. Just then, the drone approaches and announces that the winner of the round is Can. And so, Can advanced to the quarterfinals, still in first place. Then, the war director appears again and says that this first match must have given everyone a taste of what they can expect in the second doping round. And now that they've seen the results, they will administer the second round to all remaining fighters. In each VIP room, a pistol with the drug was delivered, and Minho stares at it. Amanda also stares at the drug, and Minho, the psychopath, wants to take it immediately. But in Songyeon's VIP room, our boy refuses, saying he won't use it. After he leaves, Songyeon says it wouldn't have any effect on him anyway. So it doesn't matter, since he's just like them, even without the drug. And she asks what she means. What is she talking about? But to everyone's surprise, at that moment, a scream is heard. And that scream was a commotion in one of the VIP rooms. And that room was Minho's, because he had just taken the second drug. As his body stabilizes, the drone looks at him and says that player Minho King has received the strength drug. His VIP gets really excited, saying this is great. Super speed and super strength is a perfect combination. And so, the ward director begins to announce that the second doping round is complete and they will proceed with the next match. And the next match will be between the African beast Mikhail and the number 2 in the rankings, Ryan, the monster. The moment Minho hears that name, he gets really tense. While his VIP says that all those bastards should die, he knows he needs to be calm and analyze this match carefully, because Ryan received multiple muscle-enhancing drugs even before entering the combat ward. And it's said that he used so many drugs that his brain was affected, turning him into a fighting zombie. And the sensory drug he used enhanced his ability to detect enemies. But because of the side effects of the previous drugs, he doesn't feel pain, which makes it impossible to affect his senses. However, he asks Minho if he has ever faced an opponent with enhanced senses, and Minho says yes, and his assistant beside him tells his master that things will be completely different this time. And the VIP asks why he says that. And the assistant says that the fighter he faced was still getting used to his senses, but Ryan has had enough time to adjust. But the old man says that, even so, Minho's speed is so fast that it might be possible to confuse Ryan's senses. And he asks, by the way, what his second drug was. The assistant starts looking for the information, but he begins to stutter and says that Ryan used a speed drug, surprising everyone, especially Minho, who gets even more pissed off, looking down at that brute who's in second place. And those two drugs were the sensory drug and the speed drug. And so Ryan faces his opponent, who is ranked 10th, Mikhail Dumby, who took a strength drug and a speed drug. But Ryan, who looks like a demon, asks what kind of rag that is in his hand. He's gathering all his strength in his right fist, and it's so obvious he doesn't even need his senses to see it. At that moment, the drone announces that the fight between Mikhail and Ryan is about to begin. On the other side, Mikhail starts thinking that his only choice is to win. He has to win to save his little daughter. He has no other choice, and he already gets into his stance. Meanwhile, Ryan starts saying that he's very curious to see his speed with this new drug, so he wants to test it out. He rushes towards him at high speed, preparing to punch him, but Mikhail manages to block his attack, leaving Ryan surprised. And from what he can see, he's gotten a little faster. He positioned his body in a way that all his vital points are protected, and he's using his left hand to defend against his attacks. So he says, "All right, let's see how fast that hand of yours is." And he starts punching him from several different directions. As he thinks, it seems like his left hand can only defend. And what happens if I break it? But to his surprise, Mikhail quickly jabs a finger in his eye, tearing it. And back in the room, his VIP gets very excited, saying that Mikhail is great and that he hit Ryan's eyes. This guy is the CEO of the Signiel Hotel, Mr. O. But his assistant beside him says that in Dumby, blinding an opponent's eyes is a common defensive tactic. But the boss gets nervous right away, tells him to wait, and says that something's wrong, while the assistant asks what he means. And at that moment, when they both realize it, Mikhail hadn't managed to pierce Ryan's eyes. He hit him right on the forehead, which actually broke 2 of his fingers. Meanwhile, an excited Ryan asks if he really thought he wouldn't see that coming, but Mikhail gets pissed, says it's not over yet, and prepares to attack him with his strongest fist. And so, with an immense punch, he hits Ryan's head. And that massive punch reverberates throughout the entire arena. But to Mikhail's shock, Ryan starts to say that he sacrificed 2 fingers to block his vision. But look what happened. He still managed to dodge with his body completely twisted, looking like something out of a horror movie. And at that moment, he seizes the opening and jabs 2 fingers into Mikhail's eyes, slashing them both. He starts screaming in pain as Ryan begins to see all his vital points, and he just laughs at it, saying that he's full of openings. He's a complete idiot. He starts punching him in all his vital spots, and Mickey's body is completely destroyed. Meanwhile, he thinks, no, I can't lose. I have to save my daughter and get out of here alive. And up in the VIP room, Seon-woo starts screaming, no, this can't be happening. But just then, Mickey is thrown to the other side of the arena as his drone flies over to him and announces that Mickey is unable to continue. And so, participant Ryan has advanced to the quarterfinals, while the Psycho is overjoyed with the result. And in another VIP room, M thinks that it's insane. He could never land a blow like that, especially not that terrifyingly, and he probably would have lost his eyes on the very first attack. So that just proves this guy is a complete monster. But he has to beat him. No matter the cost, he has to do it. And after their fight, the wing director announces that the next round will begin, and it's a long-awaited match. The fight between the 3rd-ranked Gyeon-go and the 16th-ranked Seon-woo Kang. And the drugs Gyeon-go took were the elasticity drug and the strength drug, while our boy hasn't taken any drugs at all. And in the VIP room, Gyeon says he was hoping he wouldn't be matched against someone who took a strength drug, but it looks like he won't be able to finish this without getting hurt. And the assistant says that most of the fighters who made it to the top 16 have taken at least 1 strength drug. But she asks him the difference between combat taekwondo and the regular kind. And the assistant explains that combat taekwondo uses the same skill set as the regular version. And she asks, what do you mean? Then why is it called combat taekwondo? And the assistant begins to explain that taekwondo, by itself, is a lethal martial art made for real combat. It has already gone through several changes for competitions like the Olympics to make it safe and compatible with the points system. Many techniques had to be removed, so combat taekwondo is its original form, where all the dangerous techniques are used, which is basically the complete set. And now, in the arena, Gyeon-go, ranked 3rd, the master of combat taekwondo, stands before our boy Seon-woo. Meanwhile, he thinks that if he can defeat the 3rd-ranked fighter, he could become one of the top contenders. And at that moment, the wing director begins to announce that they will proceed with the 3rd match of the round of 16. They will now begin the fight between Gyeon-go and Seon-woo Kang. As our boy stares him down, he thinks to himself that since he's a taekwondo specialist, it'll be better to take him to the ground. He lunges at him, getting excited and thinking he's got him. But to our boy's surprise, Gyeon-go is faster and manages to dodge his attack, then does a massive spin and lands a kick right on his head. And even though he's in a lot of pain, our boy just thinks that he has to wake up. And just like that, he snaps out of it and grabs his leg. But what he didn't expect was for this psycho to get momentum and hit our boy in the head with his other leg. And up in the VIP room, Segion gets really nervous, saying, no, he can't go down like this. And with his tremendous willpower, our boy forces himself to stay awake and says, it's not over yet. He plants his arm on the ground to get some leverage, and after Seon-woo manages to steady himself, he throws a kick at Go, but it's quickly blocked. But Go wonders how he's managing to counter his strikes with 2 more direct hits. But for a moment, the attack stops as he wonders if he's going to strike again, and that's exactly what happens. Our boy forces his leg against his arm, and using the momentum from that push, he does a backflip, landing perfectly on his feet. Meanwhile, his opponent thinks that with that kind of strength, he's definitely among the top 10 fighters here. How could a simple high schooler have so much strength? But Seon-woo, on the other hand, just feels his head ringing badly, knowing another blow would be very dangerous for him. and if he has to throw himself at that guy again, he's just gonna get beaten up. So he needs to find a way to attack his legs. But Taekwondo doesn't normally allow low kicks, and on his next strike, he's going to aim for his lower body. There's no way he'll be able to counter that. So, prepared and with his body ready, he rushes towards him. Meanwhile, Go thinks, looks like he decided to attack first after getting a taste of my kick. But to his surprise, he sees 3 different Seonwas and wonders, what the hell is this? Meanwhile, his VIP up above doesn't understand how he's holding his own against the third best fighter here. But his assistant says that the best fighters don't go all out from the start. They save their energy for the final rounds. And they normally only use as much strength as is necessary to defeat their opponents. But this guy is tougher than he imagined. And now, down in the fight, Go asks if he really thinks he can defeat him, but he's sorry to say he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Then he quickly throws a high kick at him, but to his surprise, Seonwoo manages to dodge by ducking. And as he moves, he thinks, all right, now for the shin kick. Preparing to kick him in the shin. But Go quickly dodges downward, using the momentum to kick Seonwoo's shin himself, instead of the other way around. And his VIP is thrilled, saying that was monstrous, and she didn't know Taekwondo had moves like that. But the assistant says it's called a leg sweep, and the VIP asks, what do you mean? And the assistant explains that it's not seen in competitions since it's a banned move, but it's basically a stronger, more leg-focused version of the famous spinning kick. And back in the fight, our boy pushes himself up from the floor, realizing his leg is seriously screwed up. If he hadn't thrown himself to the ground, his ankle would have been destroyed. And up above, his VIP gets very worried, wondering if it's really impossible to beat him. And this super annoying guy says that the fluid transitions and multiple spinning kicks of Taekwondo are as unpredictable and hard to deal with as capoeira. When you have an opponent that's skilled, it's hard to predict their moves. And the girl asks if he has any weaknesses. And he says that since Taekwondo uses a lot of energy in all its strikes, the attacker usually runs out of stamina pretty quickly. However, Guango's muscles have flexibility, strength, and a tremendous reaction time due to the elasticity drug, so that doesn't apply to him, which is totally broken. And back to the fight, Guango faces our boy and says he'd better give up now, since he has no chance of winning. And from this moment on, he's going to start using his full power. Seono stares at him and thinks that this sucks. He doesn't know what to do to defeat him. He already sees Guango in front of him preparing for a high kick, but he quickly dodges the blow, and with the tremendous force of his kick, that guy simply cracks the floor of the arena, which is completely absurd. And Seono thinks he's so screwed now. He couldn't dodge properly, even knowing where the attack was coming from. And he's a little dazed, as he doesn't know where the kicks will come from. But another kick quickly hits his head as Guango takes a huge leap, and Seono realizes he's losing consciousness, so he needs to wake up fast, because he needs to grab his legs. So, he quickly grabs Guango's leg, but Guango basically propels himself on the wind, I think. With his other leg, he lands a very strong kick right in Seono's face, sending him flying to the other side of the arena as he realizes that even that didn't work. And his vision is getting blurry, and he's losing consciousness. But on the other side, Guango is in shock, wondering how he's still conscious after that blow. So he needs to end this quickly, because it's getting a little dangerous. And so he pushes off the ground, creating a crater just to use that momentum to finish Seono, as he shouts that this is his end, delivering a flying kick to his stomach, while Seono's own skeleton feels that immense pain. And for a second, his consciousness tells him he's going to die, and his heart starts to beat very, very fast. But before losing consciousness, he remembers something, that he always ran away when he felt like this. It's as if he were being torn to pieces, but he can't escape this specific situation, which is very bizarre, because apparently he's a masochist and likes to get beaten up. And out of absolutely nowhere, his consciousness, his brain, simply cracks and creates several branches. And he starts to remember his purpose, that he came here to save his parents, but it will all be useless if he dies now. Then all those fragments of his mind begin to merge into one again, while his subconscious warns him that this is the only way. So, without a second thought, even on the verge of death, his body and brain force themselves to charge at Guango at an abnormal speed. And with a monstrous punch, he hits Guango right in the chest, making him spit blood and his eyes go wide, getting thrown to the other side of the arena while our boy stops in his attack pose. And incredibly, Guango still hasn't gone down. And on the other side, he saw our boy looking like a monster, exuding a murderous aura. And he really felt that blow and wonders what kind of monstrous strength this is all of a sudden, but he has no choice. He's gonna have to kill him, and that's the only way. But to his surprise, Kang Seono is right in front of him, charging up a powerful punch, and Guango, with his hand outstretched, tells Seono to die now, trying to rip his head off. But to everyone's shock, that blood didn't come from Seono, but from Guango's hand. which was bitten by the subconscious, abnormal, and crazy psychopath Seono. And Guanggo, feeling a lot of pain in his hand, tells him to die now, you damn monster, landing an immense kick to his face. But Seono just keeps laughing as if it were nothing and he wasn't getting hit. I'm telling you, this guy is a total masochist, man. And then, without a second thought, he kicks Guanggo in the stomach. And then the sinister exchange of blows begins between Kang Seono and Guanggo, with one hitting the other in the face and stomach. And at the end of this exchange, our boy lands a flying kick on him, sending him to the other side of the arena. Meanwhile, up there, that really annoying guy is very surprised by the third-ranked status. But Guanggo hasn't lost yet. He gets up again as he realizes there's something wrong with this kid. He's stronger than the other monsters he's faced here. While Kang Seono looks like a psycho monster, he gets worried, thinking that he can't afford to save his strength for the next round. So he needs to go all out from now on. And he pushes his foot off the ground, creating another crater, and flies towards Seono, thinking this will be his last kick. While Seono, right in front of him, says very excitedly and smilingly that he's coming for him. He already charges at him with a punch. As Guanggo thinks that now he'll have to kill him, the two of them start screaming to power up their attacks. And as Guanggo lands a kick on Seono, Seono punches him in the face, and Guanggo, taking a punch, just wonders how the hell he lost to a kid. Meanwhile, on the other side, Seono just smiles at him as if it were nothing, and Guanggo is losing consciousness. He just sees our boy grabbing his head while saying with his empty eyes that he's the third-ranked fighter and is in third place in the ranking. But Kang Seono, looking down on him, very confident and arrogant, asks, So what? So what if you're in third place? I'm gonna beat you all the same, already delivering a huge headbutt to his head, making his skull crack and sending him crashing into the arena floor. Meanwhile, up in the VIP room, the girl is instantly in shock and the guy gets really excited, not believing what he's seeing. And in another room, this so-called old friend of Seono's gets very worried about the fight, finding it very strange. And that first-ranked fighter found this very exciting and looks at Seono with interest. Now, in the middle of the arena, the drones approach while our boy continues to exude this demonic aura. And Guanggo's VIP says that this is impossible and how could he lose? But the drones approach and say that the fighter advancing to the quarterfinals is Kang Seono. But at that moment, his aura completely dissipates and his head starts to hurt. And in the VIP room, the annoying guy celebrates big time while the girl gets really excited, saying that he's finally proven himself and now they can relax. And now, in a closed room observing everything from afar, that doctor from before says that it was just for an instant, but his stats skyrocketed and his numbers were close to their goal. And this mysterious masked man says that the way he reacts and the way he moves seems very familiar. And the doctor asks, What do you mean? What is he talking about? And the masked man says that he reminds him of the first successful transformant, Kang Run Choi. And now the doctor asks if there's a reason he's so strong, even without the drugs, and that it must have something to do with him. And the masked man looks happy and excited, saying he was wondering where Kun had been hiding all this time, but it seems he changed his last name and even had a son. And he orders that doctor to double the search team. But no, actually, he orders all personnel to get involved, as this is of the utmost importance. And now in another location, in a house in the middle of the mountains, Kang-san's mother watches her husband, completely covered in bandages, breathing through a machine. And she, very sadly, says she knows this isn't what they were hoping for. They didn't want to find out, at least not about their son. And, trembling, she says she's so sorry. In the end, they got them, and she thought they could protect him, but it seems she's only been a burden to him. And, calling him dear, she just begs for him to please wake up. But there's something she didn't notice while she was so sadly crying for him. He moved his finger and is apparently regaining his consciousness little by little. And now, back in the combat ward's recovery room, Seo Yoon, now awake, realizes he lost control again. He survived because of it, but if it had lasted just one more second, he really would have gone crazy. And he wonders if he can last until the end of the tournament. But then, the girl appears right above him and asks if he felt like he was completely losing control, which really surprises Seo Yoon, who immediately asks how she knows that. And she says that her mother told her everything and that it was the only way to save him. And Seo Yoon asks, What do you mean? What are you talking about? And the girl says her mother told her because his father ran away from this place for the same reason, which deeply shocks our boy, who gets agitated by what she said and asks again what this girl is talking about. And she just says that she doesn't know everything, but her mother told her that he used to lose control when he was younger. And so she wanted to tell him this when the time was right to tell him how to survive by using this rage, which greatly surprises our boy. And she continues, saying that when his father was a test subject here in the combat ward, the place was still new. And back then, unlike now, they only brought in healthy people for body enhancement experiments, and most of them died from the side effects. However, there were 3 survivors, and 2 of them were his parents. And our boy wonders if she's really talking about his mother and how his mother could have ever come to a place like this. But the girl continues, saying that his mother showed great results at first, but the side effects got worse over time. On the other hand, his father had extraordinary strength, on top of an insanely powerful healing ability. So this caught the attention of several members of high society, and they began to develop various drugs based on his father's DNA. And that's how today's drugs were created. But soon after, his father started to lose control. His body grew stronger and stronger, but it was as if he were losing his own sanity. And it got to the point where he completely lost control and almost killed everyone inside. And that's why he decided to leave this place forever. But security was also getting tighter, so he had to trick them by showing good results, all while waiting for the right chance. He trained to maintain control even at the peak of his rage, and eventually, he mastered that power to escape with his mother. And later, the Combat Ward's 2 greatest successes had a son who is basically you, Seun, leaving our hero completely shocked. And she continues, saying that when his father noticed your transformation, and that it had been passed down from father to son, he did everything to stop you from fighting, fearing that the Combat Ward would find you. Then our boy looks down, realizing that's why he was so strict about drugs and fighting. Then she asks if he remembers the message his father sent him on the day of the accident. Seoyun doesn't really remember, and the girl says that his mother believes he wanted to teach you how to control yourself since he probably realized he couldn't hide you from the ward anymore. And hearing this, Seoyun is very confused. But the girl says they also talked about how to maintain control, and she says he shouldn't fear his rage, which surprises Seoyun. She says that when you start to feel the excitement and the adrenaline starts pumping, you need to hold yourself back, even if you have to bite your own hand. And she says that when you no longer fear the transformation, it should be controllable. And Seoyun, gritting his teeth, just says, "Damn it." He asks if she really means that his father went through all this while he was still young. But the girl says confidently that now he has no other way of getting out of here, except to unleash his rage and win. After all, it's impossible to escape this huge organization, which is backed by powerful politicians and CEOs. And her mother also mentioned something else very important. Seoyun asks what it was, and she said that his mother told him to figure out a way to unleash his rage whenever he wanted. And his father used to control that rage by striking his heart with his eyes closed. But she doesn't know if it will work for him. And Seoyun gets up, faces the girl, and starts to sigh, while she, confused, asks what he's going to do now. And our boy says there's only one way to find out, but she's very surprised and tells him to wait a moment because his body isn't ready for another rage. But he pays her no mind and tries to activate it again. And now, back in the VIP room, but without the girl, just the bald guy, he watches other opponents fight. But he's shocked by what he's seeing, wondering what the hell he just saw. A circular mark from the fight with a crack in the middle. And right in the center of this circle is Lan, a kung fu champion ranked 6th. And the bald guy gets really excited, saying that all these monsters are getting stronger and stronger. But at that moment, the VIP girl enters the room, and the bald guy asks if she's back already and if she's okay, but she just asks him how things are going. And the assistant says that the kung fu fighter, Lan, just won his match, and that he's completely off the charts. But his movements are complex, enhanced by drugs, and he looks like something out of a martial arts movie. And he also mentions that Miso made it to the top 8 too, and with each round, he gets more and more overwhelming, and all his opponents seem insignificant and end up riddled with holes. So, he can't imagine Seonu defeating any of these opponents in the top 8. And by the way, he asks how Seonu's practice with his fury went. And from what he knows, his mom says that mastering his fury would unlock an even greater power. And the girl says that, about that, he hit his own chest to try and trigger his fury and ended up passing out. This really surprises KCA, who asks what she means, but she says the doctor said he just fell back asleep. The bald guy gets really nervous and says that this means the fury really takes a huge toll on his body. And she says yes, but now all they can do is wait for the next round to find out if he can use his fury to his advantage. And now, on the big screen, the mysterious man appears, announcing that for the next round, they have Lif, currently ranked 4th, against Mion King. And in the arena, the two of them face off. And one of the VIPs is Jason, the CEO of the apparel company EDF. And the second is Michael Lee, the CEO of the military company Peon. And Michael says that luck is on their side, getting to face a kid like this today. And they need to make sure Lif wins this time. That way, he can use his body as a prototype to kickstart the human weapons business. But on the other side, in another VIP room, Mion King's the VIP asks his assistant what exactly the system that Lif uses in combat is. And the assistant says it's a unique martial art from Russia. And the VIP asks, "What do you mean, unique?" And the assistant says that it's kind of similar to Western martial arts, but but it also uses Chinese martial movements like Tai Chi. And the guy with the mustache gets very confused, and he asks how a Russian martial art can be mixed with Chinese movements. And the assistant says that, according to rumors, scientists and physiologists from a national organization analyzed Chinese martial arts and incorporated the results with Western martial arts to create the so-called system. And the mustached guy says that even though he doesn't really get what the hell this is, it looks like Mion will have to adapt very quickly. And if he gets injured this round, it'll be almost impossible to win the next one. And the close-up in the arena returns to the two of them facing off, while Lif basically looks like a human robot. But Mion gives him a serious look and notices that he seems completely relaxed, as if he's about to fall asleep. And he wonders if he's underestimating him, but this guy's endurance has been enhanced by that drug, and if he takes too long to finish the fight, it'll be very difficult to win. So he has no other choice, he needs to end this with a knockout. And maybe he's among the top 5 here, but I'm the fastest person in the entire wing. So I really want to see if he can dodge this. And from 1 millisecond to the next, he appears in front of Lif, ready to punch him. But when Lif tried to grab him, he dodged, appearing right in front of him, lined up to punch his face. But Lif saw his punch coming and basically dodged it like it was nothing. While Mion wonders how the hell he missed that punch, Lif has the faster reaction and slams into him. He wonders what the hell that was, but manages to brace himself on the ground and stay conscious, thinking, damn it, this guy is so weird. He wonders if he dodged by coincidence or something. Or maybe he just hasn't gotten used to my speed yet. To find out, I need to try this again. And once more, he rushes at Lif at high speed, and right in front of his opponent, Lif easily dodges the blow while trying another elbow strike on him, but Mion yells, "Do you really think I'd fall for that again?" Already appearing behind him. But once again, Lif dodges and lands a powerful punch to Mion's heart, making his consciousness waver. And up in the room, his VIP just wonders how the hell he can keep up with Mion's monstrous speed. But even after taking that hit, Mion still hasn't gone down. He's bracing himself on the floor, thinking about what he should do now. But after thinking for a bit, he lets out a confident little smirk, while Lif wonders what that was all about and if he's trying to bluff or something. And for the first time in the entire fight, Lif opens his mouth and says, "Smirking isn't going to close the gap in our skills." And he sees Mion rushing at him again. Just like before, he thinks, looks like he hasn't learned a thing. Then he quickly dodges the blow and gets ready to punch him again. But Mion turns his head, dodging with his body ready to punch, while saying, "I knew it. He can't recover his speed. He was just sliding when he dodged." And Lif realizes, damn it, he's not going to be able to stop the dodge and just takes a punch to his chin, the immense blow even cracking his skull. And with a powerful punch, Mion sends Lif flying. His VIP starts yelling, "What a marvelous punch, he's a great fighter." But his assistant kills the vibe, saying she doesn't think it's over yet. And the mustached guy asks, "What do you mean it's not over?" But when he looks, Lif is back on his feet, right in front of Mion. And Mion apologizes, saying he won't waste any more time, and simply walks over to Lif. And with a simple touch, Lif falls to the ground, unconscious. And Michael, up above, starts screaming that it's impossible and that he can't believe what he's seeing. But right above him, the drone starts to scan Lif and confirms that the fighter is unable to continue. So for this round, the winner is Mion King, advancing to the top 8. And with that, the mustached guy gets very excited, saying he knew he was the right choice. And the assistant also says she believes Mion is ready to face Ryan. Meanwhile, in another room, Ryan, who looks like a complete monster, just stares at Mion excitedly, while Mion himself just grits his teeth, thinking about that psychopath. And now in another VIP room, the one belonging to the country's second largest corporation, the Han Group, with CEO Han Ju-yeon. And he asks his assistant if it's his turn now, but the assistant says he looks a little happy. CEO Han gets flustered by this and tries to play it cool. Very nervously, he says that he has to admit it, he kind of likes women with a fierce personality, but it's not like he likes Amanda Croach or anything. And he'd better understand that. But the assistant, who's very perceptive, apologizes and asks if he really likes her, but he gets nervous and says no, then starts shouting that it doesn't matter right now and that they need to worry about other things. While the assistant asks why he's so nervous, and after he calms down a bit, he says very seriously that she needs to live up to her title in this match. And the assistant says, "Are you talking about the 10-second knockout? That would be very difficult. Your opponent is currently ranked 5th and is a former assassin. He's also received 2 strength-enhancing drugs, and a single blow from him could end up killing her. And now, the two are face-to-face in the middle of this destroyed arena. And this mysterious figure appears on the big screen, announcing that the match between the 5th and 7th ranked fighters, Tyron Mar and Amanda Croach, will now begin. And Tyron, standing in front of Amanda, says he wants to start by apologizing in advance. And Amanda asks, for what? And he tells her that the only way he knows how to win is by killing his opponent. but Amanda just sighs, and Caballodia asks why she just sighed. And Amanda asks if by any chance he's asking her to teach him how to win. And Tyron gets furious, asking what she means and if she didn't hear what he said. And he says he'd like to see her keep talking all that crap after he rips her throat open, already lunging to grab her head. But he notices something strange. He didn't grab her head. It was basically an afterimage. And by the time he realizes what just happened, Amanda is already by his side, landing a capoeira kick on his hand, blocking his attack. And he starts screaming that he can't feel his hand, but it doesn't matter. His specialty has always been kicks. He gets ready to kick her, but, to his surprise, he loses his footing to her leg sweep and, as he's falling, she supports herself on a single arm. And then, with both her feet, she presses him against the arena floor, making him lose consciousness while she asks if he's really going to lose. And in fact, he lost in just 10 fucking seconds. So, another fight won by Amanda in 10 seconds. But the little guy, who isn't dead yet, asks if he really lost, and Amanda says that to beat your opponent, you just have to be stronger than them. And right above her, the mysterious figure on the big screen announces that Amanda Croach advances to the top 8. And back in the VIP room, Caballodia gets really excited, saying his little love was amazing. Meanwhile, the assistant wonders, where's that act from before? He's completely given himself away now. And again, in another VIP room, the maniac Menon wonders if it's his turn now. Looks like he won't be able to hide anymore, so he's going to have to show a little bit of his strength. And so, the mysterious masked man announces that this round will be between the Taekwondo master, Yonggo, and Menon, who are ranked 8th and 15th, respectively. And now, the old man Yonggo is standing in front of Menon, and his VIP up there says it's an honor to see Master Go in such a healthy state, introducing himself as the CEO of Petroleum Corp, J. Lore. And his assistant says, who would have imagined that this legend who lost his legs in a car accident would be standing in this arena? This place is truly incredible, and the VIP wonders if he has finally repaid him for saving him from that accident, or if he's brought him straight to hell, and he'll have his answer very soon. And in another VIP room, for Skyong TV, CEO Moonok Wang, who by the way is styled like Don Flamingo, asks his assistant if he doesn't find Menon's drug combination to be very unique. And the assistant says yes, he took an analgesic drug which isn't special, but no one besides Kai has received the typal strengthening drug, so it is a unique combination. And the VIP says yes, because it means he's survived until now without a strength or speed drug, so he wonders who this Menon really is. And the psychopath Menon is right in front of the old man and says excitedly to old man Go that, since they're both professionals, they don't need a warm-up, so they can get straight to business. But, without saying a word, the old man lands a kick right in the middle of Menon's face. Menon had no time to react and took the hit head-on, and as he was falling, the old man prepared for another strike. But this time, Menon managed to block it with his arm, as he shouts that it's incredible that this old man is really strong. And so he grabs a block from the arena and throws it at the old man's head. But old man Go quickly manages to dodge, and the block just smashes into the arena ceiling, destroying a part of it. And as soon as the old man lands on the ground, he looks up at the ceiling, very surprised, and wonders, who the hell is this guy? And Menon is striking his classic psychopath pose. And this Menon then asks if he isn't going to go easy on him since they're the same age. And the old man asks him, what do you mean, same age? Apparently he likes to joke, but he says that, well, if he were the same age, he would know how precious time is. And setting his stance, he lunges at Menon once more, trying to land another kick to his face. And this time, he manages it again. But just as he lands a kick to his face, Menon lands a punch on him, and the old man feels the pain of that blow right on his nose. Meanwhile, Menon, still smiling, asks if he really thought he'd just stand there and take it, but the old man thinks that's fine. He'll finish him off using his special technique. But Menon yells again, saying that he said he'd go first. But he notices that at the last second, the old man dodged his punch. He then sees a kick coming for his face, but this time he manages to dodge it, as he asks if the old man thought he wouldn't be able to dodge that. But to his surprise, he was baited by another kick coming his way, and this one he can't dodge and gets hit head on. And his VIP back in his room is completely shocked by this and wonders, what the hell is going on? That old man is supposed to be a Taekwondo master, so why is he using capoeira? But the assistant says that it's not capoeira, and the VIP asks, what do you mean? And he says that this Taekwondo move is called an inverted double kick, and both legs can attack, or it's possible to use one as a feint, while the other delivers the weight of the blow. And with Menon kneeling on the ground, he asks if that was his best technique, and says it's really disappointing, because he didn't feel a thing. But the old man gets really pissed and says, as if, and he lunges at him again with a palm strike. That's when you scream that now he's going to get a taste of your finishing axe, landing the blow right on Menon's forehead. But as soon as he looks at him, Menon stares back like the complete lunatic he definitely is, because the old man's hand completely shattered and his bones cracked. And Menon starts laughing and apologizes for killing the mood, but says he would never lose to a mere amateur like him before taking a huge leap and landing a solid headbutt right on the old man's head. The old man's eyes widen as he thinks that it's like going up against an indestructible wall, and he wonders if he isn't just another human who used the drugs, or if maybe he's an alien. And the old man falls to the floor unconscious while Menon looks down on him, and the drone flies over, announcing that Yonggo is unable to continue. And so, Menon advances to the top 8, and his VIP in the box starts celebrating like crazy, yelling, "That's what I'm talking about. Menon is the best." And with that, the mysterious masked man announces that all 8 fighters have now been decided. And Menon tells the old man that it's normal for him to have lost, but he shouldn't be so sad, because he's been doing this for over 20 years, smiling like a maniac again. And finally, the announcer of the combat declares that they are welcome to the top 8, showing all of them. And up in the VIP room, that annoying bald guy says he finally made it, and the young lady asks him who the best opponent for him would be this round, but the bald guy says, no one. And even analyzing the worst-case scenarios, there's 10-second knockout Amanda, who defeats her opponents with a single blow. And there's also the boxing prodigy, Camino, who's now on strength and speed drugs, and the one who scares him the most is Menon. And she's very surprised by this, but he explains that, for starters, he's taken several hits from multiple strong fighters, but hasn't visited the recovery ward a single time. On top of that, his opponents panicked right before being knocked out, making it hard to understand how he won. But she asks the bald guy about Luan, since she hasn't seen him fight yet. But the assistant says that if it's him, it's the worst possible outcome, because that guy is different from the other opponents, and his kung fu skills combined with his strength and body make him seem completely otherworldly. And since he's currently second in the betting ranks, they need to avoid him at all costs. But just then, the mysterious masked man finally reappears, now announcing the matchups for the next round. And one of the matchups is CEO Seong Kang's fighter Luan against CEO Seon Gukcheol's fighter Se Kang, the street master. Seeing this, the bald guy is in shock, and the young woman says that it seems they're very lucky. But the bald guy asks what she means, and the young woman says that he's the opponent who will bring in the biggest betting profit she's ever made. The bald guy asks if she's serious, and if she's that confident in her Se Kang. And now in another room, the CEO of Scion Software just sighs and says that they're up against that woman. And his assistant says that by placing bets involving all of the top 8 fighters, she's being really bold. And the CEO says yes, it makes him wonder just how strong that kid is, this so-called Se Kang, for her to risk her company on him. And now, finally in the arena, Se Kang faces off against Luan, who stares right back at him. And the drone appears and announces that they will now begin the first match of this round between Luan and Se Kang. And our boy, in his fighting stance, thinks that the best outcome would be to win without going into a rage. But first, he's going to analyze just how strong this guy is, so he immediately rushes at him, ready to punch him. But to his surprise, Luan is incredibly fast, grabbing his leg and landing a palm strike right on his ribs, making Se Kang scream as he once again thinks he's going to die and is thrown to the other side of the arena. Meanwhile, in his head, he starts thinking that he needs to use it now. But leaving him no escape, Luan is already in front of him again with another palm strike right to his stomach, making him scream in pain. Meanwhile, Miss Sion is shocked in her room as she watches the fight, because Se Kang was literally embedded into the arena wall, and the drone flies over to him but doesn't say anything. And Luan is very surprised by this, not understanding why the drone didn't announce the result. But what he didn't know was that inside that hole in the arena, a total psychopath had finally awakened. At that moment, Luan senses danger and says, "All right, I'll finish him off this time." So he rushes at him again, ready to end it. But to his surprise, our boy is faster, landing a flying kick to his stomach. And with a confident smirk, our boy has finally entered his rage mode. Meanwhile, Luan, in shock, wonders, what the hell is this? And why does this guy seem like a completely different person? But then, if he's got this much strength, I don't need to hold back just because he's young, so I can go all out with a 2-footed kick to his face. But just then, Se Kang braces himself on the floor and kicks Luan's stomach with both feet, sending him flying into the sky, but he lands perfectly on the ground moments later as if nothing happened. Staring at Se Kang's stance, Luan grins and asks if he's made of rubber or something, and that it feels really strange when he punches him. But Luan says that to defeat a beast, you have to become an even greater beast, as he gets into a stance with his hands like tiger claws, entering another combat mode. And after striking his pose, he lunges at Se Kang, twisting his body with force, and in the blink of an eye, lands a punch on our boy's face. But Se-Kang quickly throws a punch back at him, which Luan manages to dodge, attacking Se-Kang's ear. He doesn't understand what the hell is going on or how he did that. Almost losing consciousness, he wonders what that move was, and if this keeps up, he's going to end up losing. This move is really weird, but it looks like one of those moves from Kung Fu Panda. But Se-Kang quickly recovers, only for Luan to advance on him again with a flurry of snake-like strikes that attack our boy from so many different angles that he can't even defend himself. And he becomes completely desperate, his body covered in wounds. Meanwhile, that bald guy up in the VIP room says that he's traveled the entire country training in martial arts. He trains in arts that imitate animals, like the five-form fist, the elephant fist, and various other skills. And back in the fight, our boy wonders how he can possibly keep up with this, thinking it's nearly impossible. But even so, the boy doesn't give up, and he takes a deep breath and rushes forward, lunging to try and grab him. But at the last second, Lan leaps away, and our hero can't catch him. But he's stunned when Lan lands a kick to his head, slamming him into the ground, and then, with a backflip, lands in a very strange pose. And that impact was brutal. Lan, who backed off, stays in his defensive pose, analyzing his opponent, but suddenly, he notices something strange. Seono's pupils were glowing red, and he had the look of a psychopath, filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Seono thinks to himself that the guy uses moves that imitate animals. It's pretty impressive, but it just makes him want to fight even more. And he just starts spinning his body in the running hamster pose and rushes towards Lan, ready to attack. But Lan immediately lunges at him with a kick, thinking that this is definitely nothing to worry about. But to Lan's shock, our boy was preparing his attack. So he manages to kick him, throwing him to the ground. But Lan quickly retreats from his other attack and starts breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. He wonders if he was just confused for a moment, but that's all it was. So he has to pull himself together. But on the other side, Seono doesn't care about a thing and keeps coming at him, spinning rapidly. In his running on a hamster wheel pose, I guess. But again, at the last moment, Lan manages to dodge the blow. But to his surprise, Seono grabs his arm and starts spinning him around along with his own body, leaving Lan in shock, wondering how he did that. And our boy simply starts slamming him on the ground like he's a toy, and Lan is in total shock, screaming in pain, wondering what kind of absurd move this is. But again, he manages to recover and escape that position. He's terrified, thinking, what kind of move is that? It's not human, and he has to get out of there. He can't possibly keep using a technique that insane. It's impossible. But clearly, Seono is still doing it. He doesn't stop for anything and keeps spinning, jumping, and lunging at him. A sequence of unstoppable flips. Lan's eyes just go wide in disbelief at what he's seeing, thinking that this is illogical and that he himself has mastered the forms of nature. But this is completely absurd. It's like the planet itself is revolving around him, and he won't stop for anything. So, without a second thought, Seono stomps on Lan with force, raising his hands for power. The impact is completely devastating, and Lan's body is beaten without mercy. And after the entire arena shakes from that blow, up in the VIP room, Gion is ecstatic, and the bald guy behind him is also super excited. Meanwhile, in the other room, Lan's VIP is devastated. Now, back in the arena, our blood-covered boy realizes his body is a wreck, and he starts spitting up blood himself. He thinks about how tired he is, but he has to win this duel, and finally learn how to activate and deactivate his rage. And right above him, that drone moves in. It aims at Lan and confirms that participant Lan can no longer fight. And as a consequence, the winner of the round is Kang Seono. And back in the VIP room, the bald guy asks if they really won and if the kid actually beat Lan. But the VIP just smiles and says, this is only the beginning. Now that they've won, President Kang Rasen will have to side with them. But now on the other side, in the opponent's VIP room, the man is pissed off, saying, this sucks, and that kid made a fool of him. But the assistant next to him asks if he's still going to become a bodyguard for the Rason group. And his VIP says it's better than nothing, while the other guy just sighs. But the VIP quickly recovers and says that, to be honest, this wasn't his only bet. And now on the big screen, the mysterious man appears, announcing that he will now begin the second fight of the quarterfinals. The giant doors open slowly, and each fighter comes out from one side. And finally, Amanda Croach appears, already facing her opponent, a young man with blonde hair and eyes full of dark energy who has the face, the words, and the spirit of a villain. And now the scene cuts to the director's room, where they are watching Minso's fight closely, evaluating his every move. And the director is fascinated by his finger techniques, but he asks how a common student like him could be practicing this. And the man with glasses says that maybe it's because he suffered from a serious illness since he was little and had a weak body. So Minso ended up becoming obsessed with strength, and soon these memories surface. When he was a child, Minso would kneel, trembling, before a picture of a man holding a champion's belt, and he spent entire nights watching those they called the strongest. In his room, he studied every technique carefully, rarely went outside, and spent days on end researching and training in martial arts. But looking at those trembling hands, he saw emptiness. Just watching wasn't enough. So the boy wanted to be truly strong, but this obsession consumed him. He would train with a knife to the point of exhaustion, but realizing his weak body might not hold up in an unarmed fight. So he became interested in weapon arts and lived like a madman, year after year, dedicated to learning. And this old doctor remembers a very significant episode in his life. Because one day, Minso locked the door, fasted, and spent several days practicing swordsmanship to exhaustion. And when he finally came out, he just said that if someone can kill the strongest, then that person is the strongest. And after he said that, his reaction was one of shock, because how could such a gentle child say something like that? And the doctor told this to the masked man, and he tried to help his son, but in the end, he couldn't, because the boy wouldn't stop. And even tired and sick, when Minso dedicated himself to martial arts, he seemed to come more alive, so it was impossible to stop him. And after that, he eventually gave up trying. And now, returning to the arena, the battle between Minso and Amanda Croce, and with his dark eyes and a wicked little smile on his face, he couldn't control his will to win, and that idea of defeating the strongest consumed him every day. And if that emotion doesn't exist, the only thing left is pain. So what he needs to do now to be the strongest is to kill them all. And with that, he lunges at Amanda with 2 fingers ready to strike, telling her to die. But as soon as he attacks her, she manages to block, while he realizes that she was faster and stronger than she looked. So, seeing this, Minsun pulls his hand back, his face in complete disbelief. But Amanda quickly leaps at him, flipping upside down. As he wonders what the hell she's doing, he attacks again. But to his surprise, Amanda lands 2 kicks right in Minsun's face. But, incredibly, Minsun managed to retreat in a panic, escaping the attack. And up in the VIP room, the president stands up, surprised, wondering what's happening and if he failed to dodge. But his assistant says it doesn't look like he avoided it. And then the president notices something, a very large wound on Minsun's back. And now Amanda's VIP is celebrating wildly, saying it's all going according to Amanda Crowe's plan. But the assistant beside him says that's not all. Amanda just used her finishing move to knock him out in 10 seconds. But Minsun isn't knocked out yet, and he concludes that this will be the first time he's found a worthy and resilient opponent. And back in the arena, Amanda is panting and starts to study Minsun. She was surprised by his very strange and refined movements. And these aren't the movements of a common, traditionally trained fighter, but soon he gets close to her, face to face. And something shocks her deeply as Minsun lowers his face, his eyes wide and a small smile that looked demonic. As he says to her, "So, it seems you've been keeping up with my movements. That's pretty incredible. Finding someone like you here is rare." But then he raises his hand and says, "This will be the first time I'll kill someone like this." But Amanda replies without showing any reaction, "If I can beat you, I'll prove something to myself." But Amanda quickly executes a devastating blow, a kick coming straight down on his face, and he falls to the ground, hit by the surprise attack. But still, quite surprisingly, he uses his right leg, plants it, and spins 180 degrees, thrusting his fingers strike up at her. But she quickly manages to lean back and save herself from the blow. But with an unexpected move, he attacks with his left hand, right near her face, since he's ambidextrous. But Amanda manages to dodge slightly with an aerial cartwheel. And with that, still in the air, Amanda places both hands on the ground, using them for support. And then, with her legs, she attacks Minsun's abdomen. Minsun screams in pain, spitting blood, and as he's falling to the floor, she leaps again to finish him now. And up in the VIP room, Jin celebrates wildly, yelling for her to finish him now, and she executes her move, trying to finish Minsun. But to her surprise, he's still grinning like a psycho and uses the kick's momentum to jab his 2 fingers right into the middle of Amanda's foot, causing her immense pain and basically making her lose a foot to fight with. And back in his VIP box, he starts to think, "No way. That's impossible." But he watches Minsun pull his fingers out of her foot as Amanda groans in pain from her pierced foot. And Minsun starts to grin like a psycho and says, "I've cut the ligaments in your tendons, and now you won't be able to stand anymore. This is your end." But Amanda just sighs and, still in pain, she slams her hand on the ground while Minsun looks on, confused, wondering what she's doing. But she quickly supports her body on her hands and says, "One hand is enough. That's what I'll use to beat you." And right after, she starts to spin her body and launches a wide kick with her legs. Minsun barely manages to dodge, his face filled with astonishment. But Amanda doesn't stop for anything, and as soon as he moves, she uses that opening to hit him square in the face, while Minsun has no time to react. and the blow sends him flying backward. But even injured and in pain, he starts screaming in a rage. This is impossible. How can she generate so much force without a supporting foot? One mistake and she'd be dead instantly. Unwilling to accept this, he doesn't back down and quickly ducks, trying to pierce her face. But the blow misses her as she manages to leap up using her hands on the ground. But even after missing the attack, Seun seems satisfied, wiping the blood from his face with a smug little smirk. He says, "So, your hand is enough, huh? Which means you've already reached your limit." And Amanda, her foot bleeding, gets up, supporting herself on just one leg. Seun starts to smile sinisterly and raises his hand again, ready for his final blow. And he says, "Well, in that case, you should die in peace." But she completely ignores him, thinking to herself that she came here to understand what a life-or-death battle is. And it was in these fights, facing the god of death himself, that she discovered her true limit. Amanda takes a deep breath, and after thinking for a moment, she says something that no one, especially Seun, understands. She says to him, "Thank you," and suddenly opens her arms. Her eyes begin to darken as she says, "Now I really want to bet everything, even my life." And right after that, her entire body tenses up, her muscles become more visible, and part of her clothes rips. Seeing this, Seun is completely shocked, wondering what kind of monster he's facing. Amanda quickly puts her hand on the ground, but this time it's to launch herself, and she rushes at him with absurd speed, while Seun thinks that all he has to do is avoid the kicks and it'll all be over. But her attack came differently this time. It wasn't her legs, but Amanda's enormous hands. And because he was too careless, she managed to grab his head, slapping him hard across the face, making him spit up a lot of blood. And he, completely stunned, thinks, "What the fuck was that?" But Amanda doesn't waste any time and uses the momentum to leap on top of him, grabbing his head and opening her arms. Meanwhile, Seun begins to feel pure fear, realizing this is going to be very dangerous. But before he can react, two heavy blows hit him right in the head, and for a moment, everything seems to stop. Completely desperate, he tries to use what little strength he has to dig his fingers into her thigh, but Amanda continues her attack, mercilessly punching his head. And one of the blows lands square on his face as blood splatters everywhere, sending him flying to the other side of the arena, while Amanda's VIP gets ecstatic, wondering if she won. But right after that, the assistant gets his attention and, with a very strange expression, asks, "What the hell is that?" He notices Amanda on her knees, with both of her thighs pierced and bleeding heavily, and Amanda realizes that in the end, he managed to counterattack. But even with Amanda injured, Moore shows no emotion, as he's basically collapsed on the ground, perhaps unconscious. And up in the VIP rooms, the president's assistant says that it looks like Moore is seriously injured and might not be able to continue. But back in the arena, Moore starts thinking about the insane pain, his body completely paralyzed. He's felt this countless times since he was a child. But even dazed, he keeps watching Amanda, struggling to stay on his feet, as he realizes that even in the worst conditions, he always got up because he had to survive. And tired, but as stubborn as he is, he manages to get up again, getting into a fighting stance. And with her face covered in blood, Amanda just stares at him. On the other side, Amanda takes a deep breath and says, "That's right, even if her heart stops now, she won't give up." And using her strong hands for support, Amanda yells that it's over now. And after Amanda yells this, she charges forward with everything she's got. This is meant to be a single, decisive blow, the most important one of all. She used that firm resolve and went right at him, while Moore was completely shocked as Amanda screamed, trying to motivate herself. But Moore started to think that he bet his life on this. He thought he'd forgotten that feeling. He wonders if it's because he's scared. But suddenly, a huge hand grabs him with tremendous force, and this impact is much stronger than the last one. It threw him straight into the wall, which cracked on impact. He starts spitting blood and then falls, his two fingers covered in blood. And the scene cuts to Amanda, was hit right in the stomach, leaving her completely stunned and wondering when he did that. And as she falls to the ground, losing consciousness, she remembers the instant before the blow, when he pierced her, and she realizes that now, there's nothing left. After these thoughts, she collapses to the floor. In the VIP rooms, the two of them are in shock, wondering who won the fight, whether it was one or the other. But in the stands, Seun and Minho are worried about Amanda and about the strength of that monster, Moore. Back in the arena, Amanda is on the ground, motionless. But Moore isn't in the best shape either, and they are both completely exhausted. And in the stands, her VIP calls out for Amanda. But the assistant next to him just tells his VIP that now it's a battle to see who wakes up first, as the drones move in closer to their faces. And soon they notice that Moore moved slightly, and someone shouted that he moved. Moore starts to open his eyes, still confused about what's happening, wondering if he died and if this is the afterlife. but the drone observes everything and announces that player Mirawan has regained consciousness and officially advances to the semifinals. And up in the VIP room, the president was overjoyed, celebrating his victory. While the lady sat in silence, her assistant says that the director won, so their side will gain more influence, but she just smiles at that and says no, he will definitely side with me. And Amanda's VIPs watch her, unconscious in the middle of the arena, and the assistant says this sucks, and the other side must be ecstatic. But even furious, the VIP gave orders to check on Amanda's condition and to use every method possible to treat her as quickly as possible. And the assistant says yes, leaving to help her. As he stares off into the distance, powerless, with red, hateful eyes, he screams President Chan's name. But on the big screen again, that mysterious man appears and says, "All right, now they will announce the next fight," which is basically the monster Ryan against the boy Minho. And in his room, the mustache man laughs and says that this moment has finally arrived. The assistant beside him is very excited about this fight and comments that if he wins this battle, he can put an end to the drug trafficking that turned his daughter into an addict. And the mustache man says that he bet everything in a gamble with that trafficker, Quisum. And if he loses, he'll have to invest all of his assets in that insane pharmaceutical company. Beside me, he comments that it was a reckless decision because they had to face Ryan, but the mustache man says this is the only way. And if not now, there won't be another chance. So he just has to beat that bastard Ryan. And now, down in the arena, the monstrous Ryan is already staring at Minho with contempt and says, "So, another shitty little boxer." And Ryan starts laughing as he thinks that with the advancement of science and technology, he agreed to use drugs on his own body to become an evolved human. And many laughed at him before, throwing their gloves away in a sign of disdain. So that infuriated him, but he thought of them as weak insects who only knew how to call him cheating trash. And Ryan thought that he needed to prove his strength to everyone who looked down on him, so he kept injecting the drugs, killing his opponents with his own fists. And ever since he started using it, he sent a lot of people to meet their ancestors. But even so, his bloodlust only grew. Sometimes it would leap at his throat, and he became more and more crazy for power. Back in the present, he's in the center of the arena, and with a mocking little smile, he says, "So, they brought the little brother of that guy I killed." And his eyes glow like a beast's as he says, "This is going to be a lot of fun." But right in front of him, Minho lowers his head with contempt and says, "You're pathetic." And Ryan asks what he's talking about. "What do you mean? Pathetic?" And the boy is too disgusted to look him in the eye and says, "You used drugs and attacked others from behind, like a pathetic, washed-up fighter." And he asks, "Do you really have the nerve to say you're strong?" And with his eyes full of hatred, Minho says firmly, "Come at me now. I'll show you what real strength is in front of everyone." Hearing this, Ryan gets pissed off and says, "Your brother used to say that too, but he ended up dropping dead right in front of me." Hearing that, Minho gets furious, clenching his fists and charging at him in a rage, yelling, "Shut your mouth! You're just a piece of shit." But on the other side, Ryan charged forward at top speed, and the two fighters swung their arms at the same time, landing powerful punches on each other's faces. Feeling that impact, Ryan was a little scared, wondering, what kind of punch is this? But on the other side, Minho was also quite shocked, feeling that hellish pain as he realizes he has to overcome him with pure speed, and then he quickly ducked, preparing for another attack. But Ryan, without hesitating, just smiled confidently, facing Minho and dodging with ease, and after another strike, he dodged again. And he's so confident, just thinking that he's too slow and keeps dodging all of his blows while Minho is in shock, wondering how this monster does it. And meanwhile, watching the two of them, the president of the pharmaceutical company comments that his speed is nothing special. And the assistant, also surprised, says that the sensory drug allows Ryan to feel his opponent's intentions before he even acts, and it's almost impossible to hit him. And now, back in the arena, Ryan crouches in a defensive stance and asks how he can pretend not to know when he's so predictable. And Minho replies with a cold stare, saying that in that case, he wants to see just how far his predictions can go. And as soon as he finishes speaking, his feet move at an absurd speed, leaving after images in several places, with different images of himself, rushing towards Ryan, as if there were several Minhos fighting just one Ryan. And as he attacked him rapidly, Ryan managed to block his strike, because he can read his movements. And with that, Minho gets a little worried, wondering how this guy can do that. And right after that, Ryan, laughing in his face, says that so he trusts his speed, But now that he's got his foot trapped, what can he do? With his foot on Minho's, blocking his attack, he lunges at him with a powerful blow, while saying that he told him it was useless and that he should brace himself, because he's just getting started. And right after that, the two start trading blows that were impossible to follow with the naked eye. But in the middle of the fight, Ryan notices something strange, but still scoffs at Minho, saying that he's too weak. But right in front of him, Minho gets really excited and says that now he's going to start the real fight, and he wants to see if he can take it. And from that moment on, a sequence of brutal blows heads toward Ryan. While he's in shock, wondering what the hell is this, he takes a straight right, an uppercut, and a right hook right after. And he, gritting his teeth, tries to block everything, but soon realizes the enormous pressure he's under, because this kid is just too fast. And he gets desperate, wondering how the hell he's so fast amidst so many attacks. But he starts to try and regain his control, realizing he needs to create distance, simplify his attacks, and then, clearly, counterattack him. But as soon as he tries to step on Minho, Minho throws him back. And in the middle of his retreat, Minho doesn't give a damn and rushes him again with a powerful blow. But Ryan uses this opening to strike him in the face too. And both of them take a punch to the face, and Minho is thrown back while Ryan also retreats. And the kid, with a lot of blood on his face, is panting heavily, while Ryan seems a little better and says that he's no different from his little brother, and that this one is just a little tougher to kill. But to Ryan's surprise, Minho's expression hardens, and he stays silent for a few seconds. But suddenly, Ryan's eyes widen as he sees something absurd in front of him. And Minho confidently says that if he wants to punch him, he's going to have to take a punch too. And apparently, that's what he's thinking. But Ryan doesn't get what he's talking about or why he seems so confident, and Minho tells him that it looks like that's exactly it. And to overcome this speed, the only opening he can create is to take his punch with full force and counterattack with another punch. But Ryan just starts laughing and says that if they trade punches, it's pretty obvious who will die first. He should know the outcome. But Minho says this trade has to be the final one and rushes at Ryan, who lands a blow on his forehead, while Ryan counterattacks, also hitting his forehead. But on the other side, Minho hit his eye, while Ryan screams in pain from his pierced eye. But without giving him any time, Minho attacks again, and the next attack is aimed at his hearing. The punch explodes against Ryan's face, who can barely react, as his vision starts to blur and his senses begin to fail one by one, and Minho starts to scream that now it will be his sense of smell. And just like that, his fist quickly hits Ryan's nose with great force, making him spit blood. And at that moment, Minho starts to remember the past, with that man saying that Ryan's senses are concentrated in his sight, hearing, and smell. And the secret is that he, Minho, has to adapt to it and use it to his advantage. And after he remembers these tips, he says that if he relies on his senses, then he doesn't need to adapt. He just has to destroy his senses, and it's over. Then he starts screaming with fury, rushing at Ryan, ready to finish him. While Ryan, completely dazed, only realizes he can't adapt anymore and sees defeat right in front of his eyes, already taking a monstrous punch to the middle of his face that slams him against the arena wall. And because of that, Ryan's mind was screaming as pain shot through every inch of his body. He couldn't accept how someone he considered weak, someone who hadn't bet their own life like he had, could be tearing him apart, and the resentment burned like fire inside him. He tried to concentrate, trying to summon the heightened senses for which he had sacrificed everything. But before he could react, a fist shot through his vision and hit his face again. His lips split, his teeth rattled. He could barely think, just outraged that he was being treated like shit. The next blow erased even his indignation, and Ryan collapsed, his mouth open in a silent scream, as each of his senses was extinguished. Meanwhile, Minho refused to back down. His body was protesting because he couldn't take it anymore, but his heart burned with hatred and rage, remembering his brother, and inside his mind he called out to him, asking him to see how strong he had become. And so, Minho's fists turned into a storm. Punches like steel rained down on Ryan, each one fueled by pure hatred and the desperate need to prove his worth. The sound of his punches echoed through the arena, while Ryan, known as a monster, could barely do anything but falter. His eyes widened with pure fear, and his screams were reduced to pathetic pleas. The arena was engulfed in a blinding flash the instant Minho's final punch hit him. The impact was so violent that it dragged Ryan across the floor, throwing him against the wall with a monstrous force that seemed to break his bones. And in the stands, Min's VIP leaped for joy, clutching his head in pure shock, unable to believe what he'd just seen, because Min had actually done it. However, on the other side, Ryan's VIP was frozen in fear, not believing what he had just witnessed. And even the mysterious man couldn't believe it. As on the ground, Ryan's body twitched one last time before falling completely still. His face was a crimson mask of pure blood, and then a drone descended, its mechanical voice announcing that player Ryan could no longer continue and the victory would go to player Min. And soon, those words echoed throughout the entire arena as Min's VIP screamed with happiness. And in the center of the arena, the boy stood over his defeated enemy. He swayed, completely exhausted, lifting his face to the lights above, as if asking his brother in heaven if he had seen his victory. And in the control booth, the secretary analyzed the updated chart, and a sinister smile spread across his lips as he confirmed that Min could truly become the strongest in humanity. But this joy didn't last long, as the mysterious man's voice soon came over the speakers for all to hear, announcing another quarterfinal match. From one side of the arena, Duke Can entered with a sharp, provocative smile. Every step he took radiated arrogance. And then from the other side, Menon appeared, advancing with the smirk of a psychopath. He licked his lips as madness gleamed in his eyes. In a secret camera above, the mysterious man leaned forward, for he recognized the weight of this battle. Menon, the survivor of the first doping batch, the one who endured every injection against Khan, the pinnacle of the new generation of enhancement, and the doctor beside him, confused, asked since when Menon had been there, while his boss said that he had always been there. And back in the arena, Menon's eyes gleamed as he smiled grotesquely at the opponent in front of him. Meanwhile, Khan clenched his fists, ready for the fight. Then, without hesitation, the fight began with Can lunging at him, delivering a punch to Menon's stomach with enough force to make the very ground tremble. The impact tore through his flesh, caving his abdomen in as if it were being ripped apart. But in a matter of seconds, the wound closed as if nothing had happened, and Can froze, breathless. His shock grew when Menon tilted his head with a sinister smile, saying that now it was his turn. Then, in an instant, Menon lunged forward. His fist exploded against Khan's chest, sending blood spraying from his back. And that monster staggered, torn between rage and disbelief. And Menon taunted him, asking if he wanted another hit, but Can just smirked and his eyes darkened. He then asked, "What do you mean another hit?" Because for him, there would be no more trading blows. He declared that he would finish Menon right now. Then, stomping on the ground with all his might, he shot like a missile towards that psycho, and his kick collided with Menon's face, breaking his neck with a snap. And seeing this, Min's VIP gasped in horror, his face completely pale, because to him it was clear that Menon's neck had been broken. And when the dust settled, Menon's body remained bent over with his head hanging down, while Khan smiled at him, because that was the end of Menon. And he gloated that it was 20 years of drugs, resulting in nothing but an empty, broken shell. And he raised his arms with a loud laugh, thanking him for the experiment, believing he had unintentionally created a supreme being like himself. But at that moment, Menon's body twitched and one of his legs moved, making Can freeze on the spot, because that shouldn't have been possible. And even with his neck completely twisted, Menon's voice emerged, calm and almost demonic, saying that he was the one who should be grateful, because Duke Can had willingly become his sacrifice. Then, his head quickly snapped back into place with a horrifying crack, and his eyes shone with madness, that same psychopathic smirk on his face as always. And before Khan could react, Menon's fist sank into his stomach with monstrous force. The impact left Khan's eyes wide with shock. His skin caved inwards, crushed by something like an iron hammer, and his body collapsed onto the arena floor as Menon stood motionless, his arm extended and stiff as stone. And then the drone appeared, moving towards them, announcing that player Duke Can is unconscious and the final semi-finalist is Menon. And with a terrifying calmness, Menon raised his hands and snapped his own neck back into place. Then his laughter echoed through the arena as his VIP went into a complete ecstasy, overjoyed by what had happened, because he had basically defeated another monster. And in the stands, that director from the Rosen group smiled venomously, because he found this all to be quite a spectacle, and thought that his arrogant brother, who loved to humiliate him, would soon be crushed under his feet. But his secretary muttered uneasily, asking him not to be so confident. He pointed out that Menon was impossible to assess and that his strength was beyond any prediction. And meanwhile, far away, scientists were monitoring Menon's body through sensory wires, and one of them was dumbfounded, his voice trembling as he said that Menon's regenerative ability left him completely perplexed. That mysterious man entered, brimming with anticipation, believing that his dream was finally about to become a reality. But Menon, lying there with a grotesque smile, shook his head, denying it all, stating that the peak of regeneration already belonged to someone else. And the scene changed, showing Kang Seonu with a cold expression. The guard next to the girl said he was impressed and that it was truly admirable. Room 10, once considered the weakest, now had 3 fighters in the semifinals. And before them, Park, Old Man, and Amanda Croach had already fallen. But this made Seonu a little worried. His fists clenched, and he turned to the girl, asking if everyone had managed to get out safely. And she hesitated for a moment, saying, "About that." But he quickly cut her off, telling her to just spit it out. And she explained to him that they are monitoring inside and out, but strangely, they haven't been able to find any trace of them leaving. Our boy got pissed off, demanding to know where the hell they disappeared to. And at that moment, the scene changed, showing a sealed iron door. And on the other side, who was it that was screaming? With the scene being a total bloodbath. Then, the scene cut back to the arena with that mysterious masked man introducing the 4 finalists. the annoying little blonde, Minsu, the good little blonde, Minho, and our boy, Kang Seon-woo. And he immediately announced that the semifinal match would be Kang Seon-woo versus the annoying blonde. Then, the scene quickly focused on the two of them, showing our boy looking completely pissed off as he stared down the brat. But again, the scene changed to beneath the arena, with a boy floating in the water with a breathing tube in his mouth, and in his dreams, the only name that echoed was Kang Seon-woo's. With visions of the past mixing in his mind, he remembered the days when he declared himself a master of martial arts, bragging about having the strength to crush petty street thugs. But that empty confidence vanished when he realized those weaklings were nothing compared to the truly powerful. And soon his attention became fixed on a single figure, Kang Seon-woo himself, a man whose cold and merciless aura overshadowed everyone around him. A monster, for sure. And even back then, clutching his martial arts notebook like it was sacred scripture, sweat dripped down his face as he whispered to himself. Only he is worthy of being his opponent, Kang Seon-woo. And he vividly remembered the moment Kang Seon-woo shot a cold glare at the group of loudmouth punks, and with just one word, leave, they all got out of his way. And to him, that was definitive proof that those fools were worthless. Only he himself could ever be his equal. And later, in an empty classroom, our boy was sitting in silence, holding a martial arts notebook with a blank, unreadable expression. And the blonde just watched him, clenching his fists, consumed by fury. This would be the moment Kang Seon-woo realized another genius just like him existed. But the next day, in the hallway, the boy found his notebook on the floor and approached it with trembling hands. He was determined to speak to his idol, wondering who would dare touch his notebook, completely convinced of his own fantasy. He thought that Kang Seon-woo was probably looking for his notebook, and that if he returned it, he could finally talk to him, believing there would be a connection between the two of them. And so he went to a deserted corner of the school, gathered his courage, and stepped forward. But his eyes caught the familiar sight of those annoying punks clustered around Kang Seon-woo. But Seon-woo wasn't even looking at them and said again in that cold voice that they should leave. So, finally, he closed the distance and approached Seon-woo, calling out his name and then holding up his notebook with pride, asking if he had dropped this. But as he spoke, Seon-woo raised his hand, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. And then he uttered the same word he'd said to the others just seconds ago, telling him to leave. Only this time, that word carried the intent to kill, and the kid lost all the color in his face, scared to death. So he started screaming and running away, begging for someone to help because he was trying to kill him, but his own speed betrayed him. Then he tripped and fell to the ground as pain shot through his body. And he basically buried his face in the dirt while thinking, damn it, I can't escape. Someone like me should just die here. And his world went black right after. So when he woke up again, he was in an emergency room in the hands of doctors with buzzing voices. And in the middle of that haze, one thought burned like fire, because he didn't want to and couldn't die like an insect. And now, finally in the present, the arena shook as Kang Seon-woo stood his ground. And on the other side of the stage, the brat erupted in fury, screaming for our boy. His eyes narrowed in confusion, but he quickly charged at Seon-woo with that finger strike, saying that he would be defeated by the very martial arts notebook he once despised. He advanced with great confidence, and soon a brutal punch hit Seon-woo's head, making blood drip from his face. But the brat didn't waver, and his eyes gleamed with anger as this psycho blonde moved with superhuman speed, completely relentless, like a shadow. And he screamed, "That's right, you're going to suffer what I suffered!" And every blow tore at our boy's body, with several bloody marks appearing as he tried to formulate a strategy. Because this guy wasn't just fast, he was also analyzing his every weakness. And so he wondered how long he could last. But another critical hit struck him, making him stumble back a few steps. With blood dripping from his lips, he propped himself up with a weak hand, and this kid mocked him, extending his arm once more and making fun of him, while our protag wondered why he wasn't moving. But then the blonde shot forward like a lightning bolt, attacking him from every direction. Every blow hit the spot where our boy least expected it, and he wondered, why does he always hit where I can't defend? But he was sure of one thing. If this kept up, he was going to die. And Minsu's laughter grew wilder as he pressed his advantage, saying how pathetic it was for him to be cornered like this. With his body soaked in blood, our hero still remained standing. His hands rose and his eyes sharpened even more. He wondered what was coming next. At that moment, Minsu realized it instantly, his smile growing wider and wider as he said that now he would finish him with a mortal blow. Then, with a monstrous strike, Minsu hit our boy's chest, surprising everyone. But at that moment, to Minsu's surprise, his fingers got stuck in our boy's body, while Seon-woo stared at him as if he were the real psycho now. And Minsu got worried, wondering what was happening and starting to panic. But then he got excited that the fight wasn't over. So he charged at him with another blow. But to Minsu's surprise, our boy slapped his arm, instantly breaking his fingers. He screamed in rage and lunged at Seon Woo, saying that he would pay for this. And with illusory strikes, several fingers appeared. It was going to be really tough for Seon Woo. At least that's what he thought. But to his shock, Seon Woo stopped him with just one hand, as if they were a couple, weaving his hand between his fingers. And then, with his other hand, he pinned his shoulder. Minsu asked what he was trying to do, and as our boy stared him down, he said that this was the pose that Park, old man, the one he himself looked down on, had taught him. So, with a heart full of hatred, he landed a monstrous kick on Minsu's leg, shattering his bones. The boy wondered what the hell that power was, but gritting his teeth, he charged forward again, trying to finish him off, while the other told him not to get too carried away, that he should just accept it and stay quiet. But right in front of him, he had a surprising vision, because unlike the others, our boy met his gaze head-on. But it wasn't to take his blow, but to land a clean shot on his head, slamming him to the ground. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, that secretary was screaming for Minsu, and the director fell to the floor in shock, wondering what the hell was happening there. And as Minsu gasped on the floor, seemingly defeated, our boy in front of him listened intently to his words as he said that in the end, nothing had changed. They both ended up as friendless losers anyway. And back then, you ignored me. And it's because you ignored me back then that they all ended up dead. And he asks what it's like to have a friend for the first time in so long, only to lose him right away. He wants to know what it feels like. Our boy asks, "What do you mean lose him? We're going to see each other soon anyway." And he asks what nonsense he's talking about, while Minsu laughs at him, finding him incredibly naive, saying that the only person who could get out of here alive is the winner. Our boy was shocked to hear those words, asking what the hell he was saying. And Minsu asks if he really thinks this pharmacy makes doping drugs. And obviously not. And does he think this place is just an amusement park where he can have fun fighting? Then Minsu leans down and asks where the others are. And the kid just says that it doesn't matter which one it is, they're just guinea pigs. That's all. Then, the kid finally passes out, while our boy demands he tell him right now what the hell is going on. And he asks again where his friends are. But a drone appears above them, announcing that competitor Minsu is disqualified while Kangoo advances to the finals. And that mysterious man finally appears again, and on the big screen, he says that it's time to choose the last player who will face Kangoo in the final. And the match will be between Kim Minho, the one with the best speed and fighting instincts from the combat wing, against the psychopath Menon, who has an invincible body that has never been injured even once. And he says, "Let the duel begin." And Menon immediately stares at the kid and walks calmly in his direction. And with that psychopathic little smile, he asks what he's talking about between him and Gang CO, while Menon wants to know who will be the better opponent, already trying to grab him. But he quickly uses his speed and takes a few steps back, dodging the blow, while thinking what kind of vengeful power is this and if he really wants to kill him, as Menon is shrouded in a dark mist, as if he were a real monster. And so Menon took a step forward and said it was a shame for Minho, because he had become something that no one would be able to take down, his lips curled into a threatening smile. But Minho said he would face him with pride, but Menon just smiled, raising his hand as if mocking him, but with a certain tone of approval. And rage exploded in the kid, his eyes glowing intensely, because ever since he set foot in this place, he had wanted to discover his true limits, and now the chance was right in front of him. So he immediately charges at Menon with a powerful blow to his head, but Menon quickly dodged the attack while trying to grab his hand. But the kid was faster, changing direction and appearing right behind him, greatly shocking the psychopath as he landed a solid punch to his head. But he also managed to spin around and turn to attack Minho. But Minho was faster than him once again, landing another clean hit on his head. As Menon spat blood, he thought that his speed and the force of his impact are definitely brutal. And from what he'd heard, this guy is the best. While Minho thought that he needed to keep aiming for the head to break his balance, he charged at him once more. But this time, Menon managed to dodge, as the kid also dodged again, appearing at his back, thinking that now he was going to end the fight. But to the boy's shock, Menon threw a punch aimed at his nose. The kid managed to dodge it at the last second and, taking a few steps back, he began to wonder what the hell had just happened. He had finally gotten behind him, but out of nowhere, a punch came flying in his direction, as he looked at Menon with his arms completely twisted and wondered what kind of monster he was. The next second, Menon flexed his muscles, snapping back to his normal form, while Minho watched in shock, realizing that his arm had stretched out again. He wondered what kind of body this was, and thinks that he can use 100% of his muscular strength, and even his bones seem more like they were made to be weapons. And he wonders if he does that so his muscles can snap back onto the bones. But he can't understand how much independent muscle control one would need to pull off something so absurd. Meanwhile, Menon smiles at him sinisterly and said that this was simply incredible, and even he couldn't believe he had succeeded in doing it. And after a few seconds, his face took on a more demonic expression as an immense excitement grew around him and his killing intent condensed in the air, and a red glow seeped from his shadows, dyeing his eyes blood red. Soon, his body began to pulse and he contorted with raw energy. The transformation was immediate. His physical frame grew and his aura surged like a storm. On the other side, Minho felt the gravity of the situation change, and he grew truly tense watching Menon grow in size and aura, but he still didn't hesitate, thinking that this wasn't the time for fear, and if he was going to win, it had to be now with a decisive blow. So he settled into his stance and charged at that maniac. And just after he vanished from Menon's sight, he appeared at his back, only to face the psychopath with his little tongue sticking out, consumed by excitement. And as he was saying, "That's it, I want to see your move," Minho spoke from right behind him. "Your time is up." Then, the two of them quickly vanished in a blur, and in the next instant, their fists met. The explosion shook the entire arena, and Menon's head snapped violently back as Minho's punch connected. But Minho was also thrown backward. However, neither of them gave in, and the shockwave tore through the air, shattering the arena floor. Meanwhile, in the stands, the VIPs from both sides watched with wide, surprised eyes. Down below, both fighters collapsed, their limbs heavy and their bodies completely drained, a crater of power between them. Minho's body trembled, but then it stopped completely. Exhausted, he could barely breathe. Menon, on the other side, now looked small and hollow. Minho's VIP grew worried, wondering what the hell had just happened down there. But before he could think any further, a movement caught his attention. It was the boy, Minho, getting up through sheer willpower. His arms were shaking, but he continued to stand, his body stable but unresponsive, his eyes empty. He basically looked like a puppet. Menon remained motionless on the ground on the other side, but soon a drone flew toward them, analyzing their vital signs. Up above, Minho's VIP wondered if Minho had won, if the boy had actually pulled it off. But another voice, his assistant's, said that he's been unconscious for quite some time. The old man turned to him again and said that even though he's standing, his nervous system has shut down and there's no active motor response. Down below, Menon finally got up, still in pain, but he dragged himself back to his feet, and soon his VIP began to smile, thrilled by the scene, as Menon staggered forward, whispering that his doping data would be invaluable for the new race they were creating. Then, with a light touch to Minho's shoulder, he knocked the boy over, causing him to topple to the ground like a statue. The drone then confirmed it, announcing that due to competitor Kim Minho's unconscious state, Kang Seonu's final opponent would be Menon, as the monster licked his blood-covered elbow. High above the arena, the girl's assistant commented that they had finally reached the finals, while the girl said that all they could do now was cheer for Kang Seonu. But at that exact moment, our boy entered the hallway, completely pissed off, asking what the hell happened. The girl told him to calm down and said that if he was talking about the missing people, she honestly didn't know much about this place either. But her words only fueled his fury even more. But she quickly interrupted him, telling him to be careful. She explained that there were certain areas in this facility that not even the top VIPs could access. Surprised, our boy asked where that place was. The girl's expression changed, and she told him to calm down again, asking what exactly he was planning to do and if he was really going to break into a restricted zone while his parents were missing. Her words basically sounded like a warning to him, but the girl insisted that he needed to win first place in the tournament to get out of there alive. Only then could he think about the next step. Our boy clenched his fists, his expression still dark, as he replied that it would only work as long as the arena's management didn't disappear too. He said he couldn't just stand around waiting for others to vanish. He needed to know right now if they were alive or dead. The girl assured him that there would be a chance. She said she was working on building her own influence in this place, but stressed that for now, he needed to focus, win the tournament, and stay alive. Then they would make their move. Hearing this, our boy didn't answer, but his silence made it clear that he understood. Meanwhile, in a sealed laboratory far from the arena, pools of blood stained the floor. Inside a huge tank, a man's arm was floating. In a thick chemical solution, his flesh was being torn apart but would regenerate right after, right before their eyes. The doctor pressed a hand against the reinforced glass. His cold, analytical eyes observed the submerged form of Menon, and the masked man behind him said that it was just as expected. Menon's regeneration speed is increasing at a remarkable rate. He said excitedly that he was so close, just a little more data and the project would finally be complete. But he said there was just one final piece to the puzzle, Kang Seonu's father. But to everyone's surprise, the lab doors burst open and a breathless subordinate rushed in, announcing that he had found the hiding place of Kang Seonu's parents, saying they were hidden in a private villa belonging to Chairman Tha Sun-han. And now, at that villa, agents from the combat wing were surrounding the house. From behind the door, they burst in, kicking it down, greatly surprising Kang Seonu's mother, but then the scene cut away again. The masked man's voice was heard by everyone as he asked the audience to welcome two incredible fighters who had reached the championship finals, with our boy and Menon appearing on the big screen. He began to introduce them, saying that Menon was the fighter who would be fighting Seonu. Then he announced the second name, Menon's opponent, Kang Seonu, the man who defeated Haeming in a brutal and unforgettable fight. Menon, standing in front of him, said with a smirk that he told him to push himself to the limit, because only then would the experiment be complete, and he guaranteed that to reach his own maximum potential, he would get there by tearing our boy to pieces. And from his disturbing tone, it was clear that he was definitely a maniac. Our boy stared at him and asked what Menon really was. He wanted to know what he meant by completing the experiment and why he had been helping him from the beginning. Menon approached him, explaining that from the very start, he had recognized something in him. He was, without a doubt, the heir to a unique genetic code belonging to his own father. Hearing this, our boy was in shock, and Menon's face twisted into another crazy smirk. Pissed off, Seonu yelled at him, demanding he repeat what he had just said. But Menon just calmly said that he had followed Kang Seonu's parents to this place, revealing that it was all part of the experiment. Those words cut through our boy like a blade, and his mind went blank. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Then, fury exploded and his blood boiled, as Menon smiled even wider, savoring the destruction he had caused. He kept asking what the problem was, if he wanted to kill him or just stand there shaking. But that taunt shattered the last barrier of restraint within our boy, and rage spread like wildfire through his mind. And Mino kept talking, saying his father would be brought out soon, and then his whole family would be presented together for the experiment's grand finale, all while attacking Seo. But, gritting his teeth, our boy stared him down while saying that, yes, he would grant his request. And then, with a monstrous kick, he slammed his foot into Mino's stomach and then leaped up, smashing his head against the floor and creating a huge crack. The crack is so deep it shatters the ground, throwing Mino against the spikes. Watching the scene, the masked man is in shock, wanting to stop this now. But he wasn't worried for long, because Menno, smiling, said that wasn't nearly enough. Then, with a push, he dug his feet into one wall and then the other, taking a great leap back into the arena. And soaring through the air, he advanced on Seo, now truly looking like a monster, as he said that if this was all the power of an awakening, he'd be better off dead. Then his arms stretched out like elastic, basically digging into our hero's shoulder. And Seo screams in pain, realizing his arm is completely torn as he clutches it with one hand. And Mino, in front of him, radiates a dark and decidedly demonic aura. He says he's no longer necessary for the experiment because he's about to meet his father. And hearing that one more time, something in our boy's mind snaps, as if a seal that had been holding him back shattered in that instant. As Mino laughed, saying he was useless now, he flew at Seo, ready to finish him. While Seo thought, no, not yet. He couldn't die. He had to save his father. But Menno was faster, landing a massive blow to his heart and tearing through his flesh. Up in the VIP area, the girl screamed in fear, shocked by the scene, and just like that, everyone fell silent, watching it unfold. And Mino, staring at him, told him not to be sad, because he would send his father to see him very, very soon. But to Mino's surprise, our boy grabbed him with his hand, while a shocked Mino asked what he was doing and how this was possible. But our boy, unlike him, was exuding an ice-cold blue aura, and on the other side, his arm was basically regenerating at an abnormal speed. As Menno, delighted, thought that it had finally happened and this was what he'd been waiting for, our boy, holding him, asked why he needed to do this, and why does he need them? Why do you want to do this to my family? What did they do to you? He wants to know if that's why he did something so terrible, grabbing Menno in midair, as Menno screamed that this was excellent. This was exactly what he wanted. Then, our boy quickly threw him against the ground, shattering the arena once more. As Menno screamed in pain, Seo asked why he would do something like this just for money, punching him right in the teeth and cracking the arena even more. But Mino remained smiling as our boy said that, in the end, he was the only result of the experiment. But Mino quickly broke free from his attack and, stopping a few steps back, he told our boy he wanted more data. He wants him to keep fighting until he gets the perfect result, because he wants to be the true, perfect artist with the perfect body. And he asked Seo if he really thought he could run, but that it's too late. But, to Mino's surprise, our boy asked, "Run away? Who said I wanted to hide?" using only his head to attack that freak. Mino's arm shatters completely, with several compound fractures. And Mino watches the scene in shock, realizing his arm was totally destroyed and his bones pulverized. Then, without waiting for his reaction, our boy grabs his head, rears back, and begs, "Please, stay away from them, from my family," before headbutting Mino, as Menno himself wonders what the hell is going on here. He's truly a masterpiece. And after that monstrous headbutt, Mino is thrown to the other side of the arena, into a dark room. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, Our boy's ally is completely stunned by the scene, realizing the fight might be over. And inside that dark room, Minnow is lying crumpled like a piece of trash. And after he spits out blood, our boy appears, walking towards him. He says the prize money, or whatever it is, he can take as much as he wants. The only thing he asks is that he please let them go, but Minnow says that what they need isn't money. And so Seo asks what it is. Minnow tells him that the owners here aren't those 16 VIPs. What the superhumans who run this place want to achieve is eternal life. That statement leaves our boy completely shocked. And Minnow quickly tells him that their desire is to possess immortality and become a god. And no one can stop the higher-ups. No one can stop these monstrous people. This means that his family will never be able to escape this place, leaving our boy once again in shock and afraid of what he just claimed. And Minnow continues, saying that if they gather the power and wisdom of humanity's elite, they can become like gods, and they will proudly accept the results of this grand research. But Seo says that they're clearly insane, but Minnow says his parents will arrive soon, and he will conduct the final test. And after he falls unconscious, our boy starts screaming at him, asking what the hell he's talking about and where his parents are. But then a drone approaches, announcing that Minnow is unconscious and participant Kang has won. But before it could finish its sentence, the drone simply shut down and fell to the ground, surprising our boy. And right after, a red siren blared, startling Seo. From the loudspeaker, someone announced that it's an emergency. All officers are to ready their weapons and eliminate the experimental organism that escaped from the Level 1 laboratory, as it is going on a rampage. And Seo wonders what the hell is happening. To his surprise, he hears several gunshots and then notices those guys in the arena firing in a certain direction. And one of them says it's fucked. The Level 1 test subjects are destroying the whole system and there's no hope there. They can't stop them and, regardless of the crazy orders, they just have to run. But in that instant, his head is torn off, completely shocking his companion, who starts trembling in fear asking what's happening. But right after, his head is also chopped off, and then a monstrous being appears in front of them. Right after that, it leaps from the arena, heading for a certain VIP room, and Seun watched it all in a panic, thinking that everyone must be in that laboratory. First, he needs to help that girl get out of there, and after that, he can find the experiment room. Seeing the whole scene, the girl and her assistant are in shock, while the guy says they need to get out of there, and that he's going to ask the cop outside to open the door and get them out. But just then, there's a knock on their door. Someone starts coming in, and this huge monster lunges at the girl as she's scared to death, wondering if she's going to die now, and that it can't end like this. But just then, to her surprise, her great hero appears soon, facing off against that brute, landing a solid punch right on its head and knocking it back outside. The girl, surprised, asks when he got there, but he just tells her she has to accept it and take him to the forbidden area, the one she said nobody could enter. She asks what he means, and he explains that everyone is in there and he can't leave them behind. He tells her to hurry up. A few hours later, he finally reached the metal door, but it had already been basically broken down, and he wonders to himself, what the hell happened here? Meanwhile, the bald guy tells her to look inside. The situation looks really dangerous, but Seun takes the lead, saying it's probably safer to stick with him now. He tells them to hurry because they don't know what's going to happen next. So the three of them enter the room, and now, somewhere else, further ahead in that same hidden room, someone is dragging some bodies. It's Park Old Man, with the bodies of Amanda Crow and the Minion King. He's completely exhausted and out of breath, thinking his body can't move anymore, but he has to hold on a little longer because he needs to save them. But just then, his body collapses, and he starts to close his eyes, thinking he can't take it anymore, that he can't go on. But just before his eyes close, he sees some people running towards him. And finally, he makes out Seun's shadow. Then, in that instant, our boy hugs him, greatly surprising the old man, who gets excited to see him. Meanwhile, Seun, looking very serious, says that he doesn't have to worry anymore. From now on, he can just let him handle everything. Someone appears behind them all, asking, "And where do you think you're going?" And finally, the mastermind appears. That masked man, saying that no one can leave this place because his experiment isn't over yet.